they are the most racist, disgusting ideologies out there. Like, don't get me wrong. I really wish they lose. Even Chinese hate Russians. Everybody hates Russian in this planet.
Yeah, but Russia is not going to lose to Ukraine. They're not going to lose to Ukraine. It's not going to happen.
Right.
All of Europe will have to be a world war again. All of Europe will have to get involved.
But the policy that, what Russia wants, this is actually, it goes back. So technically, this war is not about Ukraine. So Russia and I think ExxonMobil, they had this agreement because Russia's oil industry is bankrupt and it's really out of date. And their production is just going down because they don't have technology. It's a corrupt state. Russia is a corrupt state. It doesn't have technology. It's not like China. And ExxonMobil was working with them with their oil. And Obama was the one who sanctioned Russia. This is like after that Russia attacked Georgia, if you remember, after those sanctions, and they forced ExxonMobil come out. So the first Trump administration, his Secretary of State was the CEO of ExxonMobil. It came to power to actually fix that problem because ExxonMobil do want to access to those fields, but the United States absolutely doesn't let it happen. So the problem of Russia is really not Ukraine. It's just poking everyone to get access to oil technology. And it doesn't seem West wants to give it to them. So I think Russia will lose over time because Russia doesn't have anything.
With all the sanctions, plus the $500 billion that they froze of Russia's GDP is still greater than all of Europe combined right now. It's like fucking wild. You're telling me, man?
Russian GDP?
Yeah, man, these guys are growing like crazy. The GDP growth is like 4 point something, or 3 point something, whatever it is. It's insane, man. You're making money. That's why they're trying to stop India and others from buying Russian oil. It's not gonna happen.
No, but the technology is outdated.
No, the technology is good, man. They got some of the most dangerous hackers in the world.
Absolutely.
Yep.
No, their oil technology. They're not a player, like, for example, offshore drilling, and they really do want to go to North Pole. You don't have those kind of technology.
But they're one of the largest oil suppliers in the world, friend. You know that, right?
They are, but they don't, like for example, Iran has a lot of reserves, but cannot pull it out. And the thing about the oil well is that it dies. So you really need to have technology to keep oil well alive. So Iranian oil wells are dying. Russia's oil wells are dying too. You need technology to keep a oil well alive. Otherwise, very fast, you start losing money off a well. And you just have to...
Well, my friend, China is backing them.
I'm saying China hates Russia. Everybody hates Russia.
No. Isn't China an ally of Russia?
In a sense that China is fighting with US, so in that sense, like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
But Russia gets the technology from China. Everything happens through China.
I would be surprised if China give any technology to Russia.
And do you know that they
Russians
produce...
are very aggressive.
Wait, friend, do you know that Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does?
Yeah, China is very advanced. Like the level.
No, not China. I'm talking about Russia. Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does. And they sell it to anybody.
Yeah,
Anybody can go to Russia and buy it. 47 is from Russia. It's a pretty famous
Yeah,
weaponry that's
Kalashnikov.
being used by.
Kalashnikov.
Yeah. Those are those are from.
They used to be great, man. They used to be like I was reading that in after World War II, I think in 50s or 60s, there was this thing coming orbiting over the U.S. sky. That was the first satellite they shoot off. So everybody in the United States was scared to shit. Russia put an eye on the U.S. They were the one. They literally were the one creating the technology of satellites. They were great, and right now they are in this misery. Honest.
Yeah, so Russia, I mean, I don't know how you're gonna stop that. He's got his eyes set on taking Ukraine, and people are doing all they can, spending all the money they've got to try to help Ukraine. So I don't know. How you gonna stop them?
So, I was right actually. China is supplying them with the equipment and stuff with the oil wells way from to Russia. Um,
It's possible. I'm not saying, but the oil technologies, I think, is the big players are all Westerns.
yeah, but the China's pretty big on everything
I don't know if they
because
have
they're
this offshore technology stuff. I don't know. Maybe they have, but I haven't heard about it. These things that I'm telling, I read a book which was 2016, but maybe by now they have acquired. But this offshore drilling is a really advanced technology. I would be surprised if they have. Because you have to go under the ocean and create a well and then, bring the oil on. The thing is that I'm sure if they are given the chance, they can develop it. China doesn't have its oil
actually
reserve,
they do. Way from they do offer offshore drilling equipment and support to Russia.
Could be. I mean, maybe they are developing it, the technology, because if you give them the
It's called
figures, they can develop it.
it's called the Nanhai 8 submersible rig owned by China Oilfield Service Limited has repeatedly been deployed in the Russian Arctic to drill for Gazprom, contributing to major gas discoveries. Huge. So China is doing some big things, man, with Russia.
And they get these discounts, and they get all the oil for discount.
Yeah, and China gets the oil for cheap.
And it comes from land too. And they do it through land. They can, they don't need ships.
No, I'm sure if you give them the well, they will develop the technology. Not that they have the technology, they're developing it. You have to put your engineers and let them figure it out.
Do you know
These
that Russia is
technologies
the
are
third,
already developed.
do you know Russia is the third largest oil exporter in the world, After the United States, Saudi Arabia, Russia's number 3.
I thought they even have bigger reserve than Saudi Arabia. They're big. That's why
I don't
Germany
know if they have a
attacked
reserve
Russia.
that large. I know the largest reserves are in Venezuela. That's number 1 in the world.
Oh, largest reserve, I thought.
In the world is Venezuela, but I don't know where Russia stands. But as producing, they're producing like 10 million barrels a day. It's a lot of oil, and it's all going to places like India
Oh yeah, Venezuela.
at a discount. It's going to China at a discount.
I mean, even Pakistan.
Yep, look at that. They get it cheaper than it's like $3 off the dollar, $3 off the price. So like if it's at $65, China's getting it for 62. That's a lot when you're buying like 500 million barrels a day.
And they buy it from
Yeah,
Iran
$3.
as well for cheap. From
Yep.
Iran as well. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people we find in China.
No. I mean, all these wars in the Europe and Middle East, China is the winner. I mean, they're taking the best out of all these countries.
But I think it's a good sort of like I think to become an alliance with China. I think it's a good thing, right? To be able to depend on China for certain things because China can give you a whole bunch of stuff, even like the from day to day use items. I mean, even a can opener in China, a freaking straws from China.
China.
It's China.
You have to pronounce it as China. China.
Do you speak?
No,
do you speak Chinese? Do you speak Chinese?
Not a lot. It's a very difficult language.
But it's what language do you speak in the country you're in? You're in I think Thailand.
Taiwan.
What language do you speak?
No, Chinese. Mandarin.
You speak Hokkien, right? Hokkien?
They have Haki also, and there is a three language.
Cantonese.
No,
Cantonese.
Cantonese is Hong Kong. So here's
Oh, that's right,
Taiwanese.
Hong Kong. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah. Right.
So here Taiwanese and Hakka and Mandarin. But Mandarin most.
Mandarin. Mandarin, yeah.
But I don't know. I normally don't like. That's my only. I can't clubhouse.
I know.
That's one of the reasons that Trump is so angry because Trump came to power to really like one of his main things is to control China, and he cannot finish the wars in Europe and Middle East if he can. If see U.S. I think it was Obama which said this in 2011 or those time frames said that U.S. does not have any strategic interest in Europe and Middle East. The only strategic interest of U.S. I'm talking about strategy. I'm not talking about like hanging like religious kind of interest. The only strategic interest of U.S. is in Asia to control China, and this U.S. just wants to get out of Europe and Middle East. It has been trying in the last, I'd say, 15 years after this announcement, and Trump was supposed to come in power. That was what he was saying. Finish these wars and get out. U.S. really wants to get out, but he's failing, and China is winning. China. I mean, the reason that Russia attacked Ukraine is this because U.S. said we don't care. Maybe this was like 30 years ago. Russia would not dare to attack.
I mean, if America would have had all the tax, I think it would have been good. But America just like to they like to put their nose in everything, and our tax dollars, just like the Iranian person that was in here. I should be crying about why is my tax dollar giving Jews? What do I do? He was complaining. Why is he giving to the proxies? I mean, because of the proxies, I think Iran is kind of protected.
No, Iran also is doing the same thing. So, I mean, this proxy thing, like for example, if you are a country, this line, this borders, really, like if you are a ruler of a country, it doesn't have any meaning. I mean, international laws is not something that people care about. When it comes to international law, it is the law of jungle. There is no law. Whoever is stronger goes takes. If you are in the jungle, laws are for inside the states. For example, like when you go outside, the international law is a joke. When it comes to like Iran, just goes as far as it can. And this when Iranian says, why our tax dollar goes to proxies, and even the Americans, why our tax dollar goes? This is the way the world works. And Iran was really taking over Middle East, and Iran is taking over the Middle East. I mean, this is why Israel is so peace. US is living and literally in Middle East. I don't think anybody can compete because Iran has the population, Iran has the money, and has the geography. You cannot compete with that. Saudi Arabia has money, doesn't have population. Turkey has population.
But I don't see them taking over. I mean, Iran, to
It
me,
will.
has just as much influence in the Middle East as Turkey does right now.
Right now, because
And
US
you
is
might as well
there.
say Turkey is taking over the Middle East, because Turkey is
No,
just
Turkey
as
doesn't
much-
have money. Turkey doesn't have money.
And Iran does has more than Turkey? I don't think so.
Iran has gas and oil. Turkey relies on Iran for its gas. If Iran shut down the gas pipe, Turkey dies. All the gas of Turkey is from Iran. You need to have natural resources. If you want to be a power, you cannot rely on your resources on other countries. So Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf states rely on their population on India, on like, I don't know, other Arab states. They don't have population. So you need to have these three components. You need to have the resources, population, and land. The only country which in Middle East has these is Iran. And once United States leaves, which US is saying that they are leaving, Iran will take over. It's just a matter of time. Israel doesn't like it. There is a slang in Persian. It says that it will burn sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Simple math.
I don't see Iran wanting to take over. That's the thing.
I mean, it's not a matter of 1-0.
I mean, they'll support people. I mean, they'll support other groups just like everyone else does. You know, France will support somebody, and other countries, Venezuela will support someone, Brazil will support somebody that they think, have a similar, perspective. And so Iran, I can see them helping Lebanon, the people of Lebanon, and the people of Syria a little bit. But I don't see them trying to take over like Saudi Arabia or Oman, or I don't see them trying to take it over.
So think about Europe, for example. Europe right now is in the hand of Germany. I mean, the European economy is controlled by Germans. So at the beginning, in the First World War and Second World War, they wanted to take over militarily, and they failed. But eventually they took over. Right now, Germans kick England, British out also. You see, they are not part of the European Union. They just kick them out. This is the same thing. Iran, after the revolution.
You're talking about England voluntarily left.
Yeah, sure, voluntarily.
They are voted out.
Yeah, definitely. Because they were. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Europe is now belong to Germany. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Or you disagree with that?
Europe belong to the fucking Zionists. That's the problem. And we're all suffering now. Look at Europe now. I don't even recognize it anymore. They're destroying it as we're speaking. What's left? Because of the fucking Zionists, and they're creating agendas, Fuck Israel.
Oh yeah, that's a different story. I'm talking about like countries, like the effect that Zionists have on the politicians worldwide. The Zionists are like in charge of money and stuff. That's a different story.
This is why Hitler wanted to, wipe them out. Because he knew they were evil, they were very, very bad for humanity. He knew it. That's why they needed to go, really. You need to go.
I,
Look how horrible. I don't know, sir. I don't know what life is like in Taiwan, but here in America is shit. Europe is shit because of the fucking Zionists. It's so bad. I'm telling you. I'm a bit older than you. I assume. I've seen a better Europe before. Now, don't even bother coming to Europe. It's so shit.
again, I'm totally against what you said. I like Jews, and so I'm not going to Hitler was like hell, and he was a fucking racist. The reason that he killed Jews has nothing to do with the Jews are bad. And it just like he wants. I'm not going. The point I'm taking is about Iran. So Iran, for a long time, wanted to take over militarily, and right now he has changed his approach. He wants to take over by like the way that Germany took over Europe. But you have to understand, like just look at the map. Iran is the only country which has resources, population, and land. So the same as Germany. So it will take over.
I have my own country that was stayed sovereign. I don't know what they did, that they never been taken by the Zionists. You know, like Iran, China, they have the Freimauer. Freimauer is the same fucking Zionist, just a different name. Whereas Russia, North Korea, I don't know how they did to stay away from all the Zionist shit.
I mean, the reason that Zionists are much stronger in the West than East is because for the longest, Christians and Muslims they let like Jews to handle money. So especially for Christians, money, handling money was a bad thing. Was like if you do that, you go to hell. So they historically have control over money. And when you have control over money, it's the golden rule, gold rules. So they have a lot of influence because they have a lot of influence on the money. But in the East, they don't. In the East, I don't think they have that much control over money.
Wherever are the Federal Reserves, they have control.
I think that China would actually definitely need to get involved, but I think it's gonna take some time because China would need to, if China was to get involved in Gaza thing, if there was anybody who was to get involved in Gaza to rebuild or whatever, there would need some sort of a guarantee that Israel is not gonna. And I think that's why Hamas has changed their stance, is that they want to actually get a two-state solution as soon as possible. You know? So, they got, what is it? They got, I think, 8 or 10 live hostages now, and then the rest of them, I think, dead or something. So, that's what it is. And let's see if they get their people, if they can get their people from the other side and exchange it for these live hostages or whatever. But it's sickening, these demonic people, they don't care about their own hostage. It's better to just kill them.
Yeah, did I not give you a link where that this doctor came back to just testify what he's seen as demons? Where those Israeli hostages came out was waving a white flag on the IDF didn't care to still shoot them.
Yeah.
I like what you said. I like what you said. Give demonic people, indeed, indeed. They need to be gone. They need to leave planet Earth so planet Earth can heal and save humanity.
Yeah, it's a criminal Zionist entity. I mean, what do we expect? These people are just demonic. They live in the La La Land, you know?
We're not sending back to hell where they came from because somehow, if you keep going back apparently to the origin, the less facts, documents, whatever you have. I'm on the thing. I think they just came from hell as well. Somehow find a way, look like a human being and then does all kind of stuff. I don't know. And they're worshiping the devil. I told you that they actually worship the devil. Send them back there. They are happy down there. We are happy when they're gone.
Hey, what's up, Bela? Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum assalam. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's up with you?
Well, I just finished work.
Yep. Yep, they're about to occupy the whole thing, and let's see what happens.
Is that confirmed?
Yeah, I mean, it was passed in the Knesset there. It's 75% is already under occupation, just 25% more to go. But he was crying in that article about.
What usually happens in that case? So the Gazans now, what's going to happen to them?
I don't know. So according to that Times of Israel article, Trump did say about the what is it called? According to Axios, Trump did say about. Mitch, there's a lot of noise from the microphone. Yeah. So according to Axios article, it talked about that Trump is worried about getting milk to the baby, about the mothers and the babies. I don't know. That's the only thing he's worried about. And they did talk about the humanitarian aid part of the thing, but they don't have a proper plan, right? But the issue is GHF is literally funded by, and he said he wants the Arab nations and European countries to come and help America, with this aid and whatever. He doesn't want to be real responsible for it. Even though he provided them weapons, here, go kill people.
Yeah.
America is basically complicit, is responsible behind this weaponry.
So are they planning, just so I can get this clear, are they planning that, like, they're going to occupy more Gaza and build, in Gaza and have just like Tel Aviv and Israel?
I don't know. So there were 22 Knesset members, right? They had a bill that was passed by the defense minister for them to go survey the land, northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements in the future. So by the looks of it, anything's possible. Once they're in, they ain't leaving.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to get the hostage, but I think the hostages will be killed.
It was never about hostages.
Yep. It's never about the hostages.
Correct. They don't care. They just want to kill. And they don't want to be stopped. There's been a protest inside Israel who were against that. And they want to get the hostages back. Can I say something? Why now? Why not 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? No, they don't really care. Now they can see there was destruction for Iran and the world are standing up and hated them. Now all of them going no protest? Ridiculous.
been protesting before the 7th of October against. It was a minority, a smaller number against Netanyahu. And suddenly the 7th of October happened, and you know, and the rating for Netanyahu went up. Even the leftists that did not want Netanyahu, they sided with Netanyahu because he was fighting Hamas. And then now the rating kind of went down, and then it's getting big. You know, so every time he fights Hamas, they all agree on it. This is the problem with these Zionist criminals, you know, the baby killers. And so they did protest, but now they're, you know, but they have a problem with internal affairs. And Leila, you know those people that are protesting, you know, against genocide, whatever. One thing I don't get, right? The Israeli settlers, they're literally, you know, having their kids lay down on the road to stop the aid from going into Gaza. Jordan complained about this the second time.
Yeah.
And those people that are protesting against genocide, these guys are such hypocrites. They don't even have the balls to stand up against the settlers.
They say they're against the genocide, Amir, but they also want their hostages back. That's the whole thing. It's
Yeah.
like
They don't care about the Palestinians.
Yeah. But they have to say we want peace. You know, we want this war to stop because we want our hostages back. They don't care about the Palestinians. Did you see the images? And there was also a video of one of the hostages where he's also starving, and they made him dig his own grave.
Yeah. That triggered them. That pissed them off.
Yeah.
They come in here, they talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
I'm like,
And you're starving Lazarus, so
yeah, no, they said that it's Hamas starving them. The guy that handed them a can of bean. I went back and forth with Samson. Remember that idiot Samson that comes in here?
yeah.
He goes, how come that guy was healthy? That guy was buffed up. I said, do you think that I didn't know he was whether he was taking protein shake, protein bars. We don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, these people that come up with these weirdest fucking arguments, I can't believe it. Oh my god. That's what it is, but
I was having a chat with someone today who's into this whole IT business, and we're talking about the next steps for AI. They're going up there, like they're actually gonna replace doctors, educators. You can walk down the streets and see an AI where you think it's a human. Does that make sense? So I asked a question, and he's like, so it's gonna obviously become a big thing, but then it's gonna crash down eventually. I'm like, what about in regards to wars, and how's AI gonna play a part in that? It's like each country, they'll set it up into their own, they have their own setup, how they want it to run, and that's it. AI is just, it goes by codes and by numbers, and yeah. So it's going to be very, very interesting that this is going to come up, especially because it's big in America. How it's all going to, maybe they're going to get AI to, build Leza again for them. You never know.
you mean they're gonna have a large enough 3D printer?
Oh, yeah.
3D printer.
That's wild. I like to see that.
You've seen a 3D printer, right, Zero?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a house idea I'd like to do myself. If I could borrow that printer, please.
Look, Levy, come on up, man. Not the balls to come up, engage. Instead of freaking, sitting in the audience all day long, getting triggered by this rule.
IDF is doing fine. IDF is committing suicides right now.
Yeah, they're committing suicide, and they're tired. They're tired of this whole thing, but what do we do? Netanyahu just wants them to keep fighting.
Look at this Netanyahu. That Netanyahu, he looks like, I don't know, he comes across, he's like the Antichrist, honestly. All the characteristics that he has.
They were calling
I mean,
Trump guys?
Yeah, I think kind of both of them.
Which one is the one?
Both of them, I would say. I don't know. I have to feel that guy, is the Antichrist, trust me. And he is the worst being that ever walked on the planet, or will walk ever on the planet Earth.
Yep. But there could be more than one Antichrist, you know. We just don't know which one is it. Trump is tired. You know, he wants to get out. He's like, what do I do? He was asked, are you okay with that?
Trump wants to enjoy his time being a president. He only became a president January this year.
He's a dicker. I'm going to start a deep state. Yeah, what is it? He licked the asses now. Oh my God. I don't know. I think they should really, shoot him in the head for that. Honestly, if something happened to him, it's only fair.
Trump literally wants a legacy. I mean, if you go
What
back,
legacy when the whole world hates you? Look when the whole fucking
why
world hates you.
he even ran for presidency? It was a dinner in White House, and Obama specifically made fun of him in front of so many people. From that moment, Trump is obsessed to get a legacy to prove that he's better than Obama. And Obama has a couple of legacies. He has a legacy with the healthcare that Trump couldn't do anything about. He had a legacy with Iran, which Trump came and fucked it up. But Trump doesn't have any legacy. Like first presidency ended up in COVID, and this presidency doesn't seem it's going anywhere.
Is it true they can only run for being a president twice only?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so this is
the
his last time.
Constitution. Yeah, because FDR was 4 times, and after that they put it in a Constitution that is limited to 2 times. So
Yeah,
Trump
so
is
he
out.
wants to go down in history.
Nobody wants to change the Constitution, David.
You cannot.
He wants to change it.
Yeah, he wants. You have to ratify by 2/3 of states, and it's impossible.
Trump is a hostage. He's honestly a hostage.
I mean, they got something on him. They got something on him, right? I mean, can you imagine?
Yeah.
So we have FEMA here. Yeah, we have FEMA here. He wanted to put the $1.9 billion, right? The FEMA disaster organization. That you cannot boycott Israel. Like, because of the disaster, so many millions of people can be killed, right? He wants to hold the money, and if you boycott Israel, we're going to take the money away. And then even and then he had to walk back on his statement 3 hours later. And then Canada said that we're going to recognize Palestine state. He goes, if you do that, we're going to have a tariff war. Like, what's on those files? I think there's something on the file that connects Israel and a lot of the politicians together. If it was to get released, oh my God, something the hell will get loose. And what else was that? Oh yeah, the Ghislaine Maxwell, the sidekick of Epstein. She was actually told. She was sent to minimum security prison. I wonder why. Are they gonna kill her, or what's the deal?
Definitely, Epstein files is a big thing. Also, I think when it comes to Israel, Trump wants this Ibrahim Accord to be the reason that there will be a peace. So, like any states and going like against this, like for example, if Canada recognized Palestine without U.S. permission, is basically against Ibrahim Accord, right? So that is the challenge that Trump has right now. Trump really wants a Nobel Prize, wants a Ibrahim Accord, wants something to go down the history, not down the toilet. So that is
Well,
the
he's
problem.
going down the history as the next Hitler, I think.
Not only that, like,
No,
even
Trump is a big
Americans-
fart. Trump is a big fart in history. Like 10 years from now, nobody will even remember.
what about, there's literally states in America where teachers get paid $15 to $16 an hour, and that's education. And this cunt is sending billions to a country that has nothing to do. America didn't start this war. Americans have nothing to do with this. Why sending billions to Israel. They have something on him. He has to do it. That's why I say he's a hostage.
No, the reason that US does this thing, this is a problem in US. Like for example, politicians send these monies to Israel, and then Israel send those monies back to US to like part of it, not all of it, to elect these politicians. Do you see the chain here? So in US, politicians really, in order to be elected, they need to raise money. That's how. For example, in Taiwan, for politicians to be elected, they have to raise a signature. You have to go and gather signature. But in US, you have to gather money. So if you don't gather money, you don't get elected. So you don't even go on ballots. So a lot of these politicians send money to Israel, and part of this money comes back for these politicians to be elected. So this is a chain that the economy. I said these people
So
in
would
Israel
you
they
say
create money.
would you say that the world's strongest country, you know, with power and everything is controlled by Israel? They've got them by the balls.
I wouldn't say it's they got them by the balls. I say they know how to play the game, the U.S. politics games. They are really good at playing these games. Other countries can't play this game, like Saudi Arabia can play this game. I mean, they're doing pretty good. I mean, right now in Middle East, I think Saudi Arabia, look at this MBS. He's literally a person which did, what did he do? Khashoggi. That, for any politician, that was the end. But right now, he's doing very good. I mean, Saudi Arabia, because they're doing the American politics. You have to play American politics. And Jews play pretty good. I mean, Israelis. I want to distinguish between them. It's not like if Muslims start playing the politics of US, you can easily change the direction. I don't see it as Israel is taking United States by balls. I don't see it that way. I see that they know how to play the game. It's a game. US politics is a game. You just have to play it. Whoever plays better wins. I mean, you should be capitalism. You cannot be like a socialist country, like for example China. You cannot be China or Soviet Union. You have to be capitalistic system. So the ideology of United is capitalism. Once you have that ideology, then you can play the game.
Yep, I mean, you have to play your cards right, you know. If you don't play your cards right, especially, you know, at the government level, it can go sideways. And if it does happen, but a lot of these nations, they're coming out, they're about to recognize the Palestine as a state. But I don't know, where do we go from here? What's next? I just don't get it. What, I mean,
I
so
don't think
is there,
Benjamin Netanyahu cares about other countries recognizing Palestine as a state. Like, he's gone way too far doing stuff that no one agrees on.
yeah, no, I mean, they got scared and they started calling them, like, even Germany wanted to recognize the Palestinian state there, they started calling them Nazi, whatever. It was in a reporting time of Israel, ministers. So what they did an emergency annexation plan in the Knesset. It's a non-binary, right? It was just for the show, to get a reaction out of America and see what America is, how is it going to respond. But then Trump, his campaign when he was going from state to state, this lady, she actually funded this campaign, $100 million, and she wants Trump to help them annex the West Bank. And Arkansas, the state of Arkansas, they already passed a ruling. They're calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria. And in Americans, in the Congress, there's a bill. If it gets passed, they'll call it Judea and Samaria. And
Mayor, how you doing, pal?
what's up, Mark?
I'm Harrison, if you remember.
Yeah, what's up with you? You got
Yeah, I'm doing good. I've been looking for Ludwig for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You can probably find him in other rooms. So what I was saying was, in Arkansas, they passed a bill. They're calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria, and they're calling what else? Oh yeah, they what was it? Oh yeah, they even built a little area called white supremacist land. I guess God promised them that piece of land, right? So there's about, I think, 70 families or 100 people are living on that land, and it's just full of nothing but the racist, white supremacist piece of shit that are living there. And I think people like that normal, right? And people that are, not from that land, and they are from Ukraine, Poland, or whatever, they should just live with these people. Arkansas, and they respect the white people, and that's the way to go. But anyways, that's where we're at right now. Yeah, by the way, maybe.
Did you hear about Benjamin Netanyahu sanctioned Australia?
Yeah, you told me. So what is the sanction for?
Where Australians can't travel to Israel. That's pretty much it.
No, but why did he do the sanction on Australia?
Because first of all, Albanese was one of the countries recognized in Palestinian state, and also that the 300,000 protest at the Harbour Bridge really triggered everyone because he allowed it.
That's funny. Thursday, that was it?
Yeah. Damn, I was dying to go to Tel Aviv.
Wow. See. There's officials. There's officials. You wouldn't believe it. There's actually travel ban against two far right cabinet, right? The National Security Minister Mar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. That's one of the reasons. So Australia joined the UK, Canada, and New Zealand and Norway, and issuing.
They're not allowed to enter Australia.
These are genocidal maniacs. The sanctions were imposed due to their roles in inciting extreme violence, supporting illegal settlement expansion, and policies violating undermining Palestinian rights and two-state solution. So the second reason, was earlier in July 2024, Australia sanctioned 7 individual Israeli settlers and the extremist Hilltop Youth Group for involvement in violent attacks on Palestinians, including beatings, torture, and sexual assault. Right, and then this was reported in Al Jazeera and Guardian and ABC. What else do we have? And these measures are, they're violation into a court of justice, ruling deeming Israeli settlements illegal under international law. Australia's justification and response, Foreign Minister Penny Wong emphasized the targeted nature of the sanctions. They were aimed at violent individuals and individuals and groups and not the Israeli state to uphold international human rights norms and working toward a two-state solution. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese explained that while Australia still supports Israel's right to exist, it expects adherence to international obligations and the protection of basic human rights. International national reaction and tensions. Israel's government condemned the sanctions as outrageous, with its foreign minister pledging to respond diplomatically. The The United States, particularly Secretary of State Marco Rubio, criticized the move, calling it extremely unhelpful and warning it could undermine U.S.-led peace efforts. Australian advocacy groups such as Australian Centre for International Justice welcomed the sanctions as a meaningful step toward accountability. Yeah, so it was like the settlers was number one reason, right? And the two ministers they can't go, right? And even their assets freeze. So whatever I don't know, did they own anything in Australia? Ben Gavion's mortgage?
I haven't looked into it.
If they own,
That is a big thing for them.
yeah,
But I mean, you know what? I actually forgot to tell you guys. After that protest on Tuesday, there was an attempted school shooting at Islamic private school.
really?
The whole school was under lockdown. It's a school that obviously my nephews go to. The kids were hiding under the table for like 30 minutes after that protest.
Crazy. These people. So who did it? Like who was sure?
Islamophobic. It's Islamophobic. He came in the morning because it's a private school. Like security is, higher. He came in the morning and he couldn't enter the gate, and he was asking them like, why do you teach the Quran? And obviously he couldn't enter. He waited in the afternoon. There was a school excursion, so the bus had to come in, and he drove straight in after the bus. And he was loose inside the school with a gun. And Australian history, it's not like it's unfortunate in America that's happening a lot. We've never had that before. It's like we actually never had that before. So everyone that happened on Tuesday, it was a big thing. And he's local, and he got caught.
So the Australian did the shooter was you said that was Islamophobe. Was he a Jew?
We don't know yet. But you know why? Because it's not on the news yet. I don't know why they don't want to put it on the news yet. The whole school was under lockdown. None of the parents could enter.
Easiest Islamophobia, that's why it's not on the news.
Oh, I'm waiting. On Monday, I'm calling the news myself. He was actually Australian, Levy. He was a whitewashed Australian. He got caught, so you can't say he's one of our own or. He's a whitewashed Australian redneck that went into a school that wanted to kill kids.
So you say this is happening right now,
It happened on
Leslie? Leila? You said it's happening right now?
Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday it happened.
Yeah.
So they got him.
Oh, yeah.
So they got
Yeah.
him. No, nobody got hurt then.
No, thank God.
Yeah, right? Bunch of maniacs out there, man. They're all out there. she supposedly committed suicide in April, which is bullshit. She was the most vocal one, the one that, she's the one that, Epstein took from Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa, and then took her, and then right away, him and his girlfriend started raping her. You know what I'm talking about? The girl Virginia? No. You don't know the whole story, right? But Epstein? But anyway, it kind of looks a little bit like her. That's why I did it. I made it kind of look like her. Because that's all she wanted, man. And then all of a sudden, oh, she committed suicide. Bullshit.
So you are doing this with AI, Zero?
Yeah.
This is power. This is what can help Palestinian win. These stories that these IDF people are doing or settlers are doing to Palestinian using AI to make it graphic and then push it up American consciousness. That will really be playing your cards right. I mean, as an idea, I don't know, it's up to you. Like, if you can advertise, like, people, each person has a little talent. Like, somebody provide a story, somebody bring the AI capability. Like, I know some computers, but somebody which can organize these strengths together. And you can make videos and just keep pushing it into YouTube and advertise for it. I think that is what will win eventually this war. Who is on the right side of history? Anyway, I need to go. Take care, guys.
Oh, by the way, also that girl Virginia Guffrey, she's the one that, what is King Charles's brother Andrew had to pay the millions of dollars to. That's the same girl that he had to pay the millions of dollars to her.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, for the Epstein thing. Yeah.
God, these sick fucks, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, a little bit of an update. Amr, I was not expecting this from Starmer so quickly, but he's right now speaking out against Israel's invasion plan. I don't think Amr is there.
I think I hear in the background. I know, man. For him, it's only like 1:30 or something over there, but
Yeah.
people on the East Coast is like 4 something. You're in the States, right? Sam, right now?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
in
I'm over here.
Texas. So
Texas, okay, so you're at like, what, 2:30 or something?
it's 3:30 for me. It must be like
Oh, 3:30.
5:30 for you, right?
No, I'm in Asia right now. I'm at 4:30 in the afternoon.
4:30 though. That's crazy.
Yeah, 4:30 in the afternoon.
Man, every time I get into the room, you guys make me miss Singapore so much.
Yeah, we were just talking to this young man, Andrew. I don't know if you ever talked to him. You were in the room with him, right? because he has a job offer for Singapore. And I was like, take it, man, take it. Singapore is a nice place to live.
Yeah.
It's not like Thailand or Philippines or Cambodia or whatever else. If I went two countries to go to, it would be either Malaysia or Singapore. That's about it.
No, 100%. I I'm still trying to decide the country I would go to settle down for the rest of my life, but dude, one thing's for sure, America ain't it for a calm, a calm, I would say older life. Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to go to Europe, a lot of Americans are going to Malta.
Malta.
I saw that this couple that does videos about it just yesterday. And they're like, welcome to, I think, Gozo or Gozo, I think it's called. And let me show you how we can live here on $3,000 or whatever it was a month or whatever. It was real low. And, it was beautiful looking. And Portugal's another place people go to. They like it. Spain. Spain's another place people are going to a lot. A lot of retirees, man, when they get out of as soon as they hit retirement age, they leave, man. They leave. This big expat community, that all over the place, you run into them all the time.
Man, I cannot wait until I get the experience to become an expat. The moment I do, I'm gone.
What do you do for a living? You do anything where you could become a nomad?
I'm
A digital
cybersecurity.
nomad? Oh yes. Cybersecurity. See, you could be a digital nomad then, right?
Yeah, 100%. But the problem is right now, I don't have, I just barely got out of college. It's only been like 3 years, right? So it's gonna take me, I think, like another 3, maybe 4 years to get into anything expat, the cybersecurity wise. I think, yeah, go ahead.
So you weren't on your job during COVID, right? Yet.
Yeah,
You
no,
were
I
still
was
in
in
college.
college. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask you how are you working from home, or can you work from home? Because if you can, people need to sit down with their boss and say, boss, you're spending X amount of dollars on me here. If I become a digital nomad, say in Bali, if you give me like just $2,000, $3,000 a month for living expenses, it will save you for 2, 3,000 in living expenses, you can live like a king. That's on top of your salary, Tell your boss, I can save you a bunch of money. You send me to Bali. I'll work out of Bali.
See, my position is really unique in the sense that, like, how do I put it? I'll put it like this. So my company does work with Israel. Okay. So right now, it's a lot of the workforce that I was working with for the past like 6 months, especially that in Israel, have been laid off, right? So, uh, especially like with my bosses and everything, they're recalibrating to figure out like what they want to do, everything like that. They're just keeping work from home for at least people in my team. You know, um, they said we deserved it. As for expat, one of the reasons why they chose me was because of my U.S. citizen designation, and they got kickbacks for it. So they don't want to let that go. Um, I've tried having a conversation, especially with my bosses. They're completely fine, but the company themselves don't want to sponsor an expat in my position. They said that I need more experience.
The CFO, Chief
Yeah,
Financial Officer, the one that makes the money decision.
yeah, I think so. I think it was the CFO that said that, but they were very specific on my experience.
Well, you're very young, man, so
Yeah,
you'll get it. When you get a little more experience, you can start making demands. Samsung and Intel, right? I don't know which company I don't want to
Yeah.
I don't want to get in dox you or anything. I get into the name of the
Yeah,
company
I
we're
wouldn't
working
say
with.
my company
Yeah.
specifically because right now it's pissed off the Israeli government several times.
Exactly. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But
A lot of these companies
yeah.
over there, yeah, a lot of foreign people are like closing it down because, financially. I mean, you can love the country, but if people are bombing your building and destroying your building, and you can't get work going over there, and the infrastructure is being messed up, get out.
It's not
If
even
you're an
that.
investor, get out.
It's not even that. Apparently, so one of the things is like, so they laid off the Israeli people specifically because they cited three things. One, they weren't doing the work, right? So they were just hemorrhaging money. Two, every time they they were trying to get something done or whatever, the government will randomly ask for something of a loyalty thing. And three, and this is where I was involved. Um, we had to give an exchange of information, but the problem is that every time, so this is very specific for both Turkey and Israel. They both of those countries are pretty much assholes to deal with when it comes to what information you're allowed to, um, you're allowed to give. And when we say hey, we can't give certain information because they don't pertain to your country or your citizens, Israel and Turkey are very specific in saying, no, we don't care. We want to take control of all of your information. So that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back. And they were because of all three events, we're just laying off the entire Israeli team.
Yeah, everybody does that. They want all the intellectual property.
Yeah. So good on the company for it, but yeah, it's still a pain in the ass to deal with. What's up, Kevin?
Anybody believe in here it should be a two-state solution?
Yeah, I believe majority of them believes it's a two-state solution.
Should have been like that years ago.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, matter of fact, 100 years since 1917.
Not in
No, but
1917.
why? You say 1917, why? In 1917, it was one place, and everybody was living together. But then you have the no. But 1917, those people were at home in Europe. So why would it be a two-state with people who live in another land? It's like right now I say, no, let me just finish this. Okay, let me just say I have my country here, and I call somebody in Japan. I say, hey, you Japanese, come over here, and we'll have two states. Why am I going to do that?
You have to just deal with inevitable, right? We all know Britain is a cause of a lot of shit that's going on around the world. Okay? India split into three countries because of who? Britain. The Middle East carve up with the French. Okay? They're the cause of that. After a while, you just have to see the writing on the wall. You can't stop it. So just agree. They should have just agreed to it, but they didn't want to. So now we in this mess, right? I don't believe the Zionist Jews should have came over there and take the land. You know what I'm saying? With the help of a superior country. You know what I'm saying? And then the British just left and said, oh, they can't build it. So they just left it up to the UN. Before it was the League of Nations. You know what I'm saying? So now you get a state that becomes a state. I mean, you get a nation that becomes a state in 48. Then you get the Six-Day War in 67. Now you still got this mess. Now you got radicalists running around, killing people in their settlements, taking land, and it's like nobody is just doing nothing about it. The UN is saying, oh, it's illegal, but you guys can't do nothing about it either. So now what?
No, I'm just saying, I can see people arguing for something now, but it's like in 1917 they weren't there. And so why? You know, I'm just saying, like, why would you call somebody up and say, hey?
A few of them
Yes,
were there. They were
yeah,
just
they were
living
living in
harmony.
peace.
Yeah, they were living in
Yeah.
peace. Yeah, but you had the problem is
So why did you need a two-state? You didn't need two states back then.
all right. The problem is
Okay.
you have an issue when you have a superior country comes into the region, carves up the land, saying, "Oh, look, okay, look, right? Jews never had control of that land since I could date back. I mean, the Egyptians had control of it. Who came next? Roman, and who came next? The Caliphates. They never had control of that land ever, from my knowledge. They never did. Now they think that, oh, we got the opportunity with a backing of a strong country, which is the U.S., that gives them 3.3 billion per year plus more. After a while, you just gotta have to give in, like every other freaking country did.
Oh, what do you mean give in? What does that mean?
India, they gave in. India gave in.
To whom?
To the Brit. To the Brit. Oh my gosh.
The British are there now?
No, they left.
Now?
No, they left, but they
So they didn't give in.
They did give in because their country got split into three. That's giving in.
Well, it got split. Yeah, but they didn't give in because the British are not in either one of the three.
How is not giving in if the country split into three? It used to be all India. Then it was East Pakistan,
Yeah.
West Pakistan, and India. Then it changed to Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. All because a couple of Caucasian people don't understand the region. They don't understand the ethnic background. They don't understand the religion. They try to force Christianity onto a bunch of Hindus, which they have one of the oldest religion known to man. They come over there, fuck shit up. Then you had Mahatma Gandhi around that time telling them, yo, you need to leave. You're causing too much chaos. They didn't leave until after World War II.
1948.
Exactly. So, that's giving in. You allow somebody to infiltrate your country, tell you guys how you should live. You fought. You lost. And then after a while, you just gave in and said, you know what? And then now you got other people that's there. They believe, oh, we should have our own country. We're Muslim. We're not Hindus. And then you get this mess. Now you got two countries that they don't even agree with each other. And actually, you guys are the same people, just with different religions. So to me, that's giving in. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, like look at the French. I mean, Vietnam kicked them out. Algeria kicked them out. You know, friggin' Niger just kicked them out last month.
Right. So and then you have a situation ongoing right now between Cambodia and Thailand, arguing over border dispute. All that it's European cover, creating a line, and then they leave the area in disarray, and then have the locals fight over for what?
Yeah, but again, I'm just saying that when you said 1917, that's where I was like, what? Because it's like I said, if they're not there, you can't have a two-state solution with someone who's not there.
Well, it wasn't a two-state solution at that time. It wasn't thought of.
I mean, you can't even have the idea of one because they're not there. They don't exist
Well, I don't think
until they come over.
No, you can't say they wasn't there. They were there, some of them, but it was just predominantly Islam in that region.
Yeah, but they didn't want a nation. They just wanted to live there. They didn't want a nation. There was a Zionist who came up with this idea in Europe.
Yeah, we know that. They was from England. Both
Yeah,
of
so
them.
the Zionists started this idea of having a state and building a state. And
Well, actually, it started with a dream from a journalist, a Jewish journalist. His name is Herzl or something like that. It started from him. And they had three choices of which land they wanted to see where they could go. It's Palestine, Argentina, and I think it was a country in Africa.
like Uganda or something like that.
Yeah, something like
Some
that.
crazy
So,
place over there.
yeah, Yeah, so he had a dream, and the only place he ever been to was Palestine. One time in his whole life, from what I read. So he had a dream, and you gotta remember, Jews across Europe were being ostracized. They're being kicked out everywhere they go.
That's their own problem. That's
Yeah, it is
You
a
know,
problem. It is a
that's
problem.
not a Palestine problem. That's your own problem. If you're being kicked out over there and they mistreat you over there, then you got to deal with it over there. That's not the answer, man. That's like Trump today, man. He wants Nigeria.
So let's just say this.
Okay.
If the British, it's either two things. The British and French don't come into the area, seize control of the area from the Ottoman Empire, who caused mass genocide on the Christian Armenian people, right? So if they don't take over, you're still underneath somebody. They will have to deal with that empire. That empire no longer exists. Now it's modern day Turkey. So what choice do you have? You still would have been under control over somebody would have been under control over you.
Bro, I'm back real quick. I think the British actually decided not to give them a state. You should go read up the Peel Commission report and the White Papers 1939. You see what I'm saying? They decided not to give them a state. The state was created by terrorizing the countries. They even approached Hitler in 1940 to 41. You see what I'm saying? To get help from the Nazi, to get rid of the British mandate leader and whatnot, because they were getting in their way to creating their Jewish state. And that's why they did a whole bunch of attacks in 45, 46, and in 47. You see what I'm saying? And even that partition plan that they came up with by the UN, that was, Harry S. Truman was a U.S. president. He was terrorized. He received letter bombs in the mail. His daughter wrote it in her book, and received 1 million postcards to terrorize the F out of the president of America, and that's how he was part of the UN partition plan. And the Arabs, they argued it was unfair from the jump because they got a smaller piece of a pie, and because they were majority in population. But the Jews, right, they were in minority, and they got a bigger piece of a pie. You see what I'm saying? And the next day, when you see inside in 1947, they started ethnically cleansing Palestinians from one village to another to another.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, the Nakba, it turned into a full-blown war in 1948. You see what I'm saying? But if you look at the Zionists, they always bring up this point that, no, it was a war, they fought, and we won the war. Even the war wasn't even freaking equal, because the war, they had less than 40,000 soldiers on one side, which was the Arabs, and some of the Arabs didn't even have proper uniforms. They didn't even have the proper equipment to fight the stupid war. And all these other Zionists, they actually were trained. They worked for a whole bunch of other, fighting, whatnot. They had the weapons and whatnot. They had access to a whole bunch of shit.
The French and British just.
You see what I'm saying?
The British just messed that area up. The French
and
Syria.
And guess what? After they won the so-called war, the UN mediator comes around. His name was Bernard in 1948. He comes around and they want to, mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews, right? He writes a bunch of reports. He's trying to communicate with both of the parties. He was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by who? Jewish militia again. And this is how IDF was formed, from Jewish militias.
Right, but
So,
you think if Nasser would have still been alive, you think he'd have, galvanized all the Arabs in that area?
Yeah, but I think it has nothing to do with being Arab or whatever. The Arabs, they were able to coexist with them. They did not want, these people mass migrating into that land. They didn't have a problem with the smaller piece of a pie, the small numbers of people coming into the land. They had a problem with the mass migration. You see what I'm saying?
Nobody really knows who owns that land. Nobody. This come on, man. This conflict been going on since way beyond me. Way beyond everybody in this room. Nobody from that era is even alive today. And this shit's still going on. And it shit will continue to keep going on. Beyond us. Now you bombing Iran. You know what I'm saying? You're doing all this actionless. You're bringing America into this freaking mess we shouldn't even be a part of. saying that, oh, we should protect Israel. He don't even know what the fucking shit means. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know, man. I see why they hate America. It's disgusting, man. It's very disgusting. How you could just starve out people for 3 months and think that shit is okay. That's disgusting. These people so believe in God that God will punish them. And they so believe in God because you don't do that this shit to people. If you want to fight a militia, Hamas or Houthis or Hezbollah, all right, fine. But to starve out a population and then lie and say, oh, well, it's Hamas that's stealing the food. Okay. So Hamas is stopping aid from sea, air, and land. That's crazy.
Thing is, when you say for 4 months, that's crazy. You should have been never that long.
Yeah, it was
I'm surprised we just sitting back and watching like it's normal. It's every other day.
because America aids this foolishness and has been aiding this foolishness since '67. The only president that didn't want to deal with this problem was JFK. Oh, miraculously, he gets shot in the fucking head. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every other president after him, they enable this shit. Told them, oh, we got close allies over there. What is over there that you want? Oil? You do business with Saudi Arabia. So, like, what's the problem? You topple a
They're
government,
gonna make
you want a
resorts
regime,
out of there, man.
you topple a government, you want a regime to like you because you want to put a puppet government to agree with everything you say. And once they say no one time, they terrorists. They do that shit to every country. That's how they got Patrice Lumumba out of presidency in Republic of Congo.
Now, for serious though, where y'all see the world going ahead in the next 10 years?
Israel is going to forever be in war. And sooner or later, their aid is going to stop. Countries are going to get fed up. You have a few that's getting fed up right now. They're going to get fed up, and then you guys, they're going to be isolated, and you're not going to get any help, and then you're going to be crying. That's why mainstream media cannot criticize them because now they call you anti-Semitic. Fuck we criticize you for? How are we anti-Semitic?
I think that's changing.
No, it's not changing yet because people are going outside of mainstream media.
It's starting to change.
Until CNN, BBC News, Fox,
I don't think nobody listens to that no more.
I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of people that listen to
There's a bunch of old heads that's we doing that.
Yeah, did you hear what Marjorie Taylor Greene was said about that? He said that Fox, you know, who's lying to the what do you call the boomers, you know, Republicans, and CNN who's lying to the boomer, you know, Democrats. She knows, man. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she knows.
Yeah, but is she lying?
They're lying. Nobody caught up on that.
She only likes it when they talk good about her. You know, that's what they like. As soon as they criticize criticize you, they full of shit. Oh, they this, they that. Because they've been criticizing them, both. You know what I'm saying? So now she's coming back after them. But she's not wrong in what she's saying. You cannot starve out a mass majority of innocent people that has nothing to do with what Hamas is doing. You can't do that shit, man. You can't fuck who you are. And then they want to throw out, oh, the Holocaust, mass genocide in Poland, Auschwitz and Warsaw. Okay? Nobody's complaining. You don't hear the Armenian people complaining when the Ottoman Empire did it to them. They don't complain, and that's one of the oldest Christian countries in the world. Nobody's complaining. They just go on with their lives, and that's it. Majority of the Israeli prime ministers, the former ones, they're not even from there. Their background is Ukrainian. One, their first present prime minister, Polish. So like what are we doing here? Even Netanyahu, he's Ukrainian background.
Milikowski, he's from Poland. Mr. Milikowski, that's his real name.
That's his real name. He's Polish. I thought he was from a
Yeah.
Ukrainian background.
No, Milikowski. That's
You
his
know,
real
the
name.
funny thing is how all these people, all of them, they're atheists.
I'm not gonna say.
God wrath is about to hit them. That's right. Are they doing that in the Holy Land? They're playing with fire. I hope they know that.
I put it like this, right? Israel is too late. They too late. They starting to do this in modern time, which is like by brute force and colonization of the land. They're too late. They should have been around in the 1800s. That was the time for people to do that. Because that's what a lot of countries were doing, especially European countries. Too late.
So, do you think that there's what do you think about America and Epstein files, and we have the Trump in bed with Zionist entity? Did you vote for Trump, by the way?
No. But I'll tell you like this though. Whatever's in that Epstein file that he's so a little bit scared of, I'm pretty sure the Zionists probably helped him out. Listen, because remember, when he saw those videos of those Palestinian children, I mean, you could see they freaking skeleton. And he's like, come on, man, you can't fake that, man. These kids are being starved. And he says that, and then all of a sudden, within a couple of days later, you tweet, well, hand over the hostages, and then the war will stop. Yeah, okay. Obviously, like, they kind of stopped that shit. So now, and then he comes out and says, oh, that file will never get out.
But it's not about the hostages, right?
I don't
Now-
think so either.
Can you imagine if Hamas had the access to the file? And can you imagine what they can do with the tribe? That would have been good, huh? The Hamas could control the outcome of this war if they had the access to this file. And I think that's what it is. But is it one party that has access to it, or is it multiple parties like throughout the world that they hacked into the system?
Probably the Jews is the only one who got it. The Zionists. Remember, Epstein used to go back and forth.
They got no
Yeah.
face, man. They probably give it to all the other people. If shit goes away.
But
You know that.
this situation is beyond Epstein, man. I just feel like if we cut, I'm not saying completely stop all aid, right? But if you slash that shit down, or you force them, ceasefire, or we stop an aid immediately, and you truly your word, and you stop that shit coming in 2 months, that's gonna cripple their economy. I mean, they got crippled a little bit. Look what the Yemenis did. Started bombing some of their ships. And they felt it.
10 more days, I think it would have been flattened. The whole Tel Aviv guy is a state called Israel.
Israel doesn't want to tell America that they have nuclear arms. You don't think that's fucking weird? Every other country is listed that have nuclear arms, even North Korea.
America know they got it, man.
Yeah, but you're supposed to tell. You're supposed to say something.
They know, but you're trying to blind their eye to it.
Every other country is on the list. How many countries have nuclear arms? Okay, so we have Pakistan, we have India, we have North Korea, we have China, we have England, um, Russia, America. Israel's the only one that's lying. I feel like Iran should get nuclear arms.
Trust me, they
Now,
do.
for them to be using it,
They low-key dudes out here. Trust me, they low-key dudes out there. I don't know yet.
I'm pretty sure they got it, but if listen, countries that get nuclear power, they don't, nobody fucks with them. You don't see nobody invading North Korea. Nobody wants to take that chance.
No, that's not the way. That's why they probably know.
No, I'm just saying, if you're, listen, like, look, if everybody in here had their own country, right, and only a few of us get nuclear weapons, right, and then somebody in here just decide, I want nuclear weapons too, because I don't want you big powerhouse super countries coming in here, invading me whenever you feel like it. So if I get nuclear power and nuclear weapons, you're going to think twice. Since the 50s, has anybody invaded North Korea since the 50s?
Anybody.
Exactly.
But you know, do you see better in their life?
Say that again.
They stuck in the same way.
Yeah, they could be stuck in the same way, but nobody wants to invade North Korea because they have nuclear power. You don't hear no countries. They want to topple the government, but they don't even know how to do it. They don't know what to do. You go ahead and try and see. It's going to be a nuclear freaking fight. He pushing that button, so nobody wants to take that chance.
I didn't got a big Tony's.
Yeah, he's cool. He's like, yeah, I'm crazy. I'm crazy, I'm crazy. You let him know, I don't know what to tell you, man. I just know I'm crazy. I'm crazy.
Nobody wants to
And
take
you
that
better
chance.
be ready to die when you come on this side.
I got the gun. I got the gun. You see the guy in the bar. I got the gun.
Now,
Oh shit.
Now, I don't think he's foolish enough to use his nuclear power against somebody else because he knows the repercussions behind it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I just don't want none of you idiots coming in here invading when you feel like it. And it's a scare tactic. Like, yo, I feel like you're going to topple my government. You're going to try to get me out of there. You're going to try to get somebody you like and then change the whole shit and maybe try to unite South and North Korea together again. No, this is not going to happen. So come in and you try that.
Believe in a world where Russia and this other niggas are leading China, they will probably unite.
You hear all of them in Congress. They talk. You hear them when you listen to them. I was watching Ted Cruz with Tucker Carlson. He's basically saying, I don't wanna go into war with Russia. Yeah, we know why. We know why.
Sam, you're right about that. I think the EU, if the EU, European Union, puts a freeze on Israel, Daniel, what do you think that would do?
It will cripple
I think
them
that's what-
slightly, but America is still sending $3.3 billion.
No, so
Yeah, but on the 7th of October, we have sent about 66 billion. Actually, it wasn't 66, it was more than 100 billion.
yeah, so just to speak more
Meanwhile,
about the
Washington
EU
D.C. looks
trade
like
freeze,
shit.
right?
It looks like a dump.
Just to speak more about the EU trade freeze. So basically, the idea that has been pitched is this entire war and make an extremely strict control, um, basically forcing Israel to bend the knee. And with that being the case, if Israel takes any more actions that do not align with human rights values, then further sanctions will be put on Israel, further destroying its economy. So they're basically just putting a leash on Israel and tightening it more and more if it doesn't do what they say, which is really funny, to say the least. Now, the there's another problem with this whole like EU trade thing, which a couple of analysts have been talking about. Israel is now trying to develop like in-house like what do you call those? Um, they're trying to make stuff in-house. I don't know what exactly they're trying to scale up in-house, other than missiles, but they're trying to cut off their reliance with the EU, and they're trying to open up trade with other places that are not the EU at this point, to combat this. So yeah, these sanctions are going to be devastating to Israel if they get put in place very soon.
But isn't it a race? I think that's why he wants to take over the West. But that's why they want to take over the West Bank and Gaza.
Oh, so it's a race thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a race thing because like you have multiple countries now going to the UN and said that they're going to recognize Palestine as a state.
Yeah.
And once that happens, oh, it's over now.
Yeah, so they're trying to do a 1-2 hit, right? So if they put the let me say it. If they put the sanctions on Israel and then immediately recognize the Palestinian state after they put the sanctions, basically it will cripple Israel enough to where they can't even fight the Palestinian state. And then further on, it will allow the Palestinian state to have the time to thrive and prosper, rebuilding itself. That's the argument laid out as of right now.
Daniel, what do you think about that? Sanctions on Israel. You think Israel will stop? No, I don't think they'll stop. Um, Now, if they do put sanctions, right? If they put permanent sanctions on Israel, what do you think about that? I think Israel will have to suffer.
The EU is anti-Semitic.
There's a lot of countries in the part of the European Union. That's going to be crazy for Israel. And Germany, one of the guys came from Germany. They said they were going to recognize Palestine as a state as well.
Germany said that.
Yeah, one of the guys from Germany said it. It was posted in Times of Israel.
So they
And
in September, right?
so one of the ministers started calling them Nazi. It was about time.
You see what I'm talking about? The only country in the world you cannot criticize, you're anti-Semitic. You're a Holocaust enabler.
Denier.
Oh yeah, denier. Yep. Enabler, denier, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
The Germans calling you Nazi, what do you mean?
So it was a Nazi regime that did that to you, not the actual German people.
So hold on, I want to just say this was it just came out. This is a quote from someone named Rivera, right, who actually has authority over this. She said, recognition is a good step forward, but it is not enough to build peace, stability, and respect. This is why we are advocating for the EU to completely put an entire freeze with any engagement to Israel, allowing the Palestinian state to be built while preventing prolonged suffering. Senior EU officials speaking with Reuters have described the Gaza humanitarian situation extremely severe, despite some progress, including increased fuel deliveries, reopened the routes with more aid trucks entering the strip. We cannot allow this to happen again. In fact, we must make sure this never happens again. Yeah, they're gearing up to make sure that whatever comes up, in the case of Palestinian state, Israel cannot fight back in any way, shape, or form. I think they're also looking to, um, affect the Israeli military.
The question is, why they had to come to this? Or this could have been addressed in '67.
Because of Israel's unique ties with America.
No, I
That's all
understand
that
that.
is.
Still, even if
Yeah, but the Gaza Strip was bigger than this. Okay, it was looking like an L shape from the maps of the old days. You know,
So,
and then once after the 6 Day War, they took more land.
yeah, so I'll just explain this, right? Israel's history with America, especially after Israel betrayed the USSR to be with America, is what kind of really started off and kicked off, especially with the involvement of Robert Maxwell, right? May he be cursed in his grave, and may God put him into the deepest pits of hell. Um, so he essentially made it to where that the lobbying groups were putting money into the hands of the politicians that would support Israel, so on and so forth. The understanding being that as long as there is a understanding of foreign policy that benefits Israel, right, then they will continue to get funding. This is an idea that Robert Maxwell called his, political child, right? Um, and because of this, and politicians wanting to win and reseat themselves, despite whatever party we're talking about, this is how Israel has kind of blossomed under the American government skies. Now, with this being said, however, that does not mean that it was always going to be immune to pushback. In fact, a lot of the things APAC does is it manages the people of Israel in the eyes of the Americans, while other lobbying groups in other countries does the exact same thing. They can't always protect all the news that comes out. And I think what's basically happened is that there has been a insane tsunami of information of what the hell Israel has been doing, to the point where people are able to see it, and these guys can't make them go away fast enough. There's not enough bullshit they can spew online to flip the narrative the other way. And mind you, everyone before Trump has basically told that, yeah, you need to your jets, you need to cool off, you need to walk back some of the things you've done. So we can continue to do this systematically in a proper manner, because they wanted to do it slowly. Trump, being the idiot that he is, sped it up, and now everyone can see it for what it is. So they're gonna lose everything just because they sped it up out of nowhere, and that's how we came to this.
So I do want to respond. Sam, by the way, U.S. was the first country to recognize. I'm talking to the Sam down in the audience, the Zionist Sam. U.S. was the first country to recognize the Jewish state. You gotta get your facts straight, instead of bullshitting. Since and even the UN partition plan, the U.S. was part of it. Amos is here. He's actually a Nazi. Yeah, let's talk to the Nazi. What's up with you, Amos? How you doing? Good morning. Are you okay today, Amos? Is it gonna be showering match again? You never answer any questions. I ask you a whole bunch of questions. You never answer a single question. You always ask who pays me, why I get paid, am I pooping, I poop here, I shit here on this fucking app.
So if you don't answer me, why should I answer you?
You never answer. I do answer you. I gave you a whole bunch of answers.
You never answer me. Who pay you to sit here all day?
I gave you the answer. You're just a Nazi. What do you want me to do?
That's the answer?
Yeah, well, I gave you the answer. Who paid me? Nobody paid me.
So you waste all your day to quarrel with people here, to block people?
That's it.
Thousand people.
That's it. answer any questions. You never answer any questions.
You expect me to answer what you want me to answer.
Yes, I ask you yes or no question, but you never answer any fucking questions.
There is no yes or no. It's for the
It's either yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
No, that's what you want. It's not what I will.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. Is Israel starving kids in Gaza?
No question, don't ask. It is yes, no, when I cannot respond.
Is Israel?
You give me the exam only to say yes or no. That's the only opportunity.
That's the only thing. Yeah. Yes, I don't want your stupid speech.
You don't want me to speak. You want.
No, you can speak. You can speak, but you have to say yes or no.
Lies and lies.
You can explain. Stop acting like a fucking Nazi. Actually, worse than a fucking Nazi.
I'm a Nazi.
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi.
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi.
No, worse than a Nazi.
Worse than a Nazi. What?
Yeah.
Do that I'm worse than a Nazi.
Yeah. You are worse than a Nazi.
What about you? Did you look in the mirror this morning? Did you look in the
You look in the mirror yourself, a Nazi? You look in the mirror yourself? You kill people? You want to kill 20,000 babies to save your fucking 20 hostages? I don't know what you're on about, man.
That says that you represent the Palestinian, even that you sit in a house, in an office, in the stage, with air condition, coffee, leg on leg, you sit and speak, you're not in Gaza, you don't have any connection to them. But you think you're intelligent, yes? You think yourself.
I know I'm intelligent.
You're so
Yeah.
more dummy,
So
liar.
it's a yes or no question again. Is Israel starving children?
There is no yes or no question.
Is Israel starving children?
You know the title in your picture. You know this tree under the flag. What is it showing this tree?
What is it showing? What kind of tree is it? Tell me.
I think you don't know. I know what is this tree.
No, I know what is this tree.
What is this tree?
Tell me, what tree is this?
I'll tell you after you tell me. What is
It's an olive tree. Olive tree.
this is an olive tree. It looks like Jolani's tree.
Yeah, it's not Jelani, it's olive tree that you steal. Your people, they steal that even the fucking olive tree from the West Bank. The thief, the settlers are a bunch of fucking thieves. They don't even leave the olive tree. They literally take it out of the root. And I actually try to look into it. And guess what they use? They bring in the equipment to fucking take it off the root. How the fuck would you take this tree out? You know? Like they're fucking thieves. And they're allergic to olive trees, by the way.
You stupid dummy. If you represent.
You are a fucking dummy. You are a fucking dummy.
Hamas or Hezbollah or Houthim, I don't know what to call
You're
them.
Kahanis, you know, you're the Kahanis.
Who do you represent? But let's say that you represent them. They choose those Palestinian leaders, by the way. It's not the Palestinians, it's the stupid leaders. They choose in a war. In a war, violently, you know, I'm stronger than you. You can say lies and lies, it is true, but in the real life, I'm stronger than you with my airplanes, with my tanks. Even there is, you know, what is Amos?
With your tanks, with your American tanks, American money, American begging America.
Do you know what is Amos in the
My
sky?
tax dollar, American tax dollar.
What is Amos in
Fucking
the sky?
dummy.
I ask you a simple question. Let's see if you know what is Amos 1 in the sky. In the sky, not in the ground, on the sky. What is Amos 1?
Amos wants to kill 20,000 babies to 20 hostages.
One in submarine in the sky. What you call the American when they say to send to the moon? What do you call this machine?
The rocket,
Not a rocket, a machine. You know, when people eat
satellite.
Satellite.
You want to say inside a satellite?
So there is a famous satellite from Israel, the first satellite of Israel, that's name is Amos 1. Let me teach you a little bit about Israel. This Amos 1 can see everywhere where you go. You can't run away from Amos 1. He control you. So there is Amos 1
to spy on people.
Exactly. So I
It's
just
exactly, it's okay to spy on people.
the Jewish people are more clever than the Muslim, you know.
You're not different than a fucking Nazi. That's a problem. You're just a Nazi.
They educated the people.
Yeah, Amos, Amos is,
You,
yeah.
let's say you,
you Zionist Nazi.
I suspect you are an Indian, you are not a Muslim, but let's
You
say
Zionist Nazi.
you, since you born, what your mother teach you when you were a little baby?
What did your mother teach you?
What she teach you is
What did she teach you? To kill Palestinians? How to fucking rape Palestinian kids?
And how to kill. What is ISIS did? What is
ISIS is literally funded by fucking Israel.
in the 7th of October?
7th of October. What happened before the 7th of October? Did you kill people? Did you kill innocent children?
5 years, they didn't learn nothing.
75 years.
So what happened in the 7th of October? Now
What happened on 7th of October? Animal directive happened. Animal directive happened.
20,000 children.
Yeah. The testimony, yeah. IDF was told not to show up at the border. You forgot about the testimony, huh? IDF testimony says that they were not, they were told not to cancel the, they were not, they were told not to show up at the checkpoints. You forgot about that, huh? Fucking idiot. I played the testimony. I played the clip for you the other day.
What? No, I don't play any clips.
I did play the clip yesterday for you.
I know them. I don't need
You're an idiot. You are a Nazi fucking idiot.
Every clip you put, like with two old people talking, joking, we keep Palestinian when we were young in 48.
I put the clip, hold on, I played the clip about the idea. It was in Hebrew. It was in Hebrew.
Then you clip a soldier, and I tell you that he was together with this soldier in the same place, even in
How do you know? Yeah, maybe he's arrived.
No, I heard
Maybe he's arrived. No, you weren't there on 7th of October.
everything you think you know, I know better than you.
You were not there on 7th of October. Stop.
As I told you.
You were hiding in your keyboard sneak.
You are so dummy. You're so stupid.
Were you driving a taxi on 7th of October?
I'm in the 7th of October was Saturday. Nobody's working on Saturday.
Okay, so you were sitting home. You were sitting home.
You're so dummy. You're so dummy.
You weren't going at the rape party, dancing with the girls?
The morning, kids and I give evidence. Give evidence that you don't know nothing about. You didn't check the evidence.
I did check it. I check it. Animal directive.
Nothing.
Animal directive.
So dummy, so stupid.
You are a dummy, stupid fucktard.
Lies and lies from the morning till night, sitting in clubhouse, saying lies and lies. And all the people are Hamasniks, yes, it's like Bibi Netanyahu sitting in the coalition, and all his ministers, yes, we sit with Bibi Netanyahu, like, obey to the king, that's his rule, you obey to the king. Everything is similar between you to Bibi Netanyahu. A lot of things very, very similar. I can call you Bibi Netanyahu, it will be the same.
I call you a Nazi, you're a Nazi.
Yeah, you call me from the beginning.
You're a Hitler. You're a Hitler.
You think you're better than Chucky? Chucky called
You think you're better than a Hitler? You're worse than a Hitler. You're worse than a Hitler. You are worse than a Hitler.
Who is better, you and Chucky?
I talk with facts.
Who hates me more, you or Chucky?
Shuki is mentally retarded truck driver. I'm not a truck driver. I don't smoke. He's a smoker. He's a crackhead.
Comparing between you and
Shuki is a crackhead. He's a piece of shit crackhead.
You are all dictators. You all.
Shuki is a piece of shit crackhead.
And if somebody don't agree with you, he's Hitler and Nazi and
I have the data. I played the clip the other day. You deny the fucking clip. You deny everything. I sent you a bunch of articles in the back channel.
Netanyahu, we just remove him. Where is he?
I sent you Times of Israel. I sent you Jerusalem Post. You deny everything. don't even look at Haaretz. You know, you don't even, all you care about, you listen to your stupid, disgusting radio that barely speaks about anything.
You know what is Haaretz? You know what is a newspaper Haaretz?
Yeah, yeah. You know when it was established? What year was it established? Go tell me. Tell me what year was it established?
I just want you to know what is a Haaretz in Israel. No, yes or no?
What year was it established?
You don't know that they don't
What year was it established? What year?
The leftists of the leftists, more leftists than me.
Yes, what year was it established?
So when you understand the head of those people who write in Haaretz, then you know who are the people and what subject they're writing about.
What year? What year was it established?
Nothing, not about Israel.
What year? What year?
And you think you come to teach Amos. You think, Amir will teach Amos.
You're a dummy, you're dummy.
Everything you come with me in any subject, I know better than you about subject you bring. Iton Haaretz, two old people who are talking, a soldier would, you have a lot of, you like to take a lot of gossip. And from this gossip, you make the truth and the only truth. And you don't know that your food is gossip. It's nothing. It's nothing in Israel.
Israel is full of criminals.
You find 80 years old, maybe 90 years old, two old people who speak what they did in 48, in 56. So they were, at that time, the same Muslims did a lot of much more awful things.
No, they did not. No, they did not. Muslim protected the Jews. Muslim protected the Jews. Muslim protected the Jews.
You're so dummy.
Muslim protected the Jews.
And then you take a soldier, a simple soldier, I don't know who he is, or what. He said about the chaos what happened in the 7th of October. You tell Amos, and I tell you my nephew is an officer in the 7th of October on the board. One of the spy soldiers who got killed. So you come to tell me, Amos, about what this soldier know or didn't know.
You were not there. You were not there. You were not there.
I don't need that to be
Okay, what happened? What happened on 7th of October?
Listen.
They lie all the time.
No, listen, learn to listen, you dummy, dictator. Learn to listen. I have all the records that my nephew give orders. I have it alive. I just don't know how to put it here, but I have it.
Where's it? Where's it? Give it.
I don't know. I can give you
Bring the evidence, man. We can't just take it and believe
I
it.
can give you evidence, Amir. I can give you.
So this was from who?
I'm famous.
Your nephew died right on 7th of October.
Yes, I'm famous.
So how did you get the clips? How did you get the clips?
I have his records. Well, orders.
Who gave you his record? Who gave you his record?
The army give me this record. Doesn't matter.
You don't think army lies? You don't think IDF lies?
How can they lie about the records when
Oh my God, they fucking lie all the time.
they go to the master and tell her our soldiers die in the war? They must tell her the truth. They give a record of their soldiers speaking. And they even say how good he was. And
So IDF never lies. IDF never lies, Amos.
That's what I'm saying. Why are you asking too many how? They always lie. We know that.
IDF never lies, Amos. IDF is infallible, right? They're honest, pious people that never lie.
listen, Amir, you are
How could they not?
you are a wash brain. You have your opinion and nobody can change your opinion. And I'm
Where's
not
the
so
evidence?
sure-
Bring the videos.
and I'm not so sure that nobody pay you for this opinion to sit here. I'm not so sure. Something is stinking in Amos's nose. Stinking. Why a person clever like Amir? I find myself looking after him. The first thing I come to Clubhouse, I find myself looking, where is Amir? Where is Amir? It's the first thing I do when I come to Clubhouse. Man, let's be honest.
They like
So
you.
you're not stupid. So you're not stupid. So you're not stupid. And now Sudani, Amir. You see Sud come, talk, he's five, and then he go. They come, fias, and then he go. You stay, sit here. You and AC, yeah? So let me understand, what are you doing here from morning till night? To pay you money for that. And before you give me a truth answer, I know if you are lying or not. Believe me, I'm enough experience in life to understand when you are lying or not.
I just told you I don't get paid almost. It's free. I do it for free. Because I care about the kids in Gaza. I care about the innocent people getting killed, the genocide. You know, that's why. I came from Twitter. You know Twitter?
But you don't care about the kids of Be'eri, and you don't care about the
I do.
And you don't care about the kids of Niri.
Almost. What kids? What kids? The combatant? The one with the gun? The one with the gun?
We don't care about the kids who go to dancing.
How many? So dancing, they didn't have the gun?
Yeah.
They never walked over to their cars to grab their gun.
Yeah. You just care about the
No, Amos, listen to the question. Listen to the question. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. Yes or no? Yes. The answer is yes. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. You know, they...
To answer you yes or no, I don't listen to your questions. So you can ask and ask.
Okay, my question to you.
Daniel and Hannah, look in the chat. Daniel and Hannah listening to you.
My question to you, at the rape party, right, where they're smoking, doing a whole bunch of drugs, right? Whole bunch of drugs. They're doing, you know, all types of drugs. And, you know, when this attack happened, right, the 7th of October, they did not go to their cars to grab their weapon because a lot of them have served in the IDF and they have weapons. They have open carry law. For the people that are reservists that have served in the military, did they walk over to their cars? Yes, no. To grab their weapon. That's my question. And the answer is yes, they did. They did go to their fucking car to grab their weapon. And the next thing, the Hannibal directive was applied. We have testimony from the IDF. He got in touch with the on a WhatsApp group from the people that were on the ground.
I wonder, Amir, how much you care about those children that you say that they go to the cars to bring their guns and blah, 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 blah. All these lies and lies and lies.
Yes.
But I wonder if you care the same about those children of the Palestinians. If you care all the children or only one side children?
No. And this is the problem. If you have served in the military and you have a weapon, you're a combatant. This is what you don't get. Majority of the people, the Israeli Jews, they have served in the military.
You tell me how many children under 18 were in the party of Nobel?
How many were there?
How many children that
at the party? Hold on.
Babies with their mother were in the party,
Almost at the day party, this was with the drugs and whatever. The kids were not allowed. You know this, right? And it was a drug party with the drugs. One day prior.
Let's say that it was a party.
Oh my God.
Let's say, what is it of your business?
Why would the kids be allowed at the drug party? Why would the kids be allowed? It's literally young people dancing at the fucking party.
So what? What is it of your
business? So it wasn't the kids. It was combatant. They had fucking weapons.
So you want to explain that those kids were drugs? They were smoking drugs. And
they were doing drugs.
So it's allowed to kill them, to rape them, to murder them, to cut them.
No rape. What is it? Can you give me the name of the victim? Can you give me the name of the victim? Who got raped? Give me the name of the victim. Yeah, give me the name of the victim. Who got raped?
It's written over there.
No, I need to know. Can you please give me the name so I can look into it? Because I don't know who got raped. Can you please give me the name?
The stories, after they killed them, how they cut their breasts and how they cut their head and how what they did to the
person that got raped on 7th of October?
I don't know the names.
You don't know the fucking name, then why are you making a claim?
Well, there is a movie they took from the body of the Nukhba.
Give me the name of the person that got raped.
There are movies of all what I said. This movie, where did they make this movie? From the body of.
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped?
The cameras themselves about.
Okay, can you give me the name? Fucking no name.
I don't know the names. Why should I say names?
Oh, okay, if you don't know the name, then shut your fucking mouth. You don't know the fucking name.
How many get kids? 1,500?
No. Hold on. It was almost, it was $13.95 first, and then they went down to the figure $11.95. You know those 200 are Palestinian civilians. All right, your people killed the Palestinians with the Hannibal Directive. The bodies were so burnt really badly they couldn't even tell which were Palestinians versus the Israelis. And out of the 1195, 500 of them were fucking IDF soldiers. 695 were civilians. Hold on.
So who caused to this chaos? Who caused it?
Who caused it? What do you mean who caused it?
Who caused it?
Your people did.
Yeah,
Netanyahu did. Netanyahu told not to show up at work on 7th of October. Did you hear the testimony? Do you want me to play it again?
I heard something about he didn't say that they get orders. He just said that he wanted information. He only recognized the soldier who asked questions, that's all. And he didn't get any answer, by the way. I heard what this soldier, and I heard about what this testimony about one soldier. At least I can identify another soldier I know. Yes?
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped on 7th of October?
Well, I say, why you have only one soldier? You know how many in the Gdud, in the Pluga? You know how many soldiers? We're all, only one soldier you give me, that's all. Believe me, it's there.
What's up, Maximilian?
Together with the Magaz.
Who is this schmuck? Is he an Israeli?
This guy is Israeli, he's a
Well,
Cuban.
okay,
He lives inside Israel.
Israeli, that partially makes him okay with his ignorance. But I really want to ask this guy. I don't know you, Amos, right? But I am Jewish.
Did you say Amos?
Pardon? Amos.
I thought he said Amos.
Maximilian, this is your picture? Maximilian.
Pardon?
This is your picture on the title? Is it you?
Yeah, you don't even have a picture. And if you want to make fun of my looks, I have a joke for you. Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk serious? Do you want to talk serious? Do you want to talk serious?
You know what I'm going to say, yes? Okay.
Yeah, that's because, and I have a good response for you. Would you like to hear it, Amos?
Yeah.
You want to hear it, Amos? Okay, here it is. You know what a trans person speaks in Israel? Hebrew. Schmuck. You know, you put the Nazi in Ashkenazi. And I think you don't even like to have serious discussions. The thing that really bugs me, besides you just insulting my looks, and I have long hair, and I'm more masculine than you. I'm 77 years old. You probably don't even have hair. You don't even have hair on your head. Listen, Amos. Do you want to have a real discussion, or do you just want me to tell you what an asshole you are? Do you want to have a real discussion, or do you want me to tell you what an asshole you are? Do you want to? Wait a minute. Can you say something? Can you say something intelligent? Can we have a back and forth that's semi-intelligent? Thank you. Now I want to make a statement.
One condition, we have the same time to talk.
Yes, okay. We can even have, if you like Amir, seems like a very reasonable fellow. How about he keeps 1 minute or something? You say what you want to say, and I'll say what I want to say. What do you think about that?
As long as you let me say what I want to say.
I will. I absolutely will. But
this speak? I don't have to time you guys. I must let him speak for 1 minute and then you respond back, okay? So go and Maximilian, and then when you're done, just let
No, we're not
respond.
done. I actually like you to actually time it. I like this official, no just guessing, okay?
Okay, all right.
No, really, Amir, I mean it.
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna start with my statement is that Amos, as an American Jew, I feel that you have a view of the world which is making it more dangerous for Israel, that makes it more dangerous for me as a Jew, and is having a 180-degree opposite effect on myself, especially as a non-Israeli Jew. What you guys do there and how you look at it, I might think it's full of it, but I'm not feeling. I put America first. I do not think that Israel comes first before the United States as an American. We're going to have differences. I can understand you want to do what you want to do, so to speak, in Israel, but I also feel like it's kind of a, well, I guess I'll say it, it's very ignorant. It's hard for me to imagine that the Israelis think that you guys did not know what was going on at the border before this attack. It's been said, and I believe it, that even a cockroach could move on that border. And Israel goes in and kills people inside of Iran, far away, inside of their government, and then they don't know they're going to be attacked. So I think that's obvious that the Likud and the greater Israel, which I find abhorrent and terrible personally, is in control and pushing their agenda. And I also believe that the Netanyahu, and you'll probably call this a conspiracy theory, but nevertheless, I believe they've got.
Time.
Okay, go ahead. Well, thank you.
All right, Amos, you got a minute going, Amos.
People I don't know. They like to speak and speak. They're so lonely in the house. There is no wife, no children to listen to him. So they like to cry out, speak and speak and speak. So many nonsense. I'm Jewish, American. Don't know what they want to say, what they want to ask. Is a Jewish American? What is this connection? Is Israeli and Palestinian talking? Who is he coming from? He said by himself that I'm going to joke about his looking, so it's okay. He had a problem of outsider looking, but it's a problem that he don't have the tact to know how many rubbish in so short time he's speaking.
Are you done, Amos? That was your response? That's it?
What should I respond for? What did
You're just a dumbass, man. Seriously, you can't even respond to what Max has said. Oh my God.
Uranus. I think that you, personally, I believe Jews have and I've read it, we have a higher IQ than most Americans, and this might sound insulting, or we're not supposed to say that. And, however, I think you single-handedly, you by yourself, Amos, have lowered the Jewish IQ, because you're not even making sense. For me, for the United States, it's like as if I had a best friend. If Amos was my best friend, and we would go out, and we'd go to restaurants, and you would start fights. You would start insulting people in the restaurant because you didn't like the way they looked, or they made fun of your beard or whatever you got going, right? So if I got every night I went out with you, Amos, and you got in a fight, and I got beat up because I was trying to protect you, that's what I would get rid of you. I wouldn't be your friend anymore. And I think I'm making an analogy in case that's a little above your head, Amos, is the fact that the United States is being pushed into an agenda that is not good for it. You guys want to have your own war? I don't care in a sense. I just wouldn't give you a nickel more. You're on welfare. You're on welfare.
take time?
Okay. Wanna speak? Yeah, are you gonna respond? Bro, you don't really respond.
When is my time?
Okay, speak.
And I wonder if the time and stop it. Listen, the little I heard from you, Maximilian, let me ask you a direct question. Try to be as honest as possible. How much money you have in your bank account? How many millions? How many millions you give to Israel to build hospitals? Be honest, Maximilian. How many money you give to Israel?
Does that mean, do you want me, did you want to keep
We
talking?
give $3.6 billion every year, almost
How
3.6.
much money you give to Israel?
Well, okay, I just want to make sure we're following a rule here, Amos, because you could talk another minute. I can answer you now if you would like.
Yeah, but try to be honest and direct.
Oh, that's okay.
$2 million I give to a hospital in Beersheba in the Soroka. I built a room for emergency something. That's the truth. Who are you?
Well, first of all, I don't understand the logic of it. The fact that you want to do something within your country for people that it sounds like you want to do good for certain people, I find that commendable. I'm not going to complain about that. But you know, there's a lot of countries. There's the Kurds. I can name
Can
20
I ask you a simple question? How much money
Zero.
you have and how
Zero.
much money you
Not a
get
shekel.
from it?
Not a nickel. Not a dime. Can you hear that? Anus.
So I think give it for 1 second. That's all. That's a direct, not that philosophic question of 1 hour. Say, I was here wrong. I have no money. I'm a bus driver in the United States. I didn't give any shekel to the Israelis. Say, can you say it loudly and clearly that you didn't give any shekel to Israel?
Amir, would you do the 1 minute with this guy because he's clearly a schmuck. He can't follow rules even. I think he has Alzheimer's a little bit, and maybe we shouldn't pick on him.
I don't know, man. This guy, I've been trying to get an answer.
Well, you're like the martyr. You're like the Mother Teresa of Palestinians.
I've been trying to get an answer out of this.
Well, I don't even understand what you get out of talking to individuals like this because you can't even make a coherent thought.
And I tell you now.
He's trying to come up right now. Just like mute and come on.
Let me 1 minute. I don't need more than.
Okay, go on, Amos, go on.
In my experience, all those rich Americans who give Israel money, they think they have the right to be rightist and Zionist and try to curse me. And then I said, who are you? Who are you, Maximilian? You come with a strong opinion for America, against America. What's you connected to the conflict? Keep your mouth shut a little bit. Even that you're 77, usually I'm looking to all people as everyone. Not you, Maximilian, you dummy.
Okay, are you done? Okay, go on, Maximilian.
Well, first of all, I've given zero to Israel. Let's put it that way. I'd rather give money to a homeless cause in the United States than any money to Israel, first of all. And first of all, it doesn't make sense to me what you say. First you tell me I'm a millionaire, then you tell me I have no money. I'd like you to make your own decision about that. And I'd like to see the top of your head to see if you have any hair. But aside from that, your lack of testosterone and your lack of, you just don't have good logic. You know, I understand you're emotional, but it feels like I'm talking to an hysterical woman or a teenager that's not making any sense. That just wants to insult me. You know, I understand you have a difficult situation, right? But take care of it yourself. I'm done. And
Be careful. Don't bite the hand there for safety. Israel without America, they ain't nothing.
Pardon?
No, he's talking about Israel. Israel without America, they ain't nothing. We
Yeah, that's
make
what I
it worse
said.
for them.
Well, that's what I mean. I think
We
we should just let him quit
notice how they're treating us like they're saying, oh, we ain't doing shit.
Right, but if you got a knucklehead like this, I understand it's a little bit. I enjoy being able to vent my emotions about a knucklehead like this, right? But there are very intelligent people like Netanyahu's no dummy, but he's but I wouldn't trust him with a 10-foot pole, right? So this guy's just an unfortunate person that's emotionally like a little teenager.
This is a problem with this guy, right? Apparently, Amos, this is what happens with the Jewish people that don't support Israel.
Yeah, then you
They don't
consider
say
it. Yeah.
they self-hating Jews. They wrote it in the chat pretty much. So these people, Daniel is an atheist. I don't even know how he's a Jewish person. You have the other people like Sam. He's another idiot, right? Doesn't have any fucking knowledge.
I want to know who is the man I'm speaking with, and I want to know who is Maximilian.
You don't answer any questions. Why do you lie all the time?
I want to know what is profession, what is in a pension now, what is he doing in his pension, if he is married, if he has grandchildren, if something else to do instead of sitting in clubhouse and argument about things you don't understand nothing about. What is a 77 years old American, Jewish American, it doesn't matter, he can be Christian or Buddhist or whatever. What is of this business? What's going on in Israel? Why not in between Russia and Ukraine? Why not in
I'm against that also, by the way. But
Sudan? What do you want because you're Jewish, you give yourself something to attack Israel maybe? Who are you? Tell me something about yourself. Married, children, grandchildren. What you can do?
I've been married for 35 years. I've had
75 years old?
Yeah, 77. I got married when I was 42. Heinous. I don't even understand your line of thought. It's like basically you're saying somebody has a different opinion of you and your country, and the majority of the people in your country might be in favor of that, but at least 10% of the people in Israel probably think like I do, I imagine, and you probably think they're stupid, right? Would I agree with that?
You only imagine.
Oh, okay. There's like 10. There's 10
casting
people.
you in the chat. At least 3 people are casting you in the chat. So, who are you? You don't read the chat. I read the chat sometimes.
I could read it, but I don't care about the gender.
I know you better than me. I feel the first time.
You, Enos.
I feel the first time. I don't know you, but I see how people kissing you.
Well, you make a lot of statements. Well, what other people think is irrelevant right now, too, Enos. I mean, I don't ask you. I have no idea what your sex life has been over through your life. How many people have reviled you and don't like you in business? Whether you've done any real business in your life, whether you've worked as an electrician, whether you've been a plumber, whether you're a geophysicist, I don't know. I'm just talking about your IT.
I'm a bus driver.
Well, my gosh. You know, why are you on such a high horse? Why are you talking as if that's some kind of special position that gives you a right to talk, and you're talking about, well, what am I? Am I whatever? I don't know.
I tell you what.
You're implying I'm a homosexual.
I tell you what. I live in Israel. I live in this country.
I live in the United
Since the day
States.
I born. Since the day I born, I live the conflict.
I agree.
You're Jewish in America. What you connected? Maybe you have some relatives. So what? You live in America. Stay in America. What's up your business?
Well, in America, if you think, listen, you let me, shit. You won't even let me talk. You ask questions, but you won't let me respond. Can I respond? Okay. I agree with your argument. I should have nothing to do with Israel, and Israel should have nothing doing stuff they do not want to do. That's my opinion. That's not in our self-interest. I understand you as an Israeli wanting what you want to do. I don't, I don't, I don't care about that. Or well, it makes sense to me, right? But it's out of proportion the fact that the Congress and is all bought off by and influenced by. It's clever. It works, but it just sort of creates more of the stereotypes of Jews. I think it's working against you, and I think why do you think it's just the poor little Jews, and that's why the whole world that used to be kind of supportive of the Jewish nation?
But the point
Pardon?
But the point in the end of the sentence, it's finished sometime.
Yeah, you're complaining. Do you want to go back to the 1 minute?
Yeah.
Maximilian, to add to your point, Amos, do you know that Maximilian, he's a Jew, okay? Thanks to Netanyahu, hold on, I'm not done. Hold on. Thanks to your criminal Zionist entity, anytime you kill a baby, or mother, or father, do you know what's happening throughout the world? They're starting to hate the Jews because they're looking at that the Jews are killing the babies, killing everybody. Unlike yourself, this is what's happening.
Okay.
So, hang on. Jerusalem is a holy place for all the Jews. You see what I'm saying? And you don't own Israel. Okay? So calm your tits down. If Maximilian tomorrow, if he wants to do Aliyah and get a citizenship, he has as much right as you do. Okay?
Okay, mute yourself, Amir. Now you, Maximilian, I give you 2 minutes speech about the Americans. You are an American represented by Biden, by Donald Trump, by Obama. You're controlling Israel. You could do a great thing if you control Israel by your money. But don't think that everything what you do is the right thing. And don't think that Bibi represent the Israelis. The Donald Trump, oh wow, if they don't do it, the sky will open and eat all the Nukhbut, all the Hamas, yo. No Bibi, no Donald Trump, no Biden. They cannot tell the Hamas underground in the Jalal, 40, 50 meters underground what to do. They are terrorists. We kill all their leaders. Until today, they keep 20 alive, 50 hostages, 20 alive, nobody knows which conditions. They, from their favorites, want to show a movie of the hostages, what they are doing to them, how they starving them, those animals under the ground. So they bring outside the movie to make us fighting each other against the other. But you as an American, with a lot of people say, now Donald Trump will tell Bibi, Donald Trump, the airplane of the Israelis were going to attack Iran. Donald Trump said, Bibi, take your airplanes back with all your bombs and don't bomb Iran. So Bibi tell the airplanes to come back. 50 airplanes were on the way to Iran and they turn around without attacking Iran. So if Donald Trump would say, Bibi, take all your IDF outside Gaza and come to agreement with the Palestinians and push more Bibi than the Palestinians because he cannot control the Palestinians. He can't control Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't know who are all those Jewish American advisors he had around him. But he make a mistake. He make a big mistake that he let Bibi do what he wants. But now he sees the results of what he give a free hand to Bibi. Bibi want to go out tomorrow and take all Gaza. Who give education to this man? Who give the medicine? Who give them food? Who give all those people? No, this we don't do. So this clever person do exactly what he wants. He give Ben-Gvir and Smotrich to keep us going coalition out.
Talking
They
about,
could
what are you talking
control us,
about?
huh?
Hang on, hang on. The mic was on, I almost let her finish. Go on now.
So if Donald Trump was clever and he had a good advisor, we tell him to start push a little bit more Bibi than the Palestinian, which he had no control on. Maybe, I'm not so sure, because we lost, from my perspective, we lost this war. If we cannot release 50 hostages in Gaza, we lost the war. We have to go on our knees and beg to the terrorists, to the Nusbot, please release our hostages and give them whatever they want and take the idea outside of Gaza. First, the first, all the time since I know myself, if Israel have an hostage in Russia, in Iran, in Antebbe, Israel will do everything to release first the hostages after 2 years. You saw how the terrorists joking on us what they're doing to our hostages. They did an Holocaust number 2 in Israel, inside the Nova, inside the kibbutzim.
There was no Holocaust number
Running,
2. Stop it.
raping, murdering.
Stop it. There was no Holocaust number 2.
Almost, I want to respond to your one point. You made a claim that Trump told him to come back. They were on a fighter jet. Do you know what they did with the bombs? They threw them on Gazans. I think you forgot about that. You need to look into it. When they were coming back, they started throwing the leftover bombs.
You guys, when you
Yes,
start
no,
with you
no,
lies
it's a
and
fact.
lies, you start with you
It's a
lies.
fact. It's a
I
fact.
don't know where you bring all these lies from.
It's a
Where
fact.
they put all the bombs that go to Iran, they put on Gaza is a little
Yes.
secret.
They did.
You got
They
the
did.
nerve.
The lies and lies and lies again and again and again. I mean,
Are you
I'm
finished?
not the one to lie.
Are you finished?
Wednesday,
Are you finished speaking?
everything what connected with you, I'm not finished now.
Are you finished speaking?
With you, yes.
Okay, well, I don't give a fuck if it's with me. You're on a panel with people in the public, so I'm gonna speak now. So shush. I mean, but you didn't say Holocaust number 2. Are you serious? Because I think the Germans killed 6 million of them.
Take care, Max.
6 million of them. I mean, that's ridiculous that you are just grandstanding and exaggerating. And if Hamas is such a terrorist group, why did
Maximum, bye-bye. They don't go and bye-bye.
why did I said shut up? Why did Bibi Netanyahu have the money since 2014 through Qatar? When he didn't have to directly hand Hamas money. He could have worked through a third party like the UN, or they had so much data, so much face recognition, has a whole record of every family living in the Gaza Strip. Could have gave that money to the civilians black Germans too, people with disabilities, to the Arabs. Listen, the Arabs did not commit the Holocaust. So you guys been projecting what happened to you guys since 1945 on no 48 on the Arabs. Get over it already.
47,
Not
47
direct that anger. 47, sorry. Direct that answer or direct that anger to who did it? To the Germans. Fuck, man.
Your people are doing Holocaust to the Palestinians.
I agree.
You don't know that, huh? More than 60,000 people dead.
And and it's like you learn from the Germans. You obviously learned something from the Germans. Or living in Europe for so long, you guys learn how to be colonizers. If you say this is your holy land, this is your land that you guys lost 3,000 years ago, y'all left and became monsters when y'all came back. Really sick and tired of you guys being the victim anymore. You're not the victim. Y'all were able to use that Holocaust card a long time ago. It's not anymore. It's the 21st century. Can't do it. You guys are the enemy. You guys have become Nazis. And you guys don't see it. You don't see it. But the world sees it. The world sees it. And then you guys gonna have behind everyone being anti-Semitic, everybody being anti-Semitic. The whole world can't be anti-Semitic. At this point, you're the fucking problem.
You wanna respond now?
I have to respond to every lies and every crazy woman.
No, that's not a crazy woman. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. You just had a whole fucking monologue with fucking lies. Talking about Holocaust number 2. What? Compared to what? Compared to what? You gonna compare October 7th to what happened to you guys in Nazi Germany? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Tell me something, Wednesday, where are you right now?
Are you fucking not? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Where are you right now?
Why the fuck you care, bro?
I ask you, where are you now? It's a secret. I come to
Why
your
do
house.
you care?
I wonder.
Why don't you wonder anything about me, sir?
What city
Sir,
in the United
although people do wonder about, don't wonder about me. Be a married man and wonder about your wife. Such an odd question to ask a single woman when you're a married man.
Did you open the room?
Such an odd question to ask. Such an odd question. Such an odd question. I was trolling you. Get over it. Get over it. Oh my god. It was a troll. Oh my god. This is why you can't. Amir, this is why you can't give old people some kind of you can't troll them this way. Because I'm gonna forever hold this down.
Can you explain what did you meant?
Oh my god, you're like a dog that's been abandoned for years. Anybody shows any affection to you. Oh my god.
I opened a room.
I was trolling you. You threw me down to the audience. So I wanted to fucking troll you. Get over it.
Yes, get over this.
God, jeez.
Dummy, you're so uneducated.
I'm a dummy.
So stupid.
You're
The only reason your economy is doing okay right now is because it's an active war.
When you
And the
look
United
from
States keeps on,
outside,
and the United States keep on giving you money. And the United States keep on giving you money. And the United States keeps on giving you money.
when you look from
When the United
outside,
States giving you money. But I think Trump trying to do some stupid shit when it comes to FEMA. I think that, listen, you can't out-talk me, I'm a woman. I'm a woman, you can't out-talk me, I'm a woman. I can talk for days. I don't care where you look for outside. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
You come here just to lie, to say rubbish.
It's not a lie, it's not rubbish.
When I say we go, when I say
You are
we go
brainwashed.
to an
You are
American person,
brainwashed. You are brainwashed. You're brainwashed. You brainwashed to think that the Israelis are brainwashed to think you guys are better than everybody in the world. I asked you the question, and you couldn't answer me this question last time. I said, as an atheist, how do you feel that other religious Jews feel that they're superior to everyone else, that everyone is a goy, and you couldn't answer me that. See, I'm glad that you be quiet now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
How was it so hard to get an answer out of you? I give you one thing, no, lie, lie, lie. Open your mind. Look into the facts and data. I don't know, man.
you don't know what the time now.
I don't know what the time is. The coexistence?
You don't know what's the time now in Israel.
You can open coexistence?
Now in the afternoon, it's a sleeping time now. So I'm not going to waste my time on Wednesday on you. I'm going to sleep now.
Okay. Good night.
I want to make commercials in my room before I sleep. Then 12 o'clock coexistence. Come Daniel, come AC. Why AC is not on the stage? What she's doing there?
I think she is in the glitch. Ace, so try unmute and come on up.
You know, I think I was really upset. Amir, I was really upset to hear that Daniel was trying to
I had you back and I picked your time.
Let's go to sleep, old man.
Go to sleep, Alphonse. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep, old man.
Explain the room, I give you a more.
Go to sleep, old man.
I'm talking to Last now and tell her to come to my
Nobody
room.
cares. Shh, good night.
Wednesday was so done.
Who is last, Alphonse? Who's last?
Last, I did a moderator in my room. And she finished the room.
Then I don't know, is this the same last?
She finished the room? What do you mean she moved the room?
She closed it. Saturday I find myself without a moderator, down on the stage, not in my room.
I would have boomed the room.
Alphonse, is this the same last or is it different last?
I think it's the same.
Are you sure this is different last?
I think it's the same. Because I had her back now. I was so angry.
Yeah, but this last is I think maybe it's a guy.
She only.
Oh, it's the same? Why didn't you tell me? I have to block this bitch. Get lost. I didn't know it was the same one. Get lost, get out of my room. I didn't know. Because she accused me of fucking whole bunch of words in the back channel. She called me a whole bunch of names. Get lost.
You already.
Yeah. Out of my room. Get lost.
This is.
Yeah. Block. Yeah. Because I don't want that bitch coming in. She attacked everybody in my room. She attacked me on the back channel. That I follow her. I come to the room. I am a creep. I try to flirt with her. Fucking bitch. I said provide proof. She doesn't have any proof. Fucking bitch. Cunt.
I've never.
No, she literally called me a pedophile and a whole bunch of shit on the back channel. I said, fuck you.
So what? So she called you.
Yeah. You can't do that when you don't have any evidence. So the evidence, no evidence.
You know how many Israelis call me pedophile? So what?
I don't care. I'm not Amos. I'm not a low life like yourself.
Fuck that bitch.
That was last, right?
Yeah. She's trying to do the same thing to me, bro. And she's trying to.
She opened a room on your neck. She called you pedophile.
She sent me a message and it was like a paragraph. Man, don't kind of abuse me. And I was like, oh, join the queue, honey. I've got a lot of admirers on this app. You know what I mean? You know, this is the first. And then she tried to like screenshot it and I was like, yo, like, read the whole thing, bro. Send the whole thing. You know what I mean? There's nothing. She tried, bro. And she's like, she's done that before with someone else in one of my UK rooms. She tried to like, it's like, what are you doing? Like, at this point, it's too obvious, darling. You know?
I kicked her out. I thought it was a he. This was a new one, I thought.
But you know how much you see a woman in the room? You get the little Uzi in the room. You give her the moderator. When Amos in the room. You know? Amos, you give the ladies the
Wait,
one in
isn't
the room.
last pro Calido? Isn't she Fatima's friend? Is that the last?
Yeah. She likes to start drama with everybody.
Yeah, she's weird. She's a British. She's weird. She's a British.
She's accusing me on the back channel, a whole bunch of shit. I'm like, what?
Yeah, she was saying weird stuff.
She said she made a claim that I go into incognito mode and I'm a creep. I go into her room, I watch her and do this. I'm like, what?
Bro.
I said, provide evidence. And I came to your room. And then she called me a predator. She called me a pedo. A whole bunch of fucking words.
I think she's paranoid because of this incognito mode.
No. She called me a whole bunch of other words as well. I said, okay, provide evidence. You're making a claim, provide evidence. Right, and I told her, if you have a problem, stop following me around. Stop coming to my rooms. You're not allowed in my rooms. I blocked her. She actually blocked me first, and then I blocked her. And again, she started coming in here. I'm like, what? You don't do that. You know, it's a permanent block from this room. Yes, Andrew.
Why does he sound like not so close to
What did you say, Andrew?
We can barely hear you, bro.
We can barely hear you, Andrew.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better, yes.
Alright.
Can you just double check something for me? Maybe this took full control of Gaza in the next week, following week. This newspaper just
If Netanyahu doing what?
taking full control, military control.
Yeah, it's approved in the Knesset. This room was open based on that. I actually posted a Times of Israel article. Yesterday, they were saying that on Thursday it's going to be approved. It was yesterday. And today, yesterday, time, California time, they approved it. So they are going to go in there. So 75% is already under occupation, and they're gonna come in, take over another 25%. And Trump was asked, "Are you okay with the occupation?" He said, "I'll leave it to the Israelis." And the humanitarian aid, Trump is worried about those mothers that are that have to give breast milk to kids, babies, whatever. And what else was it? Yeah, what's that phrase on it?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brother, Germany just announced that they're placing an arms embargo on Israel.
Thursday?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard. It just came.
You know when Germany turn around? Oh my god.
Yeah, we're not gonna approve any weapons to be sent out to
Because those guys have been cucks, you know. Those are the real cucks, right?
tone someone. That's so fucking weird, bro.
Yeah,
Aren't you weird? Stop police toning people.
he was telling, I heard, Daniel, you were trying to tell him to critique Palestinians and Palestine and Hamas in this room. I mean, have you ever done it yourself? Have you ever criticized and condemned the idea?
Never.
Right? And then you come in here and you want us to fucking condemn everything. Yeah, fuck you and fuck your condemnation. We don't give two fucks.
We would never do it. I want to add this. Edward is a straight man.
Yeah.
Okay? He's a straight man. Whoever you think about it, he's a straight man.
Leave that man alone. Leave that man alone.
No, bro. You're a married man. Stop it.
Shit. Crazy, man. He's stalking, man. That Daniel, he's stalking, bro. He's stalking. I'm watching you, Daniel, man. I see the way you talk to men, bro. See the way you talk to those men, bro.
Yesterday was calling him. See? You lucky I didn't catch you calling him bitch and all this. The hell you calling him a bitch for? Like you acting like you're like a ex-girlfriend or something. A crazy ex-girlfriend.
I'm really disappointed over there, man. What the hell? Crazy, man.
Oh, Edward got fatal attraction.
Also, Trump, apparently Trump yelled at Netanyahu. He told Zelensky.
Say it again? I'm sorry.
Trump yelled at Netanyahu.
He's always yelling at Netanyahu. Because Netanyahu thinks he doesn't have to listen to Trump, even though he's getting money from the United States. And I think he's getting Trump. Trump is a narcissist, bro. You can't. With him, with people like that, you always gotta be on the good side.
I didn't know that that's the same blast. Is that the same blast?
To be honest with you, that's a very good question. I know just from the way she talks on the chat.
Hey, bro, you said it with confidence, bro. We kicked that
Did
person out.
she write anything?
Yeah, she engages on the chat regularly.
No, but did she engage in this chat? Do you see the messages?
Yeah, here? Yeah, she did. You have to scroll a little bit up.
Literally fucking called me a whole bunch of words in my back channel. I'm like, fuck you, block me.
I don't know
But
about
what
that.
evidence?
Usually in the chat, she's like all in about pro-Pakistan. She's always against the Islamists, but I don't know about the SPAC channels. So.
Usually I go into a room, I quick up on her, I try to flirt with her. When the fuck did I flirt with this bitch?
I swear she said that to me as well in the back channel. She's like, you always try to flirt with me. I didn't even know what she sounds like, who she was. I was like, bro, I didn't even know who you are, bro. Like, I didn't even recognize her. Talking about flirting with her. The hell? What's wrong with this? I thought, then yeah, she's just weird, bro. She's just like, you know, some women, they just want, drama, So, that's just what it is.
Well, she has to be weird. She hangs around Fatima.
Since you daydream,
Whoa, what?
I heard you in a room talking about investing in trading and this.
Nah, I do swing trading, bro.
You?
Yeah.
You heard about Sound now?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's got potential. I do more CrowdStrike. I do a lot of NVIDIA CrowdStrike, AI stocks,
This is an AI stock, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I don't know much about it, to be honest. I heard it's good. I heard it's growing, but I don't know.
I went in on it, Green.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this last 3 months has been crazy, bro. My portfolio is insane.
Good
Daniel wrote that needs to be re-educated. It can't happen. Not by since of being in an industry that typically exploit benefit. I think the Zionist Jews they need to be re-educated. The reason why you can't we have the clips from the yeshivas that are inside Israel. They teach their kids Jewish supremacy. I have a testimony from Emrose. Daniel, you remember you met Emrose? Yeah. She was born and raised inside Israel, and she's anti-Zionist. She said the same thing, Jewish supremacy. And I came across some videos. I was in a shock. They're literally talking about, getting rid of the Arabs, or if you blow up Masjid al-Aqsa, what would happen, and a whole bunch of other crazy shit. So this is the type of mentality you have inside Israel, and this is what they teach. This is what they teach inside some of the yeshivas inside Israel. And it's very disturbing. I would suggest you to try to, what is it called? I think they need to be educated really good, right? I think the new yeshivas will probably have to open up, once, the Palestinians have their own state. And if they get the two state, definitely, most definitely, stay on the fucking your side of the, whatever land it's called. And let them live their own thing and stop freaking occupying it every other day. Or every day coming in and trying to, kill kids, or, when you're occupying the land, they're throwing rocks at your fucking truck.
They can't help it.
They do this all the time. Right now, there's a Mahmoud Ibrahim, the kid, he's actually inside Israeli prison without due process. They're making a claim that he threw a rock at the fucking IDF truck. His brother, Palestinian American, that owned the ice cream shop in Tampa, Florida, he got killed, murdered by the settlers in the West Bank, and they let the settlers out. They took the settlers in for a day, they let them out. Like, well, what kind of a fucking apartheid system is this?
This is what they support,
Garbage. No laws for the Palestinians
They
no
support
protection for the Palestinians in the West Bank. It's only about fucking Israeli settlers and Israel, and that's it. You should look into it. That kid, he was 18-year-old kid, right? Tampa, Florida. He's a Palestinian American. He was sitting on his porch with the stupid fucking settlers, these criminal, Zionist fucking settlers. They came in his property. They started first trying to steal the tree, and then they started setting up a camp. And then he called them out. He said, "Get lost." They started beating the shit out of the kid, and they beat him to death. And guess what? Even the ambulance wasn't even allowed. There were so many fucking checkpoints, ambulance couldn't even make it over there. And the kid actually died. Such a disgusting, what happens with the Palestinians in the West Bank. You seriously need to educate the settlers. And actually, as a matter of fact, all of you guys are fucking settlers. This is why Amos was saying yesterday that we have to sleep between 2 to 4 or something. We can't go out, it's bad for our skin. It's because you're not from that fucking country. If you were from that country, you'd be able to, go out and do what you need to do. You're from Ukraine, Russia, Poland, a whole bunch of these fucking countries. But they're never gonna learn. And you have the Arab Jews. You have a problem with that? And they're actually Arab Jews, I know you probably titled them Mizrahi Jews. They used to discriminate against Mizrahi Jews as well. Mohsen, you want to come on up? Are you a Zionist? Do you support Israel or Palestine? What's up,
Half of Israel has turned on the country, let's be honest. They realize they don't think it's a democracy. They don't think it's a democracy. They don't think it's democratic. They don't think any of these things, bro. They hit the streets, Daniel's becoming a minority even in his own country, Israel.
Bro, he lives in Germany, he ran away like a little bitch because he did not want to serve in the military. Mohsen, are you there? Mohsen?
Yeah, man. Good morning, guys.
Do you support Israel?
No, man, it's just my parents are
they stopped the Tunisian protesters, did not allow them into Egypt. They were going to go to the border and protest. Why is Al-Sisi was involved in blockade during, from 2007 and above, and after that? Why is Al-Sisi, it has the Rafah border crossings, blocked off? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that relate to Egypt.
Why is his son selling getaway packages to Palestinians? His son was selling entrances into Egypt. Sisi's son.
So they were charging money.
Yeah, that guy's. I don't like that guy, man. I've only been to Egypt once. I want to go there and really see my parents, where they came from and stuff. So I don't know, much about my country as far as what I had learned, just in school and doing research. But just watching this, and not hearing any of no nations, man. Saudi Arabia, everybody has alliances with Israel, which I understand they want to keep the relationship good, but it's horrible for them to just sit here and be silent and not stand up.
So the aid that's coming in, that is coming to the Egyptian side. That a lot of the countries are actually putting the aid in there. So they're investing money. Now the issue here is the only border that you see is Egyptian border.
Yes.
It's not the other way around, right?
Yeah, man.
Saudi Arabia is trying to do it diplomatic way. They're supporting the ICJ. They condemn it. They want everybody to recognize the Palestinian state. It's just a mouthpiece, right? And then you have the UAE that has diplomatic relations with Israel. They're not going to do anything. While they were starving during month of Ramadan, these fuckers were having, their iftar party with the Israelis. Disgusting scumbags.
Bro, I spent a year listening to rooms, specifically on Twitter Spaces, with thousands of people. Salomon's rooms, Yehuda's rooms,
Oh, you've been in Suleiman Ahmad's room. Okay, cool.
I've learned so much over the past year, and I've been in pro-Palestinian rooms, and I've been in pro-Zionist rooms, because I like hearing, both sides and what they're discussing. And nobody talks about a solution. And as soon as you bring up a solution, the conversation goes into arguments, and it goes into, other conversations, but nobody talks solutions. There's really only two. The Palestinians and Israel come up with this two state, or this continues what we're seeing in Israel execute. So, but nobody wants to talk solution.
According to the Hamas charter, they agree on 67 borders. Right. This is Hamas' position, and they asked. What is it called? Netanyahu wanted them to demilitarize, take the arms off, whatever, and they said nope until we have a state, right? So now they, yesterday's news they're about to occupy the whole Gaza. So they're going to occupy. It was already under occupation, 75% of it. Now there's another 25% that was left. They're going to occupy the whole thing. About 3 days ago, the Knesset, 22 of these psychopaths, genocidal maniac, they were trying to pass a bill, a resolution or something, to go into Gaza, toward northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements or whatever. That guy Katz, the defense minister, he came out and he said, I'm going to, and he actually approved it. And I don't know if they already went inside or not. 22 out of fucking 34. This is how genocidal maniac these people are. They're already thinking about building settlements in the, in northern Gaza. So the solution is Hamas already said 67 borders. Netanyahu denied it twice, once in 2015, once in 2023, right before the 7th of October in front of the Security Council, UN Security Council.
Yeah, I read something where Trump has a partnership for like a Riviera hotel resort over there.
Oh no, that was what's that term? That was satire. The creator of the video came out and he said that it was satire, and he came back.
I've been in the entertainment industry for almost 15 years, guys. I start on my educational doctorate degree this month. against me. My Instagram is disabled right now because of a reality show I shot. That something happened, so I'm getting my Instagram back. But what I wanted to say is the power of media is, I can't tell you guys how much influence media accomplishes. The messages that we put through the media. I worked on The Apprentice with Donald Trump when I was in film school. I have a contract with Live Golf. I'm at Trump's golf course once a year, working the tournament, and I live 10 minutes from his house in West Palm Beach. I ride by his house on my bicycle, and I talk to his Secret Service all the time. There's no kind of, with the exception of people like Solomon, there's no Muslims. The media, we need to push more and put more. The influencers and the power of social media is very important in letting people know and showing. And I think that there has been, I don't know, on a 100% scale, 60 to 65 compared to the Zionist media. And it's very hard to control. But I think that we need to do more speaking like this, Clubhouse, Twitter Spaces, social media posts, commercials, and, continue to make the kids aware, because the kids have the power, believe it or not, when it comes to this game with the media. I know people that, do millions of views.
Lawson,
on
I got a question for you. I mean, you know the talking points. Why don't you get Suleiman Ahmad on CNN?
Well, Salomon had an amazing speaker yesterday, a journalist. So he's working his way to where he can leverage his influence. You see, I had to learn about that in my industry. You get the influence, but you have to figure out how to leverage the influence in your favor to create longevity and consistency and residuals and all kinds of stuff. So he's figuring out how to leverage the influence right now, and he's doing a really good job. So, and I'm in his rooms, and he's funny. He's a lighthearted person, so I like hearing his spaces. I love the speakers there, and there should be more rooms like that. And Yehuda is a Jewish guy, and I like him too. Guys, I grew up with Jewish people here. My parents moved me from Miami.
He lies it through his teeth.
Yes, but I like him, bro, because he has sense and he talks good points. Yes, he favors his people.
Did you not see what he said in the Million Marathon? These are recorded spaces. He believes in killing babies.
No, I didn't hear that. And
you have Jonathan Big. His video went viral. His office got a whole bunch of calls.
Yeah, I talked to those guys.
Yeah, but they're Zionists, right? The Zionists are meaning that they're baby killers. What do you expect?
Their space died when they left Clubhouse.
Okay, do you want the Jonathan Biggs clip? I'll put it in the chat for you. You can listen to it. How he supports the killing of babies.
I'm not a fan of Jonathan or his partner. What's his name?
Yehuda was co-hosting on Twitter.
Yeah, I just hear Yehuda on Twitter. That's where I heard him. I never heard him on Clubhouse.
Yeah, he's a genocidal maniac. He used to, and then this one Egyptian guy, he was undercover. He called himself intelligence or whatever. He was working for Egyptian government. He stole a bunch of money from women on Twitter, and then Yehuda used to co-host with him on Twitter Spaces, and then that guy disappeared because a whole bunch of women opened up spaces on that idiot. He was stealing money from women.
I think Yehuda realized something, and I think his spaces are more discussion-based and hearing people out now compared to then. And Jonathan Bing and those guys, I had a conversation about them managing their brand for that room. And Nelson and him, I don't know. I didn't like the energy. So we just kind of went our own ways. But
so you worked with Zionists?
No, I didn't. We didn't do it. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, but Yehuda is a Zionist.
Yeah, I never worked with him. That's what I'm saying. I was talking about Nelson and Jonathan Bing. I had a conversation with Nelson about managing his brand, but I did not do it. I didn't do it. I liked those guys in the beginning, and then when I heard some of the things they were saying, I just didn't agree
bunch of recorded spaces. You should go listen to a whole bunch of what he did on Billy Madison.
Yeah, I've heard.
Piece of shit. Yeah, he's another piece of shit, garbage. He came on this app as well, and then he disappeared.
Where are you from?
I can't say because I got death threats for running these spaces every day.
I was big on Clubhouse for years, man. When this thing opened, I had rooms, thousands of people in them. We used to have all kinds of different topic rooms and networking rooms, and I used to do celebrity interviews. Yeah, this was during COVID times.
Yeah, like days ago.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. We had fun on this app back then, man. But yeah, now I just jump on, man. I just jump into topics that I like. I look, if there's nothing going on Twitter Spaces, I come on here. But you guys, I appreciate you guys letting me speak, and I appreciate you guys having a conversation about this topic as well. So
we talk about the solution all the time, also, but I mean, look, if you support the state called Israel, right, the Zionist entity, and if you want Israel to exist, that actually makes you a Zionist, right? Now, if you say you want Israel to exist, which means you support how the state was created in the first place. In 47, you had the ethnic cleansing happen after the Arabs denied the partition plan. And it turned into a full-blown war in 48. And then after they called it Israel, whatever, right? They kicked out a whole bunch of people, women, a lot of people, they even raped little girls from one village to another. And then they, they even did, when they called it Israel, right after that, there was a war, but the Arab side wasn't prepared for the war. They didn't have proper uniform, they weren't ready to fight, and these other Zionist mofos, they were ready to fight, they had the freaking weapons, because they've been doing attacks, since the 40s. Actually, in 1937, they did a Black Sunday, a movie trapped fucking cucumber boxes, milk containers, and whatnot. And they even tried to approach Hitler because British decided not to give these people a state. After the Peel Commissioner Board, the White Papers, they decided not to give these people a state in 1939. You see what I'm saying? And then 10 years from that day, it was supposed to be a Palestinian state, not a fucking Israeli state. And this is why they approached Hitler in 1940 to 41. It was a lazy Jewish militia here. And, then it turned into a shit show. The Nazis, they denied it. They're like, nope, I'm not going to help you, whatever. And then they slowly started doing a bunch of these attacks. The first attack they did was, I believe, 44, 45. And then 47, 45, 46. Even in 47, they actually killed, two commanders from the British Mandate. Even the U.S. president was fucking terrorized. They sent letter bombs to the U.S. president, Harry Truman.
You should do voiceovers through a YouTube, and you should put all of this information on YouTube and make a bunch of money, and just have a documentary channel and just teach people.
No, everybody knows.
You know what else?
A lot of people are well aware of it.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you can just, if you like doing that and like having these discussions, you should monetize it. I was gonna say too, a lot of my friends that are Jewish that I grew up with in America, in Miami, they don't support this. So would you consider them Zionists as well, or no? The people that don't support this, because there's some Jews that don't.
Do they support Israel for a right to exist?
I think all of them do, yes, because when all of them.
That makes them a Zionist.
Got you. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So now, let's say you come across somebody, a Jewish person, that says it doesn't need to exist or whatever, the way it was created. So that person believes in political Zionism. So that believes in religious Zionism.
Is that the same as a Jewish person that thinks a two-state is fair and wants to just live in peace?
Yeah. But if they said the right to exist, for Israel, then that makes you Zionist. Now, if they go two-state solution, That's a different thing. But there's you have to keep in mind political and religious Zionism. So some people they believe in religious Zionism that are protesting, that are anti-Israel because this is the way the state was created. It was created which goes against the scripture. You see what I'm saying? So the people that believe in religious Zionism, they believe in the end times. That when Mashiach comes in and they're gonna go back to their homeland. That's a different story. That's like for the end times.
You know what
You
else
know what I'm
was
saying?
very, you know what else was very interesting to see? I mean, when October 7th happened, there was a lot of influence for the Zionism, even now, but then more. But then look what happened probably somewhere around 3 to 4 months ago. I feel like there was a lot more people that were realizing what Israel was doing and started speaking out more, even in public. Um, Somewhere around 3 or 4 months ago, everybody started waking up and they're like, man, this is not right. It's got to stop at some point, right? So um, now it's even more, awareness, which was very interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, so look on this. After the 7th of October, everybody was, pretty much, they were looking at Hamas as terrorists, Palestinian terrorists, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as they start doing more and more attacks to schools, hospitals, and this and that, people started changing their positions. And now this app is a majority pro-Pali. The pro-Israeli side, like you could say maybe less than maybe 100 people or 200 people or maybe 500 people, but the rest of the other rooms, even the black spaces, they're, majority they support the pro-Patties because they see it resonates with how the black folks in America were enslaved or whatnot, how they were treated. That's how Israel is treating the Palestinians for over 70 years, treating them like fucking slaves, treating them like shit.
Yeah, I go into random rooms and I hear, excuse me, I hear a lot of people blaming a lot of things on Israel. Even if it's not related to Gaza, but just direct relation to our, politicians and just political and APAC and all that stuff that's going on. And there's a lot of just white Americans that are not, in favor of, being partnered with Israel in any way. So there's a lot of those spaces that I'm hearing people speak up on, um, or not on against Israel. You know, I'm just curious to see where this is all going to end up. Because you got Donald Trump coming in here, and I supported Donald Trump for a long time. More as an entertainer, the fact that he wasn't a politician, he was more of a businessman. I wanted him to have more of an Elon Musk approach when he came into this position, but I think his emotion carries a lot of his conversations and statements and actions, which is very dangerous for us here in America. And 6 months into his presidency, or 7 months now, he's upset a lot of people. And I'm very curious to see where that goes. And then we got 3.5 more years with him. So I just don't think none of this is going to end well. I think a lot of emotions are going to make the decisions rather than logic. And we're going to.
Don't know about the logic, Mosin. The logic says DOJ came out. They said his name's on the Epstein files. The logic says they just moved Ghislaine Maxwell to a lower secure, minimum security prison, right? Why did they move her over there? Do you know that minimum security? I heard that they're not supposed to allow the pedophiles over there, and she's a pedo. How is a pedophile allowed at that minimum security prison? You see what I'm saying?
My son's mother's a police officer, and my son's in the Coast Guard.
Oh, nice.
Right. So, well, I guess, but hearing this, what's going on, and having, them being, part of that scenario. Um, I don't know. I just don't like what's going on, man. And here in America, and I'm in West Palm Beach, so the other day now they're grabbing people that are not even illegals, that are born here, that have illegal parents or something, or maybe they were citizens. Like my parents came from Egypt in the 70s and became citizens. But now Trump has made it where you can get deported even if you're a citizen or a son of a citizen or whatever. So they're grabbing anybody up on the street if you look a certain type of way or a certain type of way. It's crazy here, man.
100%, bro. I'm in Los Angeles, so it's a normal
I
thing.
lived there in 4 years. I came back last year. I couldn't stand that place, bro. I had to get out. I had to go, bro. I was in
But the weather is nice.
Bro, I did not like. I liked visiting there, but I don't. I was in North Hollywood, the Hesby. I lived at the Hesby.
Oh, North Hollywood, okay.
Yeah, by Magnolia.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I think the Epstein thing, it's a big thing, man, with Epstein, and I think, do you know that Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister, visited Epstein's island more than 30 times?
Have you been in diligence rooms on Twitter or no?
On about what? About Epstein?
Yeah, he's been breaking down that case, and what he does, that's pretty cool. He uses Grok, and he has Grok as a speaker, and he asks Grok questions, bro. I mean, he super detailed questions, unbelievable. And Grok is such a dope, awesome, amazing invention. It's so much. It just knows how to articulate exactly what you want, so many different ways. The information data bank that it has is incredible. So, guys, if you're in this room listening, check out that app that Elon made, Grok. If you want to pay the app fee, there's an extra $30.
I used it.
Super cool, man. So he
It
uses
was
that to
it
break
was pro
down.
Hitler, by the way. Most of it was pro Hitler. You heard about it? They had to change the settings, or they had to re-educate him.
Yeah,
The Grok was like pro Hitler.
yeah. Somebody's in there probably messing around, man. One of the kids working there. You know, he can't control everything, man. He's got so much stuff going on. That guy. I don't think it was intentional.
Well, I know, but the thing with Twitter is there's a lot of Jew hating. Over there they just directly call it Jew. They don't even use the term Zionists anymore. This is another thing, but the thing is, in America we got a lot of them. They're evangelical. They're Zionists. They support this state called Israel. And there's a lot of even on this app right now we have a few Jewish people. They don't support Israel. They come into this room all the time.
I've met
There's
a lot of
them.
I've met a lot of people like Jewish people like that. Bro, I'm telling you, I grew up with Jewish people. I have never had any issues with Jewish people. Like I've had friendships from the age of 10, and just normal. To me, they seem like white Americans basically here. And I've never had any issues, no arguments, no fights. I've made money with a lot of Jewish people. I've never been treated a certain way as a Muslim, Egyptian Muslim. So I just, to see this and for them to see this, it puts a lot of Jewish people in bad scenarios. A lot of Jewish people had to leave a lot of countries, Egypt, and a lot of countries, they had to go back home to where they know that they're safe. But I think, what Netanyahu's doing is, by extending this so long, is really putting them in a very, very bad position, Jewish citizens.
Yeah, but you said they had to go back where? Back to America, or wherever they came from?
Well, it's probably Israel, because I learned that, my friends told me this too, and from a young age, a lot of Jewish people, Israelis in general, they're taught
from the first place. Now, the indoctrination, yes, they do teach Jewish supremacy. There's yeshivas inside Israel. They teach them that they're above everybody. They're the God chosen people, right? They're above the Arabs that are living there, and it's crazy, right? This type of mentality, they need to change this mindset. And but if if you look at the historical facts, it's just like their narrative is, oh, we went to war and the Arabs lost, and and we took over the land. They don't realize how much that is a big of a lie, because the war happened in 48. In 47, that's when they started ethnically cleansing the Arabs, the Palestinians, out of their own homes. Even the Jewish neighbors, they sold them out to the Jewish militias that were ethnically cleansing them from one village to another and the third. So all I'm saying is there's this context to it that they have never mentioned. And then they'll bring up the point, oh, we bought the land. Motherfucker, how much land did you buy at 6.6%? It's available all over. If you Google it or ask Gronk or whatever, it'll tell you 6.6% land was purchased. Not the full 100%, not the full 50%, not the 75%. And the British decided not to give these people a stay because they terrorized everybody on that land, British and Arabs. So what
how
I'm
from
saying
that
is just
point,
scary.
how from that point to now, it went from being Palestine on the map to being Israel. At what point did everything go wrong for them? Lack of an army, lack of agreements, and having a conversation between both sides in so many years. Like, what happened where now, they're fenced up somewhere in a part of their own country?
So many, there's if you look at the wars and whatnot that took place after the ethnic cleansing, that's why UNRWA was created in 49 to look after the refugees in Gaza, right? And Gaza was controlled by Egypt, right? And what they did is ethnic cleansing did not stop in 48. It stopped all the way up to 1956. What they would do is that, there was leftover Palestinians. They wanted to control how many Palestinians would be allowed. They had to keep it at 20%. And then the rest of them, they would load them up in the back of a truck and dump them, in Gaza, whatever. And until now, there's been deals, but every deal always missed out on the right of return. There's a UN resolution that says right of return. More than 750,000 that were kicked, they're supposed to be allowed back in proper Israel. They have keys, paperwork, and that's always off the table. And it's always, if you look at all the deals that they have, there's always missing pieces. One deal, they missed out on the East Jerusalem. The Jerusalem would be controlled by Israel. According to the 67 borders, when you look at it from the UN side, it's actually West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, right? That's where the Al-Aqsa is, to be part of, Palestine. But what they do is they always play around in the West Bank. You know how many checkpoints are there, Moses? 920 checkpoints in the West Bank.
You know what? I think the responsibility equally falls on the Arab nations that are sitting there silent. I think that they are taking political stances too serious and are forgetting what really matters. And it's more of a brotherhood than borders and nations and being your king or the president. It's more of a brotherhood. It doesn't matter if I know you or not, if I know you're Muslim, the respect and the love, just how I was raised, right? Um, and I can't understand that part. I can't understand it. Like, if I see me as one leader of this nation and my brother and my friend and my cousin, and when we're all leaders of all these nations, I just don't understand how we can't get on the phone and stop this in 5 minutes. Cannot understand how these leaders can't get on the phone and have a conversation and can't put a stop to this by making one phone call. And when they make that phone call, the other person feels that conversation. And I can't believe that this has not been done yet. And as Muslims and as an Egyptian American citizen watching this, it's unbelievable to me seeing Israelis storm can't believe what I'm seeing, man. And it's for me, I just don't understand it. I'm 44 years old, about to be 45. I don't understand what I'm watching right now. You know, there should be a NATO amongst all Muslim nations. Every president that comes into America destabilizes an Arab nation. It's like they have a to-do list in the White House, and like number one is to destabilize somebody before their 4 years is up. We've seen it with Iraq, Afghanistan. Like they're always doing this. And until all of those leaders that are sitting here on social media and all these bulletins that we see get together and create their own NATO, this is going to continue to happen. And the power is going to lie in where the West is controlling. It's how it's been since I was a kid. I woke up seeing the towers getting smashed and Iraq getting destroyed and Saddam coming out of a cave and Bin Laden and the trial with Saddam. This is unreal what we're seeing here, guys. And I think that the West has controlled and done a lot of operations, CIA operatives, through the years that we found out about. But for me, man, the one thing that is most disappointing is just, these Arab countries not standing up and ending this.
It was the puppets of America, man. So, look, America protects Israel. Okay? If America doesn't stops protecting Israel, Israel will be finished. It would have been finished long time ago. It's thanks to America. That's why Israel exists. And that's why all these nations, they don't want to, touch Israel because of America's protection, America backing. And these puppets that are in there, Egyptian government, Jordan government, the Hashemite kingdom, you got people, even in the West Bank, the PA is in bed with Israel. And that guy actually, there's a documentation that he makes money off occupation.
How do you feel about Putin?
Putin, I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I mean, he's a genocide maniac as well. But the Ukraine-Russia thing, I kind of look at it as, I don't know, they're same people, man. Russia, if Russia was to take over Ukraine, right, they're not going to kick people out. They're going to let them live over there, like Israel does. Israel, it wants to take over Gaza and West Bank. They want them gone or genocided. You see the difference there? So, and the war with Ukraine, Russia, I feel like it was started from the NATO side, the Ukraine side, and I don't know. Why would you start something with Russia? So, and their claim is that there was a puppet that Russia planted in there, for a while, and blah blah blah, bullshit.
Did you hear Putin's interview about Trump last week?
What did he say?
He basically said that Trump's living in a reality show and he talks peace, but he sends 2 nuclear submarines. Well, we have more, positions in place against the U.S. than you have against us. Dude, he really went, look it up. Last week he destroyed, he destroyed Trump. In the interview, he destroyed him, man. It was like the whole interview, he was just bashing him.
Yeah, Trump is just an idiot. So the warheads, I think Mario Naffo, the guy on Twitter, did a space on this. So he had this video on his Twitter page. The video showed how they would be activated, and apparently Russia had 4,500, I think, warheads. America has 3,900 warheads. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And let's say if they were to annihilate Russia, right? Like do a full nuclear, right? So it will automatically activate the system for the nuclear. Then apparently their warheads are hidden outside of Russia somewhere. We don't know where. They would get activated, and they would automatically be, towards America. They will come towards America. America won't be able to do shit. You see what I'm saying? America's a target.
Yeah.
Russia
democracy kind of scenario. It was just like, hey, let me introduce you guys to Putin, and then boom, he was the president. So, I think also that Israel wants that Gaza's partially a portion of Gaza because they want to do that canal, like how Egypt has the Suez Canal. They want to build that Ben's. I think they call it the Ben something canal, where it will challenge the Suez Canal.
Victoria Canal?
Yes, yes.
I don't know, man. So, I kind of feel like it's possible without, Hamas or somebody coming in and bombing the shit out of it. You see what I'm saying? So they would either, if they want to build a canal of any sort, either they would have to genocide everybody in Gaza, or and not do it. Either or. Because if they build a canal and let's say they have a small piece of land, they take over, but then what do we do from the other side? They could have weaponry, the tunnel, whatever, they can shoot that shit, and that could damage the canal. And it's a multi-billion-dollar project if they were to build a canal. So, yeah, that's what it is. The solution, I believe, I wish it was possible for one state, right? But who wants to live with the rapists, man? These Israelis, they came out with a survey. 82% of them, they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza, right? Israeli Jews. Israeli Jews, they did another survey. 56% of them, they want to kick the Arab Israelis out, the Palestinian Israelis out of Israel. There's another survey that says that 64% of them, they agree on what's happening to people in Gaza. Right? Now, if you look at another survey back in 2015, the fucking problem in 2015, there was a survey was done by Pew Research, and it's the Israeli Jews, they wanted the Arabs out, and it was at 48%. You see what I'm saying? The discrimination level in 2016 against the Arabs was about 72%. You see what I'm saying? And then there's another survey that was done in 2022. The discrimination against the Arabs inside Israel was at about 37%. And now after the 7th of October, I'm sure it probably went up to 80%.
How do you sit down at a table and negotiate with people like that?
That's what I'm saying, bro. What do we do? And I look at them as rapists. They're fucking rapists. They want people, they want Hamas to put down the weapon, and Palestinians not to resist, and just bend over and get raped in the ass. That's all they want. They've been raping these people. Like, I'll give you a recent story about 4 or 5. This was, I think, last week. A Palestinian American from the same place where you're from, Tampa, Florida. This young kid, he was 18 or 19. I know, actually, he was 20, I think, or 19. He actually owned an ice cream shop over there. You probably know him, you're in Florida, right, Mohsen?
Yes.
So this kid, 18, 19-year-old, he was sitting on a porch inside in the West Bank, right? And he's chilling, whatever. They pull up and they start, messing around with the trees that had in front of the property, start building a tent or whatever. And then he told them to get lost or whatever. They started beating the shit out of him. They beat him to death and he died. The ambulance couldn't even make it in time because of the fucking checkpoints and a whole bunch of shit that was in the way. The kid died. And they arrested, they took some of these settlers in, the IDF, and they were let out. They let them out.
Yeah,
They asked America for help, and the American government is just garbage. It's fucking piece of, it's a sellout. They're sellouts. And then, his brother, apparently they're making the claim, IDF, that his brother threw a rock at IDF truck, right? And that's why they took him in under administrative detention without due process. They're not even allowing the family members to see it, lawyers to see it, whatever. And he's actually, I think, 16 or 17 or 15, I think. And his name is Matthew Ibrahim. If you get a chance, look into it. And the father, I actually played the clip yesterday. His father was saying, we're not allowed to see him. We don't know how he is. We don't know if they're abusing it. And he's a Palestinian American. Even the fucking Americans are not protected inside the West Bank. Like, what kind of fucking law is this?
Yeah,
It's sick.
that's horrible, man.
Hey, welcome, Christ and Not. If you guys want to chime in. Christ, did you want to say something? Anyways, I think she's busy. So that's where we're at, Lawson, you know. And I actually like sitting on space. I can just sit there, listen to it, get educated, you know. And he runs pretty good spaces, man. I can lie.
Yeah, I like his spaces too. I've been in them for a long time. He's got a lot of breaks a lot of news too in his spaces, but they took his verification and something else. They basically shadow banned him on Twitter.
Yeah, they demonetized him. They took away his blue check mark. He can't make money off of any of this, and his posts aren't getting too many, what is it called? Algorithm. It's not in his favor. It's, you know, they got rid of so that way it doesn't become popular. It's all has to do with the fucking Zionists, man.
Yeah.
You know, they put his name on one of the rockets they shot at Gaza, right?
Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy. Yeah,
They did that to him and Jackson Hinkle, that I think he's in his 20s as well.
Yeah, his voice is out there. You know, that's when you know his voice is shaking the block. Things like that happen.
Yep.
You know, and it comes from the support of his. Yeah, it comes from the support of his people, though. You know, resharing the spaces and doing everything. You know, just joining the space all the time. It's a lot of his fans and supporters that give him, you know, that space. A lot of people don't understand how to contribute to a speaker and to help his cause, right? And some people do. And in my experience, Twitter is just far more intelligent people on there, you know, more rather intelligent people on that app than on Clubhouse. You know, at this point, the best spaces usually on Clubhouse are the small spaces like this, but Twitter's a giant.
Yep, Twitter is interesting. I actually wanted to go over there and see if I can open up a because I actually cover the news in the morning, and I try to stay up to date with the news as well. But I usually and then we have psychopaths, genocide Romanian, they come in here as well as Zionists, and you know, debate them sometimes back and forth, and then
But
we have people crashing out every day.
That's good though, Amir, because you know, I want to hear the perspective of the Zionists. I want to hear them talk, right? I want to hear the perspective of the, you know, Israeli citizen that supports what's going on, and I want to hear from the ones that don't support what's going on. So I think the more people you have that come into the room, it's all content, bro, at the end of the day. So if it's, you know, as far as the space is concerned, you know, you're going to have people that come in and want to say what they feel. And they might be Israeli citizens and they might be American Israelis, who knows. And I'm very interested in their thoughts and what they have to say. So I don't know, I think it's a good thing when you have that in the room because it answers a lot of questions and it shows their cards sometimes.
They lie too much, bro. And they just lie. It's just Zionists, right? Today we had this new Zionist were going back and forth. He kept on denying it. I even played the clip for him. Why, how Hamas was funded. How Hamas was funded by Netanyahu and whatnot. And apparently, he did not want to accept it. I'm like, what? I gave him evidence from his own sources, Jewish sources. Didn't accept it. We had somebody else, same thing, didn't accept it. I don't know, I think they've been sort of like in denial. Some of these Zionists, they live in denial.
At the end of the day, they have to support Israel and support their land. That's what they were taught to believe growing up, and that's what they're gonna do no matter what it is, bro. And I just, like I said, I think that at some point there's something that's gonna happen in either side's favor, how they want it to go, or someone's gonna step in and create a negotiation that nobody's gonna be happy with, to be honest with you. And the terrorism will probably continue. This is not gonna end, so it's a horrible situation, man.
That's true. We're gonna see what happens. It is terrible.
But I heard somebody yesterday, because in the Twitter spaces, I heard people in Gaza talking, and I heard they have all kinds of people in there. And one of the guys was telling us that they only control a portion of Gaza. I think like they were saying like 30% or 20% of Gaza, and they're telling the other 70 or whatever percent, to basically get out, lay down arms or something, and whoever's fighting right now, the resistance is refusing, and that's basically where it's at. So, but I don't think they control all of Gaza.
Yeah. So let's say even if they were to put down the weapons and surrender, do you think that the Zionist entity would let them live?
No, it's gonna be bad.
Bro, there's about 4 members. They came out and they said they don't give 2 shits about the hostage.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad, bro. Yeah, it's just a bad scenario, no matter how you look at it. It's just bad, bad, bad. And nobody wants to step in and take action, which is even more confusing.
That's true. And that's where we're at right now, man. I don't know. Hey, welcome, Nazi. How you doing?
Sorry.
Walaikum assalam. Yep. So, as is what it is, my friend. I mean, we had look what this blue guy wrote in the chat. He's half German, half Israeli. Right? Look at what he wrote. He goes, just wanted to say that without lies, Palestine dies. Thank you for the attention to this matter. This guy doesn't even believe in that Israel is starving children. He's a Zionist, born in Israel.
The ChatGPT slogan.
What did you say about
The ChatGPT slogan.
Maybe, I don't know. And he doesn't believe in that it's apartheid. He doesn't believe that it's a genocide. And then you talk to him intellectually dishonest. Every time you try to make a point, he wouldn't even answer the question. He'll derail the fucking topic. So there's people, and then some people they tend to crash out here. I mean, every day we have crash outs. 2, 3 at least. People, crash out on Zionists. Some Zionists they get triggered. They crash out on pro-bellies. It goes crazy, man. But anyways, I think this room has served its purpose. Anybody else want to speak? And I think I'll probably end it. Jamal Mubarak to you guys. Happy Friday. And I think I'm gonna hit the bed now. Anybody want to speak? No? Alright. So it was nice meeting you, Mohsen. Keep coming in, bro. I I open the room every day, right? It runs for 10 hours a day, 10 to 12 hours a day. Sometimes I'm late, sometimes a bit early, and I think you follow the house, so you'll get a notification. If you're on Twitter, you can hop in here, listen to the conversation. Sometimes we have Zionists, so they can go on for hours. We have Palestinians that come into the space as well. We have a brother that actually lives inside the West Bank. He comes in here as well. We have another brother that lives in the West Bank. You can listen to him, you know. And we even had somebody come in here from Gaza, but I don't know what happened to him. He disappeared. But anyways, so I'll talk to you guys later. So have a good night. I mean, good morning or good night. Take care, guys.
More likely to get a pardon, and they often do, or get accommodation. But, I agree with you. I just wanted the acknowledgement that this is what happens, right? These people donate to someone's political campaign, or they donate to someone's thing, or they're huge donors, and then they end up getting political favors that benefit them, which could be a pardon, could be a commutation, could be, whatever.
Naveed, let me tell you something, bro. You're not even. The worst pardon in my lifetime wasn't January 6th, because we all knew that he said he was going to do it. He wasn't going to pardon his son. And that motherfucker gave him full pardon. I think that should have been a crime right there.
Well, I mean, but also given what we found out now, and the fact that Tulsi Gabbard and others have disclosed that the Biden administration was aware, pardoning someone like Adam Schiff and members, of including Brennan Clapper and others, understand. I mean, you got to understand that, JB and Marshall. I'm wondering your thoughts on this too, because it's fascinating to me that he pardoned all these people. They're like, oh, that's because Trump's going to go after them for no reason, and then now the info comes out that there is a reason to go after them, and and he went to try to pardon them. So I mean, it is just that pardon power. I actually agree with you, JB. I think that Congress should have the ability to, just like they review senators, right? They should provide advice and consent on pardons. But do each pardon may take Senate a lot of time. Maybe you say, hey, every 2 months or something, we review the pardon, something like that. I don't know, just a thought.
Not only do it. Go ahead, sir.
But you keep saying that because Tucci came out with all this stuff that has been litigated 10 years ago, right? There's nothing new there. So it's like, yeah, he pardoned those people because he knows how Trump is. So there's no new information.
What was litigated? What was litigated?
The Russian collusion thing, or Russian gate, or
Which court litigated it? Because you said it was litigated. So which court?
I'm sorry, investigated, not litigated. Maybe Patrick's.
Okay. And did you read any of the Tulsi stuff? Because some of the people, like the Durham Annex was hidden. Those facts were hidden, never provided. So I mean, if you looked at it, the Durham Annex clearly calls out some of these things. And not all the facts were litigated. Not all the facts were investigated. Okay, and that's the point that comes out, saying like, hey, what was provided to us, even Mueller came and said there was no collusion, right? And was answering, if you read the Mueller report now, in light of all that you got, you can see that Mueller was basically saying, I need to find a way to try to pin Trump to this, but there's no evidence to show it, but I need to find a way, so let me try to find a way.
Let me ask you a question, man. Because you and I have had a million discussions. I know where you stand, but I want to ask you. I want to see if you're going to be honest. Let's see if it passes the smell test, right? In your opinion, is Donald Trump a criminal or have a criminal mindset? In your opinion, be honest.
Criminal mindset.
He has a criminal mindset, right? He's like
Yeah, I said criminal mindset. Yep.
He has like a
criminal mindset. That doesn't mean he's a criminal. Criminal mindset doesn't mean he's a criminal, but criminal mindset. Sure.
So he runs the government like a mafia boss runs his family.
I think he runs everything like mafia boss runs family, and I think in some ways that may be good, and in some ways that's horrendous.
Well, I think allocating. I don't know the exact number. I'm going to guess $90 billion for ICE. That's a criminal mindset. mindset. We don't need. ICE didn't need $90 billion. They could have taken 75 and taken another 15 billion would it be, and put it in other places that need it. Like, I know this is gonna sound stupid to some of you people, but to cancel PBS, public broadcasting, they couldn't find the money for that, but they're more worried about fucking Pedro coming over from Mexico. That's some bullshit, bro. Just my opinion.
And it's 150 billion for ICE, right? Isn't it? Am I wrong on that?
I don't know the exact number.
No, well, it's for USCIS. Hold on, to be fair, it's for USCIS overall, which is all the immigration processing, not just ICE. But people say it's for ICE, but it doesn't specifically look at the legislation. You look at the proposals, none of it does actually say ICE.
Hey, Naveen, let me ask you a question, just between you and me, because nobody's listening to us, right? They could have taken, let's say, $1 billion in it, just $1 billion, $1 billion, and hired some new judges to expedite the process, or no?
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem is, he's saying moving forward. So Trump's mindset is the people that came under Biden vetted, right? And there's some reality to that. If you want to go into this immigration discussion, I'm happy to have it. But, these people weren't vetted. And there's proof of it. I mean, you take people from South America, many of those countries don't have the proper vetting system. So if you call and say, I'm here with, I have Pedro here. He says he's from your country. We don't know if he's there. Oh, I'm there. Well, we don't have any system to verify who he is. We don't know who he is. Well, okay, so we have to take his word that he's from Colombia? Okay, so how do we know where this guy is from? And so now we'll let you in. Okay, now you're in the country, you're our problem, right? So the view is get everyone out, right? Moving forward. Now look at the legislation that passed in the big beautiful bill. The majority has more immigration judges that are in there. So you're right. At the beginning, he took the approach of, hey, we're gonna put this money in, we're gonna double down, we're gonna go and pull all these people that came out that we have no idea who the hell they are that came into this country. And now, moving forward, we're gonna make it really difficult to come in by, putting more judges and putting other people in there. So while I agree with you that, the approach and the strategy in which he did was kind of egregious, I'm just telling you what my belief is.
Thank you, Naveen. Let me just say, I'm going to do a quick reset, but I'm going to say something before I do it. And this is going to trigger some of you people, and that's okay. It's 7:30 in the morning. Good morning, Hector. To me, ICE reminds me of Hitler's Gestapo. It really does. This is Healthy Debates, guys. This is Coffee and Conversation. The link on top on the Jumbotron is a link to my chat room that I'm going to be hosting later. I'm hoping everybody comes. Even Balenciaga could come, hang out with the cool kids if he wants. We'll let you in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Jamil. Good morning, L. Oh, we got LC in the house. Yo, F. Hector. Eunice, how you doing? Guys, got a pink ticket down the VIP section, cashing in. Sin, I don't even know why you have a pink ticket. But Sin, I looked through your profile. That picture of that flip-flop, man.
I got kicked out your room by El Normal because I called him.
Can I finish my fucking reset, bro?
I know. You just want to make me the demon every time I come. Yeah, I know.
Because you have no mic. I'm in the middle of a reset, and you just because it's more important, you have to say what you have to say. If El Normal kicked you out, there was a reason for it.
There wasn't no reason. He
No?
kicked me out because I called him an evil Jew.
An evil Jew?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, did he have to greet me?
Yeah. You happened to be that day.
Well, then there you go. Show more respect, man. I don't have to tell you.
So that's disrespectful to call him an evil Jew when
You know what's funny, and I just said it before you got in the group. The hypersensitivity of men on this app. It's fucking bizarre to me. Who gives a fuck you got thrown out? Who gives a fuck what I say to you? You're a fucking man. Squeeze your balls, bro. Who cares? It's a free fucking app. Like, legit, bro. You cry every fucking day, and the thing is with you, that I don't understand. You're actually a little smart. You're not a lot smart, but you're a little smart. You can get in the conversation, but you want to be stuck in your feelings from 3 days ago. Who gives a fuck, bro? Like, legit. We're having a great conversation about Trump and pardons, and you want to cry about a normal who's not even in the fucking room? I'm sure he had a reason to throw you out. If you feel he's an evil Jew, that's your business. You have to deal with God, not me. It's fucking crazy, man. You dudes need to get some fucking testosterone test done. Anyway, if you have a pink ticket in, hit the link on top. That's for my chat room later. Yo, Doug, you're more than welcome to come up. But come on, stay on point, bro. You're smarter than that. I know you gaslight my rooms, you gaslight my chat. I'm okay with that. The haters are what stokes success. Keep hating, see how far I go. day here in New York, man. Anyway, guys, we're popcorn style. Marshall, you try to jump in?
Yeah, I was gonna say labeling Norm an evil Jew is it's being more than an asshole. Norm's not an evil Jew. You may not agree with Norm. He may come off as absolutely obnoxious, but that doesn't make him evil. Also,
Hey, Marshall, check this out. If you said he was an evil black man, this app would be on fire. But it's okay to speak what he wants. He has that protection, which I think is bullshit. If he thinks Norm's an evil Jew, then he really needs to check his fucking moral compass.
well, it also means like he doesn't know Norm. Or like both of us know Norm. Norm may be obnoxious, but he's not an evil person. And like the reducing down Norm to being an evil person is intellectually lazy, to say the very least.
Anyway, let's get back to the conversation. We're talking about pardons. I like when Naveen comes in my space. He don't leave his square, but at least he's respectful. So Naveen, man, I think not only do we need Congress to interject themselves with these pardons because they're out of control, I think there should be term limits on Congress, Senate, and the Supreme Court. Marshall disagrees with me, but let me tell you something. You want to root out corruption? Get rid of the fucking Nancy Pelosi's of the world? That piece of shit? That's how you do it.
But also, I think, and I'm gonna agree with you on that, JB. Not only term limits maybe, but also getting the kind of the money out of politics too. You know, I think that's the issue also. There was a bill that came up about Congress can't use insider trading, and that bill failed. Right? You know, Trump even came out against it. It's like, because that's crazy. How can you do insider trading, but people like Martha Stewart gets put in jail behind that? Like, so it's like
Because there's no law preventing Congress and senators from doing that. Because there's no law preventing Congress from doing that.
That's what I'm saying. So there was a bill to prevent. There's a Republican, I think, bill, matter of fact, and they voted for. They shot it down because it's like, you know, they keep making the money. But I'm agreeing with JB and all of that.
Bro, do you know how much Nancy Pelosi's made since she's become a congresswoman? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? If any of us on this stage, in this room, on this app, in this world, did the shit that she did, we wouldn't be in prison. We'd be under the prison. We'd be all over the news. We'd be called Bernie Madoffs and all this other bullshit. She's a crook. Chuck Schumer's a crook. Donald Trump is a crook. But this is what we put into power. I don't get it. You know, and now we got this idiot man, Dami, who's going to run the largest epicenter of the world in New York City. And this city's going to burn down. You people think I'm being hyperbolic? I'm not. He's already said he's going to sledge all public services by 25%. 25% across the board. How the fuck are we going to survive? We barely survive now, man.
But what makes you, and again, this is maybe my ignorance, but what makes you think, so, now you know, which thing's going to burn down? He's saying redirect these funds to help people like homeless people, or redirect these funds to do something else? Like, is it already closed? And I go look it up. I just haven't been a bit lazy.
He wants to take that money and help illegal immigrants. That's what he wants to do. He wants more welfare hotels. America's a welfare state, sir. And he wants to keep people in welfare. He wants to empower the immigrants that come to New York City. Because remember, we're a sanctuary city. So he wants all that money to go to these people that, other than the people that deserve it, like the taxpayers. So it's going to burn down, man. We got less cops on the street. You already have crime. Right? You're going to cut the fire department by 25%. You're going to cut sanitation. The last time you were in New York City. But it's disgusting.
I've been in New York for a while, so I don't know on that one.
Evil of God. Let's see what you have to say. Those people are not crooks. The system allows them to do that. You always blame the individual, which is what the system of, I don't even know what that word is, financialized system is supposed to allow. JB, you have to stop behaving immigrants as if they're the ones stealing all the money when you know fully well who enriches themselves in Congress. Stop blaming immigrants. I'm not blaming immigrants. I'm blaming the politicians. I'm blaming any fucking mayor that gets up there and says, make me a sanctuary city. And then all these fucking other states, like Texas and Florida, send us enough problems on our own here.
Yeah, that's the myth. Like the busing may have come off as distasteful, but when you're shipping them to cities that are sanctuary cities, it may seem petty, but it's asking those cities to step up to the plate and take care of the people they say they want to take care of.
Well, here's the problem, Marshall. We have the esteemed Mayor Adams here in New York City and other mayors, Chicago, LA. You know, Mayor Adams got on TV and looked right at the camera and said, I dare you to send me your immigrants. I dare you. That was his exact words. You know what the governor of Texas said? I got you, bro. I sent busloads and plane loads of immigrants and just dropped them on the fucking street. And you know what happened? Adams thought Biden was going to supplement the money. Biden's like, I'm not touching that. And now the fucking money comes out of New Yorkers' pockets. Listen, we need immigrants in America. Everybody knows that. You gotta be a dummy to say otherwise. But to give them debit cards with, $15,000 on it, brand new iPhones, 4-star hotel stays. I want a fucking free hotel in Manhattan. Not gonna happen. I don't know, man. I think things are out of control, and I think Donald Trump is doing it the wrong way. I think some of that money could be allocated for other things.
Also, Donald Trump is basically doing it as a distraction, and he said the criminals, right? There's no way you're gonna get 20 million people out of the country in 4 years, unless he's not planning on staying. Unless he planning on staying.
Let me say this.
Like there's no way. But
I've been in New York City. I've been in New York City my entire life, right? I've circled the sun many times. I've never one time been attacked by a fucking criminal migrant. This is a dog whistle that Donald Trump likes to blow, and people fall for that shit.
No, I'm agreeing with you on that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying what he said is criminals, but then you're going after people working, people at Home Depot, people at schools, So that's what I'm saying. That's the red herring. Because, of course, not to distract, because, hey, my tariff's not doing that good. This is not doing that good. So, hey, what is the biggest issue? Immigration.
Well, yeah, but immigration is a big deal under the Trump administration. Largely due to the fact that Biden had 13.5 million people, which is a larger number in population than half the states in our country. Meaning 50% of the states have a population below 13.5 million people. That's where you got the backlash. And Biden not let so many people in. The backlash probably.
Marshall, can we have the real conversation about Joe Biden? Because the truth is this. We all had that debate. We saw that decrepit old fucking weekend at Bernie's guy stumble over his words. And I don't want to hear because he has a stutter. He's lost in his head. The Democratic Party should be ashamed of themselves that they would put that man out on that stage. A. B. He hasn't been like this just yesterday. He's been like this for the last 2 or 3 years. Who is really running this country? Were those really his policies? Because they use that auto pen quite a bit. Now, Donald Trump's batshit crazy in my opinion. But sometimes he'll say something lucid that makes sense to me. I do believe they abused that auto pen. And I do believe Joe Biden was running the president. Not Joe, Jill, his wife. Because that dude was walking into curtains. So the Democratic Party better fix themselves real quick. So we're going to get another 8 years of Republican administrations.
Guess what, JB? I would have voted for weekend at Bernie's over Trump still. So, okay.
But you would rather.
I mean, look, the job thing, whatever, I guess that can be litigated or talked about,
Wait.
But like 2 million or 3 million, not 13 million, you know what I'm saying? So that would raise it, to 30 million immigrants or 40 million in the country? So I don't think that's the case, So,
the numbers come from
what they should do is create a pathway, at least for the people who've been here 20 years, I think. And there was a bill, remember, that Donald Trump sponsored by a Republican, that Donald Trump told them not to.
Yeah, but the Langford bill was horseshit. It screwed over my area and it didn't do what it was supposed to do. It just decent try for the Republican and decent try for the Democrat, but it was not a good bill at all. It would have impacted the Rio Grande Valley substantially in very negative ways. I'm looking for where'd it go? My brother who works on Capitol Hill sent me this little synopsis of it. very last part you cut out in my mic. If you don't mind repeating.
Sorry, I said, was it not a fact that all the Republicans were for it, it was gonna pass, and then Donald Trump told them not to?
I would not say that, for example, my senators, Cruz and Cornyn, voted for it because Donald Trump told them to. They didn't vote for it because it's bad for our state. I found what I was looking for.
Marshall, hold on 1 second. Marty, are you there, Marty?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, do me a solid. Read that article real quick, and when you're done reading it, let me know, because I want to talk about this. Okay, Marshall.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I found this thing my brother sent me. At a low end, we would have had to accept 5,000 people a day. At the high end, 8,500. Except it doesn't end with the 5,000 or the 8,500. They still have to process 1,400 asylum claims at the ports of entry, even when it's shut down. POTUS can suspend the shutdown at any point he thinks it is, quote, in the nation's best interest. And the automatic shutdown thing only goes for 2 years, although, as I said above, it's not a shutdown. Murphy somewhat famously said, quote, the border never closes under the deal. Changes to asylum processing for judge to mid-level career DHS employee. Basically, a line officer with their supervisor can grant asylum, which are supposed to go before a court is the reason it's not a good idea. These people immediately get work permits and are on a pathway to citizenship. Children from non-contiguous countries are in that 5,000 and 1,400 number, and it mandates catch and release for large classes of aliens, which is how the law refers to some of these folks. Language is literally shall release, not may. It means you, like, shall in law means you must do something, may means you have a choice. And so this is a shall release. Does not substantially raise credible fear standard, the thing you need to pass to get an asylum claim, and does nothing about the settlement agreements that require the release of the unaccompanied children before a settlement agreement. Anyway, that's just a few of the things in the Langford compromise bill that were just not good for the Rio Grande Valley in any way, shape, or form. Right. Again, I give him a doff of the hat for the try, but he should have worked closer with people like Cornyn and Cruz, who Texas has the largest border with Mexico, and it would have been very helpful to work with Cruz and Cornyn to get that bill more rammed into shape so that it could pass.
Well, I'm say this, Marshall. Thank you for that share. Ted Cruz is a piece of shit, in my opinion.
Guys, Zodiac killer with that beard.
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo. Guys, on top on the Jumbotron is a link to my room tonight on Chatter at 4:45 Eastern Standard Time. I hope everybody comes in. Marty, did you read the article?
Yes, I did.
What are your thoughts? Because I have a feeling that you and I are not going to agree.
So I do believe most Israelis don't want this. Not that they don't want to have military immediate safety from Gaza. It's the fact that Gaza's a fucking welfare state before the war started. They depended on the world to feed them and to give them electricity and give them all the things that we said that we were going to cut off because we're giving them for free. So they've always been a welfare state. So they're really tax burden on the Israeli society, and I don't think it's actually good that we're the ones who's taking care of them, and Hamas is just profiting and keeping the cash for their own military expansionists. Do I think listen, in the Middle East,
gonna say what I think. I think that it's enough. It's enough. I mean, look, people. All I ask is let me finish what I'm gonna say, and then everybody's welcome to push back. But here's my thought. People are saying that the starvation thing is fake. I don't believe it's fake. I think these people are really right. How could they not be right? There's almost no building standing. It's all rubble. And I get it. Hamas is stealing the supplies and the aid. But here's the deal. If Hamas came out today and put down their weapons and said, okay, you guys win, we're done. You know what's going to happen? Hamas 2.0 is coming up tomorrow. Now, I'm going to tell you why. Because when you kill somebody's mother, brother, father, sister, uncle, I don't care what relative you kill, that puts a seed in somebody's head. How the fuck could I sit and kumbaya with these people now? How could I sit down and break bread with any Jew? Now, Marty, you know I'm a Zionist, I'm pro-Israel, I'm pro-Jew. But the reality of the situation is all we're doing, we're never going to get rid of the ideology that permeates through that region. And by killing these people, it's just going to make it worse. There will never, ever be peace. I am not a fan of Netanyahu, and I wasn't a fan of Netanyahu before October 7th, bro. That's really the truth. But what's the definition of insanity? Do the same thing over and over again, hoping for different results. Now, I'm not a bleeding heart liberal, but I'll tell you what, man. It has to end in some way, and to escalate it's only going to make it worse. And here's the truth, Marty. For Jews like you, Jews like me, when this shit pops off over there like this, and he says he's going in, he's going to take over all of Gaza, that puts a bigger target on my back and your back just for being Jews, so we have nothing to do with that conflict. And that's my thought on that situation.
I mean, not to mention, like, a lot of Israelis were trying to get him out of there, right? So, like,
They were trying to get him out over judicial reform.
Well, that was that, and him being there forever. Like, he basically, I think, I want to say Trump light, but he's trying to stay in there because he's a little bit past Trump, if you ask me. But he's trying to stay in there almost forever, like Putin. Right? So it's like, I think they were against him. You know, a lot of Israelis want.
Well, I'll say this, Marshall. Let me say this, Marshall. And everything I just said, Marty, the truth is this. There's going to be a faction of the Jewish mafia on this app to say, see, I told you he wasn't a Jew. You see, he's really anti-Semitic. No, bro. I support Israel 100%. I'm not supporting this military campaign. I think it's wrong. It's inhumane, bro. It's just in my opinion. But, you know, my opinion is just one of many, I guess. Let me say good morning to Ewan. Good morning, Ewan. Good morning, Ms. Clark. Ewan,
hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm here.
I'm all right. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I think that there's two separate things going on, and I think that people are looking at small picture issues without looking at the bigger picture thing, which is the reality that to fix the issue in Gaza, it's going to take multiple generations. And I think that the Israeli army, the IDF, are doing what they have to do now to get the hostages back. Dude, in all honesty, I would love for my own government to care that much about me or care that much about my family to fight to bring them back.
It's kind of sad that like we don't have that standard in the rest of the world, to be completely honest.
And yeah, I understand where you're coming from too. I think that it's a humanitarian crisis, but at the same time, I really do think that these two issues are sort of different issues, and I think that it's going to be multi-generational work to try to get the Palestinians to, like, did you hear about what happened in France, for example? JB?
No, sir, I didn't. What happened in France?
Okay, so there's this news story that just recently came out where Macron started bringing in Palestinian refugees. Within the first week, he put a stop to it because a Palestinian refugee went around screaming at the top of her lungs that she's going to exterminate all the Jews. First couple days in France, and I think that there's this bred in hate that isn't going to stop them at this point, and we need to figure out a solution. But like, this is going to take generations. This isn't going to be fixed in a year or 5 years or probably even 10 years. So that's just the reality of the situation.
Well, let me say this, man. I don't give a fuck. Like, going on in Gaza with the Palestinians, well, when it's over, we're going to treat them like we treated the Germans after World War II or the Japanese. The big difference here is this is a religious ideology that you're not going to get rid of, right? And then throw into the pot, that these people have lost brothers, mothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. There is not going to be forgiveness on the Palestinian side. There's just not. I don't see it happening. And I think they need to come up with a different plan. To me, it's just not working, man. I'm sorry, it's just not. And you want to escalate things? Okay. And then there's going to be blowback to the escalation. Listen, Jews are the most hated people in the world. I woke up today, I was already hated. Didn't do anything to anybody, but just because I'm a Jew, they don't like me. I get it. But when you escalate and starve people out, bro, that puts a lot of bullseyes on a lot of Jews around the world. I really believe that.
How do you consider this an escalation? We do have already military control of the land. Hamas has only small pockets, or they're underground, hiding like little rats. I don't see this as escalation. It's just basically staying in the area and now securing it, making it more areas where Hamas doesn't have to take control. And these are also working with the fractions in Gaza. I know it's not mentioned much, but there's areas across the border where I forgot the guy's name. He basically said there's no war. War's ended. We control it. Hamas is not here, and that's why we're good. So there's more to the puzzle that isn't being spoken about. I do believe, of course, that all people are not going to be able to run to aid. I understand they're going to be. It's going to be hard for them, and I do believe most people live in tents. It's totally like I understand, but at the same time, these are not. I believe that the right move would be if they want to leave and want to come back when things get picked up again, which could take years. I think they should have the option to leave it, and the fact that we're not allowing them to leave because of some gaslighting talking point is the reason why they're suffering.
Hey, Marty, you know what I think about what he just said? I agree with you, bro. I don't know why Egypt hasn't opened their border, right? The Egyptians, and in my opinion, and I don't give a fuck if this triggers some of you, the Egyptians are probably the biggest anti-Semites in the world, at least in my experience. But they won't open that border for these poor people. They'll point out what the IDF and Israel's doing wrong, but they're not going to open that border. Stay on that side and get slaughtered. But before I go to the next speaker, I have to say good morning to Lady Chi. She left. Well, good morning, Miss Clark. I love your PTR. Your hair's amazing. Looks fantastic. Good morning, Keegan.
Good morning. Listen, I know that
I'm listening.
I know that I know that me and you have had very different agreements, or opinions on this topic. But what you're saying, I think first of all, it takes a lot of guts, because someone who is a Zionist can point out, like, what's post-war look like? And that's a really, really hard question to wrap around. That let's say the hostages that potentially are still alive are back. Hamas is dismantled. To the just dismantled. What does this look like? Is it that majority of these Palestinians, are they expelled away from Gaza because you can't live in it? Do they go to the West Bank? Do they go to Israeli settlements? I don't think it's for Israel.
Hey, Keegan, you know what? Keegan, I'm sorry to cut you off. You don't have to give me up. Let me just say this. It's my opinion, just my opinion. All Israel, the IDF is doing over there is create more fanatical extremists.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying this for over a year now, is that when you kill, it doesn't matter that my brother's a Hamas member. If you kill my brother, and then you also, because he's a Hamas member, he was hiding in a house, and you kill my mother, my sister with him, I now hate you. It doesn't matter that he was a Hamas member. I now am going to say, well, now you've killed my family. Just because my family was harboring a Hamas member doesn't give you the right to kill them, in my opinion, right? I'm just basing it off myself. If I was holding if my brother was a KKK member, and the United States said, well, we're going to kill him, and we're going to end up killing your whole household, I would hate you. I would hate you to my core.
in that religion that if they could push a button, poof, all us Jews would be gone. Good morning, Marcus. How you doing, Counselor?
What's up? What's going on? How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. I haven't heard from you in a minute. You still in Hawaii?
No, I'm in the East, man. I went to Asia. I'm on the run.
I'll get you a list of all the countries that don't have extradition. What do you think about what we're saying here?
I mean, we know why Egypt isn't opening the border, right? Like, Egypt is like Palestinians did before. They've seen what's happened when like Palestinians did. I mean, it's not a mystery why they're not opening the border. It's not like, oh my God, what's going on? We know why they're not. They're not doing it for the same reason Jordan is opening the border for Palestinians again. They go ahead to do it.
Oh, 100%. See, people don't talk about that, Marcus, how when Egypt led the Palestinians the last time, what happened? It didn't turn out too well for anybody.
So let's just be honest about what's going on. There's a reason they're not opening the border. So we're like, how dare Israel not do all this stuff? And we turn a blind eye. Well, I don't know why Egypt did. No, we don't. We know exactly why. We're just not talking about it. But we know exactly why. I have a really hard time. And granted, I'm actually probably closer than you guys, but my heart's still in America, right? I have a hard time telling someone on the other end of the world, like, I don't want a genocide. I don't want people to die. I don't want people to starve. But, like, I'm not going to tell you from far away how high your fence should be. Or, like, if you need to defend your house with barbed wire or gun or electric wire. I think that's something you guys sort of need to take care of in your neighborhood. So I'm all for saying, like, shit's way out of line. We got to fix it. But the nitty gritty, how it's going to happen, I have a real hard time when we look around on the other side of the world and say, hey, there's a problem in your backyard, you better fix it, but I don't like the way you're fixing it now. Just, it put a rub through the road. It's hard for me to articulate. It's hard for me to say how I would tell someone to do that when I'm not letting you tell me how I'm going to get rid of my in-laws who won't move out of my house. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all have problems. I can tell you when you go too far. But to say, you're doing the best you can, it's just, there's a lot of problems with the way everything's being done. Because the problem is, we keep seeing it every time people ask the question, all right, so what do you do on October 8th? Well, everything was wrong on October 7th. There's literally no way you can do the right thing. And what a lot of people also are talking about, which I've come to terms with, is that Israel decided on October 7th that this is not a PR war. They are not fighting the PR war, which is weird for people who are supposed to be in control of the media and so good at this shit. They just decided, hey, we're not going to fight.
Wait a second, Counselor. Counselor, hold on. You're telling me Jews don't own the media or the banks?
Oh, no, I didn't say anything about the banks. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Oh, what I'm saying is, you just said, we're fighting a real war. If you guys want to argue on Twitter, go ahead. I think it's coming back to bite them in a lot of ways. But I think they said, we're going to focus on what's important. The simple fact is, if they had done everything they've done up until today, in the first, 2 weeks after October 7th, you'd be hard pressed to say that the world would come down as hard on them now and then as they would have now. But because they tried to do it as humanely as they claim they tried to do it, and it seems they tried to do it from what I'm saying, I think they're getting the worst end of the stick because of it. Doesn't mean that Netanyahu's a good dude. I mean, clearly, that guy's fucked up. But when you have an unwinnable solution, I can't blame someone for making the wrong decision. You know what?
I mean, but I don't know, Marcus. That's kind of, Americans tell people all around the world what to do, what is thinking. So, I mean, that's kind of.
Yeah, and I don't know, that's exactly what I'm telling you.
Okay. What I'm saying is, though, I mean, because you're saying we did this, we're telling them how to do it. I mean, I maybe can't agree with you. After 2 weeks, if they did what they did, people would have been like, okay, it's enough. But when you just flatten, and I understand the whole thing would have been attacked and everything, and this stuff is, I think, complicated to fix, if you ask me. But it's like, of course, up to now, it's like people can see and people are like, okay, now come on, flatten the whole area, city, whatever, and it's like, now it's becoming the guy, it's like the Rocky movie. It's like throwing the towel, because it's like, at this point, the guy's dead, So I think
Well,
that's.
let me say this, a couple things real quick before I go to BB. If you're a real Jew, you're not eating that last slice, because you're gonna feel guilty. So I'll say that. But I'll say this. Here's the narrative that's being spun. And you know what I mean. Because I was sitting at the table, I'll be like, no, Marcus, you could have the pizza. No, Jason, you could have the pizza. Anyway, here's the narrative that's being spun, and I don't know how to push back on it. So Israel's going to take over Gaza City. They're not going to leave, right? And what that does is it spitballs into, well, I told you, Bibi, it was always about the land. It was never about Hamas. Good morning, Bibi.
Good morning. If you don't mind, can I play the interview with Bibi Netanyahu on Fox News? It's like 2 minutes long.
Be my guest.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna make coffee while you do that.
Watch it. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You bet Palestinians were fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter, but we don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to armed forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burn our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So in summary, he did not deny.
What do you guys think?
Can I share a counter argument here, JB?
Be my guest.
Marcus, you said that Israel does not care about its public image when fighting this war. In 2024, they said they're not care what they don't care.
They decided we can do this. I decided at the beginning of this war, things have not like the other one.
And I'm saying that okay, sure. Then they're not trying. Sure, then they're not trying. I'm telling you this. The IGAA, which is the Israeli government advertising agency, spent $120 million just last year on social media influencing. Okay, they did a trip with the Nelk Boys where they had the Nelk Boys come out for free and they filmed it all 2 years ago. Then they did an interview. Then Benjamin Netanyahu went on from the largest podcast for Gen Zers just a month ago to try to play a PR stunt. I mean, the idea that they're not trying, they are definitely trying. They're just not succeeding. They're just not winning.
Podcasts for a year? What you put? You put it out 2 podcasts?
Keegan, hold on a second. Marcus, you're a little low. If you could speak up a little louder, I appreciate it.
I'm yelling at it. How much do they get from America every year that they only spend $120 million? Right? I mean,
this is a very, very small nation, Mark.
Literally nothing.
This is a very small nation. $120 million for Israel is a good amount of money. Still
change in their drawer.
Exactly. And the fact that you would equate and say, well, what about Hamas spending? They're not the same thing. One's a terrorist organization, one's a fucking country.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, this doesn't change the fact. And you guys say if they have so many billions of dollars. Again, they came and fund their own war, right? Again, they're being funded by other foreign nations. But on top of that, they're a country that's running
Right,
themselves.
because it's a fucking proxy war for formation.
Sure, Marcus, but Marcus, my point is,
that's the point.
But my point is that you're saying that Israel's not trying to win the social media presence, and I'm telling you that they are. Why would Benjamin go on a large Gen Z podcast? Why would he do that? Why would he do that on Marcus? Why would he do that?
Why would you do it over a year and a half after the fucking war started?
Because they're losing. They're losing their image. That's why.
It's on the land. Fucking image the Jews have in the world for the last 2 billion years. Every year they have the exact same claim on how the Jews killed Jesus in every major church across the nation of America. And you're saying Jews are somehow losing their image? What the fuck? They have a good image. I mean, but do anybody really?
Let me jump in, guys. Let me jump in, please. Thank you. I want to say good morning to Daniel, then Shakur. Daniel, good morning, brother.
Good morning. I'm doing good. I hear that when Israel is doing stuff that any other nation in the world is doing, people really get upset here. Like 150 million. Just a huge number, which is basically. Shakur, hello, Shakur. Hi, Shakur. Can you hear my voice? $150 million is nothing. And the fact that you even talk about it as if people don't go like any other world leader will go in interviews, it's kind of weird to me. The fact that the thing is that I would say, I hate to say this, to use this you people, but I would say you people just hate to see Jews fight back. When Jews are being massacred and killed, then there is empathy for the Jews that were slaughtered in 7th of October. But as soon as we fight back, it doesn't matter if it's with words, with weapons, with whatever, it just bugs you. Really, really bugs you. And we're not losing. Society loses. When you believe a made-up, fabricated lie, yes, we are paying the price. But it's your society that is allowing it, and it's your society that will have to pay the price. And if you think bringing Bibi into an interview with like 2 children in the United States is what we are doing to fight back, then you're ridiculous. Listen, at the end of the day, Hamas is not funding this propaganda war against Israel. It's a very, very big machine that has been in this for decades, okay? It didn't stop now, and it's not Hamas. It's funded by very big pockets from Qatar to the IRGC. Al Jazeera is basically working in it. But you have a problem, not with this Al Jazeera, for example, this huge corporation, global. You have a problem with Bibi Netanyahu going on an interview on a podcast that no one ever heard. This is what bothers you. This is what you're talking about. Because I didn't finish it. I didn't finish it. It actually bugs you when Jews are trying to say their words. Now, I will end with this. Lies are very, very cheap, fast, and truth is expensive and slow. So we cannot keep on refuting all the daily lies and propaganda. You know, at the end, there is truth. You want to believe, you're talking about image. I will tell you that image for us is not the first place. Our first place is survival. So if we have a bad image, but we are alive, so be it. So big. If you want to think that we are genocidal demons, but you know, if you're an intelligent person, you know that it's the opposite. That the only place in the Middle East where Arabs, Muslims have rights, equal rights, freedom of speech, freedom of protest, it's in Israel. People say free Palestine. Free as what? As Lebanon, as Iraq, as Iran, as Syria,
Daniel.
as Yemen, as Egypt? Come on.
Daniel, let me jump in here. So,
I don't agree with the current policy of what's going on over there, right? Doesn't mean I don't support Israel or IDF, but I think that needs to be a change in plans, is my opinion. But also, let me say this: no matter what Netanyahu would have did on October 8th, moving forward, he was gonna lose the PR war. Because anti-Semitism trumps ER, and that's just the way it is. Because Jew hate is real. People wake up this morning, they hate Jews for no reason. They probably don't even know a Jew. But I want to go to BB real quick. BB, you there? BB?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nope.
Go ahead. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, BB. Thank you for playing that clip. What do you think about that clip? What do you think about what Netanyahu? Can we believe him?
I do. I don't think he wants to to govern those people. He knows it's going to be a catastrophe, a headache. So if he lets the Arab nations govern it, it's going to be a big difference, and it's not in his head.
All right, guys, we're going to go popcorn. We're going to go popcorn. Hold on, Marcus. We're going to go popcorn style. We have a one mic policy. When somebody's speaking, you will get a chance to push back when they're done. Okay, Marcus.
So that's the first time I heard that interview that Young did. He's on record now saying multiple times he's holding it, or they'll hold Gaza to give it to a civilian government. You cannot hold him there. If he doesn't hold it, if he doesn't hold himself to that, if the world is going to hold him to it, and if he doesn't, then fine, there's going to be ramifications. But you know exactly what he's doing. The idea that they're trying to make quote unquote greater Israel, after you've heard him now say multiple times in a row that it's there to give it to an Arab civilian government. I mean, we can see exactly what happened. So I'm glad that he actually gave that statement.
What is happening, according?
Dan, you broke up. BB, can you play that clip one more time? Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. Then I'm going to say good morning to Sagan, KP. Daniel, just mute up while he plays the clip, please. Thank you.
25%, a quarter of Gaza has at the moment as to where he is leading. Watch it. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 6-mile Gaza Strip as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burn our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So it's...
Thank you, BB. What do you guys think about Benjamin Netanyahu's interview just now? BB, you want to chime in, and I'm going to welcome Sagan, KP to the stage.
I want to know what Daniel thinks about that interview. So sorry.
Daniel?
I think that it's a war, and I think people don't realize it. So a statement like this, it's basically telling Hamas, 5 days ago, or 5 days before the interview, Bibi said that they want to have a deal to release all the hostages, meaning like basically to end this. And then a few days later, they came with this threat, which they are willing to go through, to take control of Gaza, not to occupy Gaza, yes, words matter, to take control of Gaza. We now have control of 75, to take control of 100. And basically all those statements to the world means to Hamas, this is what's going to happen, this is your last chance. And even in Hamas, there are debates whether it's serious or not. And Naim Kassem, I think, no, this is from the Hezbollah, was there, never mind. I don't think people know here, like people from Hamas, was saying like we should take this threat serious. And some don't. But the thing is that this pro-Pali support is actually telling Hamas, stay on your ground, and don't surrender. It doesn't matter how many people die. So in the end, it's not necessarily a plan for now. It's a threat, and we hope we don't need to do it because we don't really want to occupy Gaza in no shape or form.
Thank you, Daniel. So before we continue moving the mic around, let me say good morning to KP. Sig had to step away for a minute. KP, what's good, bro?
Oh, not much. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing fantastic. So we're talking about what's going on in the Middle East right now. If you want to chime in, you're more than welcome. If you want to sit back, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
I'm gonna sit back and chill.
Thank you, KP. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. Keegan, much love, bro. Keegan, what do you think about that interview just now?
I mean, listen, I think that anyone who listens, it should be concerned that, listen, we don't want to govern inside of Gaza, but we, of course, are going to have to maintain a military control. I mean, this is just what Gaza's always been, right? Is that they're going to say that they don't mind, again, whoever governs the inside of it, but we're going to control the outside of it, meaning that this region will never grow, never prosper. It would still be considered an open-air prison at some point, even if you eliminate Hamas, because then they're like, well, now the threat of whoever is post-Hamas is now going to be the biggest threat. But my question is for people who are pro-Benjamin Netanyahu, after the war is over, do you guys think that he should be held accountable for October 7th with how he reacted and how they weren't?
Yeah, I think there should be an investigation that George W. Bush knew some stuff about 9/11 and we didn't hold him accountable in that way. Like, why would they hold Netanyahu accountable that way?
Because, like, I'm going to have almost proof that he knew about it and kind of ignored it, kind of what happened, and kind of been funding Hamas or something like that.
No, what you're referring to is something that happened in the early 2000s. As I understand it, Israel did give the nascent group some money, but they didn't fund the creation of Hamas. Those are two different things. In fact, if you're curious about Hamas as a group, I have a very good book I can quote to you from.
But isn't there evidence that they ignored intelligence, I guess? You know what I'm saying? But you're right. They didn't prosecute Bush.
Let me say, wait, let me jump in for a second, Danny. Because I have to be honest, and I'm not looking for smoke, I'm really not, it's 8:30 in the morning. But to say something so fucking asinine that Benjamin Netanyahu knew an attack was coming, he was going to let 1,200 people get murdered, raped, butchered, babies killed. Come on, now that's the ultimate cap. That's bullshit, man. Yeah, Danny.
A few things about this funding Hamas. So, no, Israel did not fund Hamas. Actually, Qatar funded Hamas. And the problem with Hamas that they are a dual use organization. They are a brutal barbaric terror group, but they are also the government of Gaza. So if Bibi or Israel says, yes, Qatar can provide money to Gaza, then it's supporting Hamas. But imagine for just 1 second that Qatar wants to give, I don't know, millions of dollars to Gaza, and Israel would say, we're not allowing this. Would you say, good job, they're not funding terrorism? Or would you be on stage here saying that Netanyahu is starving Gaza and not allowing aid? Because it seems like it doesn't matter what we do, it's wrong. Even if we don't do anything, just let it happen, it's wrong. Now, Bibi is getting his information from the Mossad and the IDF, where Israelis work. My friends, my family, no one would allow this. Too many people need to be involved in this allowing this, and it's against anything that we stand for. So just like even this claim is so ridiculous and so out of touch with reality. Even in your country, I don't know what country you're from. Do you think it's possible that a president will know something that no one else would, and will allow like the citizens to be slaughtered like this? It's just a weird claim. It's just a claim that says Israel is wrong, and now let's see how. Well, I mean, there's nuance in the conversation, so I'm not saying let them like, hey, come on in. But there's nuance to the conversation, and I think when we've had these arguments, and people be like, oh, you're calling Israel Jews bad. No, I'm not saying that, and I've never said that. If you read the New York Times article that I put in the chat, it's just saying that ignore, like they say about Bush, right? Maybe ignore the intelligence and didn't take it serious or something like that. So I'm not saying that, yeah, he had a hand and he was like, yeah, come on in, it's a book bolster me. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not on the side that Jews are bad and all this mess. You know what I'm saying? But there's nuance in the conversation. And nuance means that this is how intelligence works. You have signals. You don't always know what they mean. Sometimes those signals are meant to see what the other side will do. So, for example, if I would move my troops to a location, it's not to say that I want to attack. I want to see what the other side does as a response. So you don't always respond because you don't want the other side also to know what you know. And there are signals like this all the time from everywhere. And there's always a threat. No one imagined something like this. And that's the thing with 9/11, right? Because people always say nobody imagined stuff like this. And then, of course, we find out the whole report that people did imagine stuff like this. So that's the nuance in the conversation. You know, no, again, this report was an option. It's a possibility. There are many possibilities of things that could happen. It's called the part, like basically a playbook of things that could happen. If Iran will do this, if they will do that, or like what could happen. There's something called Iframistaba with the department that basically their job is to think the opposite of what others are thinking, to see what we miss. Unfortunately, with intelligence and with counterterrorism, there is no 100%. And blaming the victims, it's a bit fucked up, let's be honest.
It's not a bit fucked up, it's a lot fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, let me do a quick reset, guys. This is Healthy Debates, Coffee Conversations. We got some amazing people on stage. Pay over it out. We got Sig, we got KP, we got BB, we got Marshall, Keegan, Marty, Daniel, Uncle Jay. Hey, Tony, Andre, I'm surprised you're down in the VIP section. Hector, how you doing? Rabbi, I invited you up. I'd love to hear your perspective. Rachel, good morning, lovely smile. Saturn, how you doing? Guys, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Also, if you look on the Jumbotron, that's a link to my room tonight on Chatham. It's gonna start at 4:45 p.m. Definitely come on over. If you like this conversation, you're gonna love that one. So let me say good morning to Uncle Jay. Uncle Jay, good morning.
What's good, family? Rich Risings to one and all in one.
We're talking about the Middle East right now. Do you want to chime in?
As far as that, I mean, y'all more knowledgeable on that. I just feel like we shouldn't even be going to war with none of these people. I don't really do the whole politics thing. People get mad at me because I feel, because I say fuck them all. Fuck every president we ever fucking had. And the reason I say that is because if we can send millions of dollars to wars that we ain't never been in, but we still got homeless vets walking around this motherfucker, fuck all of them. If they can't, if none of them can take care of the people who fought for this damn country, I don't give a fuck what color you are, I don't give a fuck about none of that. If you cannot protect the people, even Jimmy Carter said, anybody who fights for this country should have a square deal. That means they should be worried about shit.
Hey, Uncle.
And
You're entitled to your opinion, but that's totally off topic of what we're speaking about.
I know. As far as the Iran and all of that stuff, I mean, I can't really speak on that. So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and rock that, family. Let me get some knowledge and understanding from y'all first before I comment.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm hang out for a while. Thank everybody. Get one.
So yeah, like exactly. I think it's a little bit worse than that. I don't think there is a plan. That's worse. They have not spoken about what happens the day after, and I think the reoccupation of Gaza is a bad strategy because it means I don't know how you split occupying Gaza, but having somebody else manage the insides of it. Right? Like I don't know how you split that up, and I don't see a multinational force already volunteering to come in and do that. Look, I don't trust Netanyahu as far as I can throw him, which is not that far. I think he needs to be out. I think the reoccupation of Gaza will rip Israeli society to shreds from the inside. I think people are weary and tired of this.
Well, let me say this, Rabbi. Thank you, Fisher. I said it earlier, and I believe it. You're in America, I'm in America, Marty's, him and I are neighbors, Daniel's over in Israel, but I truly believe that these moves that they're making over there impact you and me. Because what it does, it makes it easy target to be a Jew now. I mean, it's been an easy target, but it's even easier now because now people are saying, well, I told you it was just about the land. It was just about occupying the land. And that really puts us in even greater danger. I truly believe that. So my thing is, what's the alternative? I think the plan they have in place, all they're doing is cultivating more terrorists. But let me say good morning tonight. Good morning, Nye.
Good morning, JB, Say Marshall, everybody on the stage. Happy Friday.
Yes, it's Friday. Nye, you can jump in anytime. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. One mic at a time, please.
Can I say something in response to Daniel?
Be my guest.
And I think that when we have these arguments, sometimes it's like people's like, oh, because you're questioning or you say something, and this stuff has been in the news about Netanyahu, about the intelligence or whatever, not pulling out my ass. But people will say, oh, you're to blame the victim, and that's not what we're doing. That's like saying the 9/11 Commission was blaming the victim. No, I mean it's just talking about the topics we're talking about, and just saying that hey, this is what's been brought up, and this is what is in the zeitgeist per se. You know what I'm saying? So I want that to be the narrative or this conspiracy theory or not. I mean, this has been in mainstream. This has been all over the news. So.
Let me ask you a question. So hold on a second, Uncle. Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question, sir. I believe I read your profile correctly. It says you're a teacher.
Yes, sir.
So how do you feel about when Hamas was in control of Gaza? Their teachers were teaching the students. And if you have 6 Jews and you kill 4 Jews, how many Jews do you have left? How does that resonate with you?
I mean, that's a horrible thing. I'm in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? So it's a horrible thing. So I mean, of course, it's a horrible thing. Like, and I've taught, Arab kids and kids like Palestinian, Emiratis. I'm in the UAE. So you know what I'm saying? So I, talked to all people from all walks of life, or whatever. When I first came here, fish out of water a little bit. So I got to meet a lot of people from different walks of life. Jews, Arabs, French, Russian, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So that is horrible, and I think they should be teaching that.
Thank you, sir. Uncle Jay, you wanted to jump in, and then I want to go back to Daniel.
I heard y'all talk about 9/11. From what I've been hearing about 9/11, man, wasn't no plane. And I mean, let's just be real, wasn't no plane. And
Wait, are you saying all the Americans that watched planes crash into the tower saw a visual illusion?
It is. When they was cleaning up all of that wreckage from all of that stuff, where was the plane?
Well, when you fly at like 500 miles an hour and you crashed it into a skyscraper, the plane kind of goes into tiny little pieces.
Family, let me break something down to you.
No. Let me break something down to you real quick. I'm in New York. I watched those towers fall. I saw those planes hit. I lost friends in those towers. So that's a conspiracy that I'm not going down. That's disrespectful to the victims. It's disrespectful to my country, right? It's disrespectful to a lot of people. So you're more than welcome to have your beliefs, but I lost friends in those buildings. So you're more than welcome to go to another room and spew all that shit, but you're not gonna do it on my stage. Not when it comes to 9/11. Because I have a man on stage right now, my man said, who fought for this country. Not disrespectful letters to him. So we're not doing that. Omni Tedder, how you doing? Good morning.
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Hey, brother JB, no disrespect. No disrespect. I just want y'all to understand something. Around where we at and where y'all at, y'all get news before we do.
I was in New York when it happened, bro. What are you talking about?
I dig that. No disrespect. I want you to understand something, but like we all know that in certain places, news changes the narratives. We know the news changes it to suit some other people's thought process. So what y'all are seeing there, we don't get to see all the way down there. So we can only go. We're in the South.
You're saying this was never seen.
No. Here's what we're saying. Here's what I'm saying, because I can't speak for nobody else. I'm saying 1 minute they're showing planes flying next to the thing, but you just never found no plane in the road.
Okay, wait, Marshall. Do not bring that dude back up. I just said to him, I'm not going down that rabbit hole, but he can insist to persist.
It's like saying that the planes hit the towers, but where are the towers? I don't see any towers. There were no twin towers. It's a ridiculous claim.
Well, let me tell you something, man. Once again, my lived experience, I was here on 9/11. I know what I saw. So for this bullshit, listen, man. Did Bush know about 9/11? I don't know. Some people say he did. Where's the evidence? But to come up here with these conspiracy, once again, let me reiterate this. You may not want to hear this, people. It's disrespectful to the people that died. It's disrespectful for the people that fought for our country. It's disrespectful to all Americans. That was probably, in my lifetime, the most tragic day in this country. I lost friends in those buildings. So when you say there's no plane parts, when you take a plane going over 500 miles an hour into the side of a building, guess what? It disintegrates.
And JB, for the record, there were plane parts found.
Of course there was, bro.
There was absolutely plane debris found.
Of course there was. He lives in his own world. And they give us this narrative, oh, the news changes from north to east. Like, nah, why do you bring these lunatics into my space? I'm just kidding. All the crazies follow dying.
It's not even possible. If his theory, the bombs went off on the ground, more people would have died because there's DLI and so many first responders on the floors near the buildings, evacuating people. If it blew up that way, the story would have been very different as well. And I lost my cousin second day at the job. Was killed in the South Tower with the plane's hit.
I'm sorry if you lost Marty. I lost very dear friends over in those buildings. And here's something you guys don't know. I wasn't always a criminal. I actually had a real job. I worked on the 97th floor, building 2 of the World Trade Center for a company called Fiduciary Trust Company International. I lost many friends from that company because they weren't getting down from the 97th floor. So I asked you to stand down and not bring that up. But be my guest. BB, you want to jump in there? I'm going to say good morning to Zach.
No, I agree totally with what you're saying. I think it's a rabbit hole, and you're gonna get these weird fucking conspiracy theorists that give the most outlandish theories. I think we should totally stay away from this topic. There was video evidence, and I think it should just stay at that, and that's it. People need to have more respect and common courtesy to understand what actually happened that day and leave it alone. I'd rather talk about the Middle East and the threats that BB was getting. And people need to remember that they threaten Israel every day, every single day, just to see how their security moves. Why should BB take that day any different? And as well, they didn't wake him up to let him know. Was there other people that wanted the attack to happen? The way I look at BB, he's a true patriot. And then you have these outlandish theories that the reason BB let it happen because he's trying to evade a trial. People forget how old he is. Even if he was to get found guilty and go through the whole appeal process, he'd be like 88 years old. He wouldn't serve a day in fucking jail. Like, it's just people will come up with the craziest theories and blame.
Well, Well, baby, let me just say this. Do you know where these theories are based in? They're based in anti-Semitism. That's really what it is.
100%.
And they made a try to stay on going. So,
wait, can I just ask a question? This has all to do with Jew hatred. It has nothing to do with Hamas. And I understand whenever somebody was talking about earlier that Israel only spent, somebody said, I think, 120 million. Why would they spend a fucking dollar? They understand it doesn't matter what they put out there. Jew hatred is Jew hatred. You're not going to change the narrative of the Jew haters. People wake up, cut their nail too short, they blame the fucking nail clipper saying a Jew made it. People wake up, their wife's fucking their neighbor, they blame the Jews saying Jews sold them condoms. Jews on the media, Jews on the... Come on.
Can I just clarify what's being said?
It's not come on, bro. This is all about Jew hatred.
Really? Are you saying
Hold on. If you're going to clarify things, understand the context that we've been talking about this for about 2 hours.
I've been listening the whole time.
You've been in the room the whole time.
I've been listening the whole time. You're talking about the October 7th, correct?
So give us clarity. Go ahead.
I think what was just said was BB is saying that anyone who claims that Benjamin Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks, or there are a faction of the Israeli government who had knowledge of the October 7th attacks and allowed it to happen, that's anti-Semitic.
I said that Israel receives...
So, but on October 7th, the attackers themselves, that's not what's being said. Let me clarify. I'm clarifying. That's not what's being said, right? So, you have a misunderstanding about the phrase prior information. You're not understanding that from the Israeli perspective, in the realm of reality, there is always a threat of an attack from Hamas. There is always prior information. They're planning this, they're planning that. I was watching the attacks unfold on October 7th, October 8th, October 9th. On October 7th, the day it was happening, October 8th, I was working that day. I could not concentrate. They sent me home early. They said, you can't focus, just fucking go home early. You're staring at your phone all day. I was looking at Telegram channels from Hamas members who were posting, everything is in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic, and I'm not posting, and the only thing that I understand are the videos that they're sharing. And they did not know themselves that it was happening until the morning of the attack. There were people who said, hey, we're going to do this, it's go time. So when you say that Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks, you might be referring to one of two things. You might be referring to there was like a 20-minute delay, which I don't think is what you're referring to, but we could talk about that. The delay in communications because it was a holiday and who knows what the fuck was going on. That was a 20-minute delay or something that's been widely reported. The other thing that you could potentially be referring to is that he had some knowledge like days or weeks in advance, and he knew that Hamas was planning the attack, and he let them in like it was Red Rover, that you let them
I'm not suggesting either one. I'm just challenging the idea that the mere suggestion that, he had prior knowledge.
Right, so I didn't conclude with that. So the reason why it's anti-Semitic, or people are saying it's anti-Semitic, is because when you hold Jews to some other double standard that you would not hold a normal person to, that can be interpreted as Jew hatred or otherizing the Jews or something.
Can you point out that double standard?
Hold on a second. Everybody hold on a second. I can't believe I'm going to say this publicly, but I actually agree with my friend. He actually made sense today. God bless him, he had coffee. But go ahead, BB.
Does racism exist in the United States? No, I'm asking you a question because people say that in Israel, Jews and Israelis are racist towards the blacks. It exists. Racism exists all over the world, but why is it under the microscope when it happens in Israel? Israel's not allowed to be like any other country.
You don't think that's true? Really?
Okay. No, I think racism is pointed out by like everyone, right? No matter where it is, right? There might be groups that you don't like. That you're not privy to. But yeah, like there's people screaming like.
Check this out. Racism exists. It's rampant in America. anti-Semitism. See, before October 7th, people I know said, people would whisper under their breath anti-Semitic thing. People in America will use the N-word like it's nothing, bro. They'll throw it around like it's Halloween candy. But they weren't so free to use the anti-Semitic tropes that they used until October 7th. And now it's been normalized in our society to hate Jews. That's not just my opinion, that's my lived experience. But go ahead, nobody interrupt the gentleman if you want to grab the mic. To be my guest.
I can't deny that there's been an uptick in anti-Semitism since October 7th. Like, that's just undeniable, right? But when we're making comparisons, I'm not sure if we want to do the oppression Olympics thing, where it's like, oh, who's more, discriminated against black folks or Jewish folks. I don't know. First of all, I don't think it's close. I think there's a lot of anti-black sentiment that's just like historically baked into this country and into society. As much as we wash it away, there's still, the remnants still linger there a little bit. So, and I think largely most people, I don't think anti-Semitism is like.
Can we agree that anti-Semitism? Well, because you're saying stupid things, and I just want to get an agreement.
No, I'm just saying things you would disagree with.
Okay, well, you're doing a good job. But you won't agree with me that anti-Semitism and racism is prevalent in this country?
Prevalent, I would say there's an uptick. I don't know if anti-Semitism is prevalent in this country. No, I'm not sure. Okay.
All right, let me say hello to Stan. What's up, Stan?
Hey, GB. Hey.
Do you want to chime in?
I'm just curious. Sorry.
Go ahead, the mic is yours.
Hey, I'm just curious. Like, how is Jew allowed to be hate? I mean, Jews can do whatever they want. They can kill like a lot of the civilians, and they're not getting punished. They're not being like
The Uyghurs.
It's not allowed to
Uyghurs.
like
You put 2 million people in concentration camps in your country.
Oh, no one's allowed to disagree with you guys, I guess. That's what this kind of room is. Healthy debates is a room where everyone gets stockpiled that disagrees. That's what healthy debates is about.
Concentration camps in his country.
Yeah, but Marty respectfully, Stan was talking. He just spoke, Marty, and that's what makes. And I'm not gonna bullshit you here. You can call me anti-Semitic, whatever, but your people do that a lot. When someone
Your people do that a lot. Say, come on.
Yeah, no.
For fuck's sake. Don't be fucking with me.
Well, here you go. Now you cut me off. Because it happens. No.
Well, yeah, because you people.
Because it happens.
Hold on, everybody. So well then you can get the fuck out. Okay, if it's that ridiculous, if it's not up to your intellectual capacity, you're more than welcome to leave. Okay? But you know what? I'm gonna let my people speak also, but when a modest speaking guy stand down, let him speak, and then everybody will get a chance to speak again. Again, say.
Thanks, brother. And when I say that, I say it because whenever we have these talks, I've noticed a pattern. Is that when someone comes in with a sentiment that disagrees with the Zionist narrative, you guys do dogpile. And it makes you look bad. And that's all I'm trying to say. It makes you look worse. So let the man speak. He was speaking. Don't cut him off. And then once he gets done, then you can rebut. Well, it's very simple. I said the same thing to the blacks. The blacks do the same shit too.
Daniel, hold on a second. Let me say this. I want Stan to continue. But Stan is telling me he don't like Jews without telling me he doesn't like Jews. But go ahead, Stan, land your plane.
I have no knowledge about Jews, and I have no interest in hating or I have no emotional.
If you have no knowledge of it, why speak on it? You just said that. I'm using your words, sir. Oh, now you're a scholar in Judaism and in Israel. Please.
Right.
You ahead, Stan. You got a minute to land your plane.
Hey, what I'm seeing is that the Israel is killing a lot of the civilians in Gaza, and increasingly I feel like I have a negative feelings on Israel people. That's one feeling.
Wait. Do you have negative feelings on Israel or Jewish people?
Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, well, but people, slightly, could I say something now? Because you didn't say Israel. You said the Jewish people are getting away with killing people. That's your exact word. Maybe English is not your first language, which I obviously can't hear. It's not. But the reality is you said Jews, and that Jews are just killing random people is a conspiracy.
Marty.
And anti-Semitic because it doesn't indicate.
Marty, Stan, hold on. Let me just say this. So, Stan, like you're my friend. I'm gonna tell you something, man. And you may not agree because, like, I don't have your lived experience, you don't have mine. We gather up like this and we dogpile on people, and I'm keeping it real with you because we're targeted right now. That's really the truth. Jews are targeted, and you guys can give me all the emojis you want and shit like that. But when we get targeted, we gather around each other. So that's I just say that to you.
And
Now,
if I may, just one sentence. Not only are you 100% correct, we are targeted right now, but also when you talk about the anti-Zionist narrative, when things contradict the Zionist narrative, Sig, respectfully, things that contradict the anti-Zionist narrative abound. Anti-Zionist narratives abound. They are everywhere. And Clubhouse is one of the few places where I personally in my life can feel heard on my pro-Zionist narrative. And so it doesn't excuse the dogpiling. I like it when people don't interrupt each other. I like it when people are brief, I'll just say this, along with the one mic policy, you gotta be brief, right? So it's frustrating when people drone on and on. It's also frustrating when people interrupt, but to agree with JB, we're targeted now, and Clubhouse is one of the few places where we can feel heard on our pro-Zionist beliefs. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let me respond to that. So I hear what you're saying, but that was not my point. The point is Stan was talking. Stan was barely off mic for 15 seconds, and Marty just came in. And what I've noticed is a fucking pattern with this. It's like October 7th last year. I came into JB's room, and JB said, "Hey, Sig, welcome to the stage. What are your thoughts on this?" I said, "JB, I'm just getting into this. I'm not well-versed, but I hate to see innocent people dying on both sides." You know who a bunch of people came off mic? A bunch of Israel supporters came off. What do you support Hamas? What do you support Hamas sympathizers? What do you mean? I'm like, whoa. I said, calm the fuck down, bro. So all I'm saying is, when you guys act like, then you guys act just like the blacks, because I give the blacks the same shit. So get offended by you people. I do the same shit to my fucking people too when they act like fucking idiots and get their panties in a bunch and can't control their emotions. Is that it makes you look bad, and then people don't want to hear you out, and people don't want to fucking support you. That's all my point is. But
well, let me jump in. Hold on, Daniel. Let me jump in. And I don't speak for all Jews. I just speak for this Jew, this cracker in the corner city. I know it's been 2 years since this war has started, this conflict, whatever people want, this genocide, like some of you idiots like to label it. But for some of us, and I'm going to keep it 100, it's still very raw. It's still surreal what happened on October 7th. And I'm not justifying people dogpiling on other people. I want to hear what Stan has to say. I want to hear what Nye has to say. I want to hear what El Noma has to say. But for me, it's still very raw. The images I saw on that day are embedded in my mind forever. Doesn't make it right to dogpile on somebody. I'm just telling you my perspective. But before we continue, I definitely want to say good morning to Rachel. And then I'm going to go to El Noma. Good morning, Rachel.
Can I raise my hand? How do you do it?
I have no idea. But the mic is yours, ma'am.
Just good morning, and I love this discussion. I love your room. I just have 3 questions that you can answer probably than anyone else. Let me preface by saying, as I said before, blacks don't really know much about Judaism or being Jewish or anything because we have our own plight. Now, there may be some blacks who know and are racist against you, but we don't know if it's a race or a religion most times. That's number 1. We don't wake up thinking about, we're not anti-Semitic. There probably are some, but as a whole, black people aren't anti-Semitic because we don't understand it. We know what we know, what happens to millions of people, and so when you say you're being targeted, we don't know who's targeting you. Now, on your daily basis, you do have people probably that are being nasty or mean, but it's likely not because you're a Jew, it's because they find maybe you rude or something, some circumstance. Number two is, I don't know what a Zionist is, and I'm well educated, but I don't, like I said, I'm just maybe talking about me. I don't know a lot of these things. And number three, I think it helps that you're more specific to say who you're being targeted by. Because it sounds like Zig said, sometimes it sounds like everybody's against you, and really you're a non-factor to a lot of people in a good way. You know, we don't know who you are unless you're going to, in LA, unless you're going to church on Saturday or whatever day it is, you know, walking because you can't utilize mechanics, or if you're away because of certain holidays in the office or something. But I never come across people in my job that say anything about being having anti-Semitism against them, or even being a Jew, unless someone says, "Yeah, my husband's a Jew, so I have to do this." You know, a girl told me she can't be home in October for Yom Kippur. We don't hear that stuff, so we feel kind of like, I don't know what the word would be, but we're being accused of stuff that's not true. And I just want you to be more sympathetic to that.
Everybody, hold on, BB, hold on 1 second, because I promised nobody can answer our questions, and then I'll come to you next. And I also want to get Rick and Albert in the conversation. Normal, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, good morning. So, and thanks for bringing me up, and Rachel, thanks for your question. So, the reason why other people don't really know who or what we are is because we are very complicated, and we don't always know who or what we are because we're different. Because we were around before these ideas of race didn't exist when we were formed as a nation. And religion didn't exist before we were formed as a nation. Essentially, we are a family, a tribe, a people, a nation, with a founding document, the Torah, and a language that we speak when we pray, Hebrew, and the land of Israel. And Zionism is the belief that we get to live safely and securely in our home, and that home is Israel. So all that stuff you hear, oh, Ashkenaz is from Europe, this is just an attempt to kill us. Because we're not from Europe. Europe is a Christian continent with lots of countries, and it's irrelevant to us. We're home in our historical homeland of Israel. I understand it's hard for people to understand. And all we want to do is live safely and securely there. And if somebody attacks us because we're small, and because we're surrounded by unfriendly neighbors whose goal is the opposite, they feel they supersede us, they feel there can be no Jewish state, we often have to fight them. But we wait until they attack us or until they're ready to attack us, because we have a thing. If your enemy rises up to kill you, rise up earlier than them and kill them first. And that's again because we're little. So that's what Zionism is, and that's what Judaism is. I'm happy to answer any further questions because I don't want to give a long lecture.
So I was just speaking to your plight in America. I'm not speaking to, I appreciate that lesson, it's a great lesson. But I'm talking about here in America, the things that I said previously, they pertain to being in America.
Well, hold on a second. Rachel, I know you see what's going on in these college campuses now. Jewish students are being targeted. I know you see that. Everybody sees that. But I'm going to pass it to, I'm going to pass it to BB. Maybe he can answer it. Then I'm going to get Albert, Dave, and others in the conversation. Yeah, BB.
I just wanted to point out something. I'm not sure, Rachel. You know that there's Jamaican Jews, there's Black Jews, there's Chinese Jews, there's Colombian Jews, there's people from Thailand that are Jewish. Jews come in all different skin colors. That's the thing. People think that
fathers all
I think that, you know, respectfully, I think you're getting a little confused because your question is phrased in kind of a confusing way. When you say who is being anti-Semitic towards you guys, the answer is very simple. Anti-Semitic people, you know? And so when you say, one thing that I thought was the most confusing when you were speaking, Rachel, is when you said something about how the black community as a whole is not anti-Semitic. That may or may not be true. It probably is true. But saying any community as a whole, I mean, the whole point of the Enlightenment, of the Renaissance, and individual freedom and personal responsibility is that we can't speak for people as a whole. So we can say things like, you know, the origin of the Jewish people is in the land of Israel. That's a fact that can be supported with archaeology. But you can't say things like, all Jews are racist, or all Jews support Netanyahu, or all Jews are this, or all Jews don't eat pork, or blah, 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 blah. That you get into, and saying all, so does that make sense? Your question is like.
Yeah, I understand your thing, but I tell you what, I challenge you to ask every black person that comes to the stage, what do you know about Judaism? Or what do you not know about being a Jew? I'm totally ignorant. The only thing I knew is when I went up that my father mentioned the person that we had an account with, Taylor, was a Jew. That's the first and last thing I ever knew until, you know, I got to work with people and blah, blah, blah. But I'm saying, I'm not speaking for all blacks, but I'm speaking for, you know, a majority of blacks that we really don't know.
Well, let me judge, because you know, I'm going to say some polarizing things. That's okay. All I ask is people with respect to one of my pals. I wasn't around in the 60s, maybe El Norma was, when the civil rights movement went. You know who stood shoulder to shoulder with the black community? That would be the Jewish community, shoulder to shoulder. And I have to tell you, I find it very disheartening that, and I'm not saying you, Rachel, I'm just saying people in general from the black community don't honor that we stood shoulder to shoulder with your community. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Rachel, because I like you and I respect you, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. My lived experience, I've seen more anti-Semitism and hate coming out of the black community towards the Jewish community than any other community. And I just don't understand it. So, but let's not.
Is that in New York? But please for a second, is that in New York?
Of course it's in New York. No, it's in New York. I'm talking on my lived experience.
Okay, see, that's the thing. New York is a whole different animal. So I understand you probably see it there because you guys are shoulder to shoulder. And I do understand that Jewish people did help us. And I'm just saying that I don't see it. I just don't see it. Maybe, I live in Los Angeles. I don't know. In Florida, we weren't around the group because you kind of have your own community. Even here in LA, you have your own community, but you live everywhere. But I won't belabor the point, but I'm just saying, be a little more,
Well, let me finish my thought, please. Okay. Because not all Jews are monoliths, right? I'm a different type of Jew than El Normo or Rabbi or Bibi. You know, I have tattoos, I eat pork. I shouldn't have either one of those, but I do. It's not a religious thing, it was me living my life. But rest assured, October 7th came, I'm a Jew. I've always been a Jew. I just don't talk about it on this app because you know what? It's like these people grab the lowest hanging fruit and say, oh, he's a Jew. Let's automatically hate him, which is bizarre to me. But let me tell you this. Here in America, we are the bullseye right now. Walking down the streets, and listen, there's parts of Brooklyn I can go into right now, right? That I'm not going to be accepted as a Jew. So most of the people on the stage aren't going to be accepted, very secular people. It is what it is. Doesn't mean I'm less of a Jew or I'm not proud to be a Zionist. I came on this stage early this morning. I had this room open since 6 o'clock this morning. And one of the first things I spoke about when we were speaking about Israel, Zach, I need you to mute up, man. Zach, can you mute up, please? So one of the first things I said was, I don't agree with what the IDF is doing right now. Doesn't make me less of a Zionist. Doesn't mean I don't love my Jewish brothers and sisters. Just means I disagree with the government. Let me see. Hold on, bro.
Alright.
I know you're sensitive. I brought that up earlier.
I'm not going to agree with you, actually.
Thank you. I don't need your agreement, but thank you. You can go listen for a while. Now, I brought this up earlier, how the men on this app are hypersensitive. He kicked me out of his room 3 days ago. They were talking about normal. I'm like, who gives a fuck? It was 3 days ago. Grow up. You hurt my feelings. Man, squeeze your balls to be a fucking man. Stop the bullshit. But anyways, I part of my language, Miss Rachel. Let me say good morning to Albert because he's been patiently waiting.
I wanted to bring you up short for 1 second, Jay. You said I was around in the 60s. Did you mean the 1960s or the 1860s, man?
1860s, that's the warm. 1860s. The 1760s.
El Normo was out there protesting with, he was out there protesting with Lincoln. But let's go to Albert. Albert, good morning.
Hey, good morning, JB.
You want to chime in?
Yeah, actually, I want to chime in and comment on Stan, the Chinese guy. What he tries to say, I think I just want to explain and elaborate on that point. I think what he tries to say, like anti-Semitism is not Chinese. I mean, I admit it, Chinese can be racist. And especially, for example, against like black people. I just say it out loud. I'm not proud of it. I feel bad about it, about our people. But the anti-Semitism is not Chinese. There's no religious, there's no culture, there's no geopolitical beef between us. Actually, as far as I understand, maybe it's a lie or propaganda in Chinese history textbooks as well, but Chinese has been helpful to send Jewish refugees from Europe and let them stay in China until the end of Second World War. And actually, Israel has been nice to China as well in modern history of China. So there's no beef between us. The problem is when some Chinese are very pro-Israel. But for some of us, like me, and I think for Stan, and I speak for him, so sorry if I keep me honest here. So I think what he tried to say and I want to say is, what we see what we see. And we have a problem with that. And please don't label us anti-Semitism, because it does not make me feel shameful. It does not make me feel outrageous. It makes me feel weird. Like I like apple. I don't like maybe watermelon, but I cannot dislike a fruit. I haven't tasted. Right? There's no historical, religious, cultural beef between us. So not any. I mean, this apply to not just the Chinese, but to the general audience or the general discussion. Don't label anyone who criticizes Israel as anti-Semitism.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, stupid.
Thank you, Albert. Appreciate it. So I'm going to ask, hold on, Stan, because I know we got Chinese contingent in here right now. El Normo, I'm going to ask you, let me ask you, should we go to Rick? Because I don't know what he's going to say, or should we go to Jamal? And I know what he's going to say. You want to turn up the heat a little bit or no? Dave, I got you. Dave, I got you, Dave. All right, let me say good morning to Jamal. Good morning, Jamal.
Good morning, JB. Hey, before I say anything, I want to say I love you and I love the room.
Oh man, you stroked it before you started. Go ahead, baby.
No, but let's right into it. Do you consider, and all your fellow Jews, do you consider yourself European or Jewish first?
There's no European, we're Jews. Europe is a Christian continent. Jews are different, we're not European.
Okay, so we have to go into the Ashkenazi, Eastern European people. So you don't consider yourself Eastern European? That's where you're from.
Well, you're incorrect about that. And you asked and I answered it, and you're having difficulty dealing with the truth. So I asked you, why is it difficult for you when you ask a man a question, why are you arguing with him about who he is? I wouldn't tell you who you are. If you told me you were an African American man, I wouldn't say, no, you're from Detroit or whatever. So why do you have difficulty affording the same respect?
Because what you're doing is you're riding a line in the United States of America where this country is founded on racism. And not only is it founded on racism, it's founded on colorism.
You're right about that.
And that's, I know I am.
So,
and
so we came in, and at first we were black.
I'll be quiet. But I just
want back to each other. You don't have to.
Can I make one short comment?
No, that's what you want. You don't want dissent.
Hold on a second. second. Man, Omni, how you trying to check my room? It's just enough, bro. So I'm just gonna show you to the door. Have a great day. Stay safe. I want to give Rabbi a chance to have dialogue with Jamal. Rabbi, go ahead.
Yeah, just a short comment that, for basically all the time that Jews lived in Europe, nobody considered us European. We were told for all of those thousands of years, you're not European, you're Jewish.
That's correct.
I still want to understand Jamal. You can't respond, but no, I'm going to give you a chance to respond, I promise. But my thing is, respectfully, what does that have to do with with discussing? Who cares where Jews are originally from? What does that have to do with today, right now?
Well, because here's the reality. You're walking around here, blonde hair, blue eye, brown hair, brown eye. You're walking around here as Caucasian, white, European. And you're moving throughout the community. And, well, you said yourself today that you don't even tell anybody that you are a Jew. You rarely even speak that. But
wait, who said that? Who said that?
I thought you said that.
I believe you. I respect you. You gotta get some Q-tips because your hearing's off, because I never said that.
Well, excuse me. I thought I heard someone say that they ate pork and that they did not always tell everybody.
No. See how you spin the narrative. I said I eat pork and I eat pork and I have tattoos. I'm not like the regular Jew. But I never said I'm not proud to be a Jew. I want to announce it to the world. I'll go to Times Square with a fucking sandwich board on saying I'm a Zionist. I could care less.
Okay. Well, the point of what I'm making has nothing to do with that. The point that I'm making is you are getting white privilege in the United States of America. And because you're getting this white privilege, but you're still trying to cloak yourself as a minority, and you're not a minority.
White privilege is a myth.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Let me just explain something to you, Mr. Jamal, real quickly. When I go to DMV and I have to check off one of those boxes, Jew is not there. White is. So that's the choice I have. That's what the government's done, not me. A Jew Zionist box, trust me, my friend, I'm putting it on my driver's license.
I heck other, by the way.
All right, but you're.
I also always check other. Respect to that, Norm.
Okay, all right, and that's fine. I have no way of knowing what you check. But you're counted as you move around this society as a white person.
Right up until the point that a neo-Nazi group or something thinks that you're there too.
Can I, let me say it this way.
It's really not much protection. Give me a second. It's really not much protection at all. The moment they find out or suspect you're Jewish, they think the same thing of Jews they do with black people and Hispanic folks.
Good point.
Right? You say that they have the ability to pass for white. Again, if you pass for white, but you're always worried somebody's going to hear you're a Jew and discriminate, then you are in a discriminated minority class. You don't have to like the fact that Jews had a diaspora that went to Europe, and so some of them were white. Again, the white comment works all the way up to when the KKK or the neo-Nazis figure out you're Jewish. So at that point, you're lumped in with the same.
Let me jump in for 2 seconds. I just want to ask Jamal a question. I promise I'm going to let you in. And it's really just yes or no. Were Jews slaves in Egypt? Were they ever slaves to Jewish people?
Not Ashkenazi white people.
Oh,
okay. No, they weren't. And the Hebrew is an Ethiopian black person. And we know that to be true.
No, they're fucking not. They literally live in the Levant.
Yeah, black people rob the liquor store.
You are not allowed to misrepresent this.
And that was not called for.
Wait, hold on a second. Marshall, hold on a second. See, Zach, I try to get you in the conversation.
I'm sorry.
It's not even sorry. It's just stupid and it's offensive, man. Because these comments like that is what brings smoke to our people. I'm being dead ass serious with you. But nobody interrupt Jamal. Let Jamal land his plane. If the rabbi wants to engage with him, he's more than welcome. So, Dan Jamal.
So we can't deny that David had sex with Bathsheba, and they were in Ethiopia. And the that the tribes that we can trace back, these are black people, right? So that's something, whether you like it or you don't like it. But no tribes are from Europe. We know that the Ashkenazi European Jew decided that they wanted to take on the religion. This was something that you purposely decided, I'm not going to be a Christian, I'm going to choose to go with the Hebrew. And I'm going to be...
Why would we do that?
Well, and the reason why you did it, the reason why you did it,
Yes.
to be honest with you, I can't explain. I think you had a choice.
Of course you can't explain it because you're not based on reality.
Well, the reality is that none of those tribes come from Europe.
You're missing the whole point.
Wait, guys. Jamal, let Caliph go, let the rabbi go, because maybe, Rabbi, I pray, like, no bullshit, that this man cleaned out his ears and he's gonna get some knowledge from you. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Yeah, so look, your history is bad. Okay, I'll just say that I don't have time to like go into all the different pieces. But in terms of Jewish people being adjacent to whiteness, the people who made us adjacent to whiteness were the white people, not us, right? And I say it like this sometimes in America: many Jews, not all Jews, but many Jews are white, but not quite, and only white for now. Marshall's right that when the anti-Semites want to make us not white, they'll do it. They'll do it. So I just think you're this kind of demonizing of Ashkenazi Jews and trying to say that we're fake does a real violence to the actual history of the Jewish people.
But here's the thing, let me jump in. Wait, everybody hold on. He don't care, Rabbi. He doesn't, he knows what he's saying. But hold on, KP, I got you, bro. Let Jamal land this plane and I'll come right back to you. Okay, Jamal.
So my question to the rabbi and the other white Jews that are on the stage right now that are not from Ethiopia, that are not from those southern tribes, do you feel, as an Eastern European, do you feel that you would rather put that Europeanism off and say it's all based on religion? Because the religion we know it's a spiritual thing, it's a group thing, but the reality of it is the blood that flows through your veins is Eastern European Russian.
Yeah,
I guess. Identify with that?
No, I don't because that was an accident that my family ended up in Eastern Europe.
Doesn't understand.
Just like it was an accident that different families ended up in Morocco or Libya or Iraq, right? That was kind of like we didn't control our movement necessarily around the globe. So no, I don't want to identify as Eastern European. I mean, it's important to my Jewish heritage and my family in terms of our customs, how we pray, how we observe holidays and things like that. But it's not an essential identity that goes above and beyond my sense of my Jewish identity. Jewish identity for me always comes first.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Are you speaking about Ashkenazi?
I've said it several times.
Because you are correct. The different sectors of Jews, and you're correct. They were different breed. They were more Roman, Italians, mixed up breed. You're correct.
And why? Tell him why, KP. Tell him why.
Because Jews, the original Hebrews, they were Hebrew. Not this bullshit that got took over. And that's why he's saying, hey, this is why you guys
Also,
look
they
different.
lived in Europe for like 1,000 years, and so they were.
No, he's correct.
It's not just that. It's like narrative, guys. This room's turning like this is BHI talk tracks. This is Oh no, I'm not a fucking one of those Hebrew Israelites. No. Hell no. Correct on his history. He's correct.
There's an important point. Let me just make, Marshall, just one sentence, which is that
It's never one sentence. But go ahead.
it is. This will be a really short one. They lived in Europe for a long time, so there was some intermarriage with European non-Jews, and also Jewish women were sometimes raped by European men. So there was consensual and non-consensual genetic drift thing.
Well, let me, hold on, Marshall.
It sounds good.
Hold on, Jamal. See, here's the problem that I have, and maybe nobody else does. It's the deflection. The truth is, I don't give a fuck where my family came from. I'm an American Jew. I pay American taxes, that's for sure. Let's come back to modern times. I don't care where my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents came from. It has nothing to do with who I am today. So let's get back to the topic of today. And you know, it's amazing now on these stages and these spaces and places how people can tell me they're anti-Semitic without telling me they're anti-Semitic. It's amazing to me. But I'm going to hand the room over to Sig, 9, KP, and Eleanor Marshall. I got to step aside for 5 minutes. Please play nice with each other.
Gotcha.
Can I say something?
Hi, everybody. Can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
So, hi, good morning. I want to apologize in advance for my bad English. I don't have a very rich vocabulary. This is not my first language. I'm Italian. I've been listening for a while, and I think it's a productive conversation that we're having here. And I think, but I don't understand on which basis sometimes somebody is called anti-Semitic. I don't understand. I'm not pro-Israel, pro-Hamas, pro-nothing. I'm just here to understand the whole phenomenon because I many times, yeah, it's a moral, yeah, correct. Because sometimes I see, like, example, JB called this guy Jamal, I think, anti-Semitic, but honestly, 100,000% honestly, I don't understand why. I don't understand why is this guy anti-Semitic. I don't get it. I'm not playing dumb. I'm not.
Because he takes the history of Judaism and where it came from and inverts it to a place that it never came from and has no archaeological evidence to support it. That's why.
Correct. A lot of times when you disagree with someone who's Jewish, they will instantly label you anti-Semitic.
It's just like the blacks. That's what I'm saying, man. The Jews are the new blacks. Same thing with the blacks. As soon as you disagree or try to criticize, you're doing it honestly and genuinely. You're not trying to attack. You're just saying, hey, something doesn't seem right. I'm giving my constructive criticism. Automatically, you're racist and you hate black people. It's the same shit. It gets annoying as fuck, man.
Hold on a second, please. I'm just going to say this and I got to step away. When you try to change the narrative or the history of a people, to me, you're anti-Semitic. When you try to fit a square peg into a round hole, guess what? You're anti-Semitic. He's trying to change an entire history like he's an expert on our history. Here's my advice. Learn our history before you speak on the history. But I'm going to hand it back to the Maz. I have to step away. Thank you.
I'll speak to the Ethiopian thing. Hang on. Hang on one second. So, brother comes up and says, Ethiopia, like he knows something about Ethiopia. Ashkenazi, like he knows something about Ashkenazi. This is a guy who's never been in a synagogue. This is a guy who's never opened a Jewish prayer book. This is a guy who's never met an Ethiopian Jew in his life. So it's ignorant. And then he'll double down and triple down. And to be honest, it's sort of sad and embarrassing when people are this ignorant. You probably don't know this. If you know black Jews,
who's crying, but let me say this. Rick, I got you, bro. You gotta show a little mic decorum. I don't understand. If you get labeled Ashkenazi, that's a bad thing? It's spewed out here like, oh, he's Ashkenazi. So what? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck where your family 5 generations ago is from? This is the divide we have in this world, in this country. Everybody wants to grab the lowest hanging fruit and try to fucking weaponize it. It's bullshit. Rick, land your plane, then I want to go to Dave, and then I want to get George joining in the conversation.
All right. Just want to, just want to say a couple of things. So, the other day we were in another room and we were talking about what they're doing, example in Gaza. I come from a military family. My cousin used to work at Lockheed here in Italy. They got different offices, and I know certain things about certain weapons that are tested today. Example, Palestine, and we were discussing about this. But all of a sudden, just because we were discussing military tactics and whatnot and weapons and stuff that have been tested on the population, all of a sudden they call me an anti-Semite. It's like you're having a conversation with somebody, this somebody disagrees with you about certain technical aspects, and now I call this somebody, actually this somebody calls me an anti this somebody. Like if I disagree with Sig, I say to Sig, you're anti-Rick. You know what? You're anti-me. No. This is very, very, very dishonest to me. This is absolutely dishonest. And actually, if somebody comes at me saying to me that I am anti somebody, then I honestly 100% understand that this person comes with an agenda of lying on what this guy is doing. Because there is no reason. So you want to beat me on the argument, and actually it's not a competition, by the way. Then comment on the argument. Don't call me an anti whatever. Call me, no, you're wrong, XYZ, because XYZ is not happening for such and such a reason. So the excuse, and I think it's very violent to use an anti something to stop the conversation. I'm done.
Thank you,
Rick.
Rick.
Victim. What is the word that you said, Rick? And I'll explain to you why you got called an anti-Semite. What was it that you said, Rick?
All right. Yeah. So we were discussing about certain. Absolutely. We were discussing. All right. So and it's a known fact that we were discussing military technologies through facial recognition and gene recognition in Gaza today, and we were discussing this. Like it's an open fact. There are studies, there are links that I've posted and stuff. And why? So also.
Okay, you said the facial technology, right? You said the facial technology. That's all you said.
Facial recognition.
Yeah, go ahead.
What?
That's all you said.
No. I said that the war in Gaza is used today, or genocide, whatever, how you want to characterize it, it's used also to test those weapons. And there are articles on this.
Okay.
But I'm not anti. I'm so sorry. I'm not anti-Hamas. I'm not anti-Israel.
I'll answer your question.
Yeah.
So, you see,
Let him finish.
he finished. I asked him what he said. I don't need a long story. I got it.
No, you're cutting me off.
Where's it?
You're cutting me off.
Hang on. Everybody quiet down. You're gonna have to say one thing.
No.
I said, just hang on 1 second. I heard what he said. So now I'm talking to him, not to you guys, because everybody else screwed up. I'm just talking to him. And I don't need a 10-page disposition. I said, what did you say? You said facial recognition, genocide, and testing technology. So, Rick, I'm going to give you your answer very simply if you're listening. Are you listening, Rick? You don't even have to mute up. It's just between me and him for 1 second. All right, Rick? You there?
Yeah. I wanted to finish my sentence, but no, it's not okay.
Yeah, well, you just gave me Everybody mute up. I got
Hold on. No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying you don't have this.
Yeah.
Let him finish. Let him land his plane, and then I'll give you a chance to rebut. Go ahead.
Okay,
Rick,
now, wait, before you tell him to go ahead, you said facial technology, genocide, and testing new technology. Is there anything I missed, Rick?
No. You missed the whole conversation. I didn't say that. I said there have been certain weapons are tested. No. Let me say what I said. Okay, let me talk. Okay, I said there have been so facial recognition technology and gene technology are tested today in Gaza. And I said, wait. I said it doesn't matter how you characterize the whole situation as a war and or a genocide. It doesn't matter if those weapons are tested. And automatically, because I've been commenting on this thing, there is a fact, there are links on this. I'm an anti-Semite, and this is cruel.
You made that point already.
Change anything.
You
Okay,
didn't
now
change
I'm going to
it.
respond. Thank you very much. So you said exactly the thing that I said. So I'm weird. It's weird to me that you said you didn't finish. I exactly said what you just said. Spatial technology. Then you added in gene warfare, which is a weird fantasy gene warfare, and then you said genocide. Okay. So here's the problem. There's something called a blood libel. So when you take a truth, like yes, there is a war in Gaza, and then you take another truth, like yes, Israel does test weapons because Israel is often at war because people attack Israel, no problem there. And then you add something in like a moral judgment. It is objectively and factually and definitionally not genocide for any number of reasons. There's something called a blood libel. This is when you make a lie about Jews to justify hating and killing us. Like Jews use Christian blood to make matzah. Well, we're not allowed to touch blood, so it's obviously insane. But they use that to kill us. Or Jews poison the well. We're not allowed to do such a thing. But you say that to justify killing us. Or Jews are starving the Gazans. We're not allowed to do that. We've dropped 2 million tons of aid. Or Jews are doing gene warfare. This is obviously a lie. Or Jews are committing genocide. Obviously a lie. That's the anti-Semitic part. When you make up lies about us to justify killing us, that's anti-Semitic. Do you get it, Rick?
Got it. Got it. We got it.
Notice, I'd like to respond. I'd like to respond.
Everybody be quiet but Rick, please, and then we can move on. Rick, did you get what I said?
I get what you said, and it is absolutely not what I said, because I didn't say that Jews are actually experimenting certain things. I said companies like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing are doing those things.
Okay.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Right. So this is first. Second, I didn't say that there is necessarily a genocide. I say it doesn't matter how you characterize the whole thing. If you characterize it as a war or as a genocide, I didn't say it is 100,000% a genocide. I said it doesn't matter how you characterize it.
Those words either. You're not protesting
Okay.
something I didn't say.
Okay, can I finish? Right, can I finish?
You
Can I finish? Okay.
Yeah. What did I say that you didn't agree with?
I disagree with the characterization that you gave of my speech, and I never said that there is
that. What characterization did you
You're saying, okay, open quote, you said, okay, open quote, you said, if you do this and this and that, then it is anti-Semitic. But I didn't say that. Right. I said there is such and such situation happening. Oh God, yeah. Okay, can I finish? Okay. If there's such and such situation happening.
I didn't say you lied. I said it was anti-Semitic.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here. Everybody meet up. Everybody meet up. Everybody meet up. Thank you. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, we're chasing, it's like a dog chasing its tail. We're getting nowhere here with this conversation. I'm moving my car because we have all this time parking here. Sid, can you run it? Make sure everybody gets to speak, please. Thank you, Sid.
Yes, sir. Roger. Roger that. All right. So let's move on. Who's we have in this conversation?
I'm actually waiting for
Okay. So Dave, welcome to the stage, Dave. You got me.
Yes. So basically, why we started this conversation that the Jews here feeling that they are being targeted. The main fact is the fear to be attacked because in the coming weeks there will be military aiming to take over Gaza, and this will cause more anti-Semitic narrative. And we know that in Washington, these two diplomats died because people just can't take it anymore. They want to release their frustration. They want to support pro-Palestine, and they are willing to kill Jews to demonstrate their support for Palestine. They're willing to kill Jews to show that they disagree with the coming weeks. Israel is going to take over Gaza. So this is why at this very moment the Jews here feeling they are being targeted, right? It's not just from America's side, it's also from Europe's side. They are being targeted everywhere. Because to understand why they feel like this, it takes a lot of time to understand the history, to understand the religion basis, to understand the mindset of Middle East, to understand most important is Malaysia, America being weaponized by the arch enemy of United States, which is IRGC of Iran, in order to cause more division, in order to cause more intimidation to the Jews in United States, which is just 2.5%. And Rachel, I see the American African community here. There are rooms where Jamal come from. Every day indoctrinate them how to hate Jews. With all the argument they have, totally no fact. So Rachel, I encourage you to sometime to come to the Jewish room to ask them as many questions. The most important thing is the Jews here in the United States, either they are agnostic or they are Orthodox. They do not understand how to relate to the Christian, right? So I'm Christian. So if you Christian or not, I don't know. But the reason why is why the Trump administration is keep saying that we have to stamp down on anti-Semitic, right? Because they understand from Christian point of view, the national motto of United States is in God we trust, and that comes from Genesis 12:3. And many Christian
No, it comes out of the Eisenhower administration.
It's come from Eisenhower. Yeah, Eisenhower during the Cold War, they understand how important to unite the American people, and therefore he could, in God we trust, because it's a very difficult time. And how can we unite the American people when many of them fear it will be a nuclear war, right?
Well, they did it to swear something home. Please continue.
Yeah, sure. But Rachel, the whole point is they understand that in Congress, in Senate House, there's a word there, yeah. In God we trust. Yeah, the point is, Rachel, you spend time more in Jewish room, and therefore you get to understand that they spend every Friday practicing how to speak to God, whereas Christians are not doing as much as that and as detailed. So there are a lot to learn. I spent in January speaking to Jews, so I know a lot. Yeah.
Thank you. You need to have a private conversation. Rachel will teach you all about Judaism if she's interested. But we're going to move forward. Let me take a moment to George and then Trillion. Good morning, George.
Yo.
Good
morning.
You want to chime in?
Yeah.
For the love of God, don't be long-winded.
Yeah, how could I make this as brief as possible? The Jewish people.
All right, we're going to move to Trillion. That guy sounds like he's talking in quicksand. Good morning, Trillion.
Good morning, talking in quicksand. Okay, so hello, good morning, happy Friday. It's 8-8, wonderful number, my favorite number. In general, I felt like the elephant in the room, and a little bit earlier, and sometimes in general, when people have their thoughts, either it's an opinion or they feel like it's a fact or backed by data or articles, whatever. As from my perspective, it doesn't matter what you say about Jewish people, it is anti-Semitism because they are on code. They gatekeep their community. They created this lifestyle for themselves where they just pour into each other as a community. This is what I've seen. They've got their own schools, ambulances, police cars. Can't even read shit that anything says, but I love it. I live for them. And I've been saying this since I was 13. I'm in my late 30s now. So I have
You don't look it.
Thank you, because you know what? I don't let poor people stress me out. And I work out. But thank you so much. I love that for the Jewish community. And yes, it is true. I don't. Amen. I love that about them because if we were on code, if I was on code in my community, yeah, that's right. You said that you're against us. We don't like whatever because that's how
conversation. Guys, the link on top is my chatter room today at 4:45. Everybody's welcome to come in. It's going to be a different type of conversation. We'll be talking true crime all the time. Right now we're talking about what we've been talking about for the last 2 hours. Of course, if there's no Jews, there's no news. So we're talking about Jews. We're talking about Jews in America, Jews in Israel. We're talking about the situation over in Gaza. If you have a pink ticket, Albert, cash in your ticket. Let's see who else has tickets. Megan, cash in your ticket. Wendy, cash in your ticket. We got some superstars in the room. We got Rohan. Rohan, I invited you up. We got Uncle Steve. We got Regan. We got Casey. Guys, if you want to come, we got Saturn. We got Yoev. Y'all is here. Representing Canada, Manitoba. So guys, we're going to go popcorn style. All I say is there's a one mic policy. Respect it. Attack the point, not the person. Try that for once.
JB, really quickly, am I allowed to say, I agree with Trillian's point about the Jewish community being on code. So am I allowed to say that I wish my people, and I love black folks, that we were more on code like the Jews?
No, because there's
So wait a second, hold on, okay?
Anti-Semitic if I say that, because
I don't think it's anti-Semitic, but Nye, when you say on code, what does on code mean to you?
Well, I don't mean to center Norm, but let me just use Norm as an example, because I think he's the perfect example. When we have these conversations, which I tend to stay out of, okay, Norm defends his culture. Norm defends his people. You can't come up here and disparage Jews, talk smack, right? And he's not the only one. You go across social media, when there's conversations about the war, Hamas, Israel, Jewish people stand on business. They defend their position. They don't let you talk smack about Jewish people, even if they oftentimes might agree with some of the, for lack of a better word, anti-Zionist rhetoric. They're not going to put their people down, right? They might touch on it a minute, but they're going to keep it cute and put it on mute. And so I find, on any given day, you won't open up this app and find Jewish people slamming Jewish people. At least not on my.
Well, because you know why not? Don't meet up. Let's have the conversation. And I'll keep it real. Rolo down in the VIP section. That's my dude right there. Both of us are Jews. We had a big disagreement, but nobody knew about it because we didn't do it in public.
Right.
So I think that's where it starts. Like, you keep your in-house stuff in-house.
Exactly.
On this app, I can't speak about it in real life. I don't know if other communities keep it in-house. They love to blast their news all over the news.
Well, yeah, that's my point. Generally you won't find Jewish people opening up spaces where they're slamming other Jews. I don't see spaces across social media where Jewish men hold spaces where they're slamming their Jewish mothers or wives or putting Jewish women down in general. If they feel that way, it seems to me like you just noted they keep it private. So that's why I say I wish our community was more on code. Look at the communities. I think I've heard Norm say, and I even saw a documentary about this. They have their own police system, ambulance, et cetera, schools. And to Rachel's point earlier, when she was saying black people as a whole, we don't sit around talking about Jews. I know, JB, you mentioned your experience in New York, but black people as a whole, we're not anti-Semitic. You won't go into an average black household and hear black people slamming Jewish people, even weighing in on this war, because it's not our business, it's not our fight. We'll sit and listen and learn curiously like I do on this app. And to Sid's point, I too have said, this is why I don't really engage, because when you say things like, okay, what about the women and the children? Why are they being bombed? Can we have sympathy and heart for the women and children? And you get pushed back that they're Hamas and they're terrorists too. And I'm like,
That's a mischaracterization.
Zach, hold on. Everybody hold on. Because Nye doesn't really speak much, especially on these topics.
I'm happy to continue.
Hold on. Zach, I'm going to kick you out and block you, man. I'm trying to give you grace. Show me the same grace. Hold on, Rachel. Hold on a second. So Nye, I'm going to do something, right? I'm going to publicly apologize to Rolo. He's my friend. And we said things to each other that we shouldn't have said. Right? I think that's right there should be an example of other communities to say, hey, look, I'll put my ego aside because my friendship, my unity with my Jewish brother is more important than my ego. Do you think other communities have the ability to publicly apologize to each other, have dialogue, and come to a common ground of forgiveness?
Yeah, Italians do. Like me.
That's funny, Rick, because I didn't know your name was Nine. I was asking Nine.
Oh, I thought you were asking him too. Do I say that again? Do I think other communities can forgive each other?
Yeah, I think in order to prepare the communities have to forgive themselves. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Well, in my community, this is just my opinion, black folks don't burn down my Starbucks. We have sympathy and forgiveness for a lot of other cultures, but not us. We will tear each other down and and not speak to each other, our own friends, our own family members. We have grace and forgiveness for everyone else, but oftentimes not our own people. And so
Why do you think? Why do you think that is?
Because a lot of us are anti-black. We hate blackness. We hate the image of blackness. We hate, I know my people always like to go back to slavery and colonization and Jim Crow to justify the black mind state in 2025. So let me get in my TARDIS and try. Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me.
Shout out Doctor Who. I heard that time.
Right? So let me travel back in time and blame slavery, because we like to blame slavery and Jim Crow and Willie Lynch letters for our piss poor black mindset today and why we don't get along. So I would have there, if I have to blame it on anything, I guess it's this so-called generational curse um, that we believe that we are existing in, that won't allow us to coexist with each other, and always shift blame on the past instead of, working, coexisting today and working together to solve some of our problems. We use oppression as a crutch. So I guess that's the reason. I blame it simply on anti-black. A lot of us are just anti-black. We hate ourselves, we hate blackness, and really it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. That's just my opinion. And I'll land here, I just wish we were on more.
Can I be put in the queue to respond?
I don't think we as blacks understand each other. I think we're so diverse that based on our experiences, and some are anti-black, because they hate themselves because of their circumstance and hate your circumstance because they see you as doing better. But blacks just don't understand each other because we have so many different experiences and backgrounds. So that's what I would say. I'm not disagreeing with your thoughts, but we just don't. I don't care about the thumbs down. I don't think that we don't understand each other as a collective the way that they possibly do. I don't care if you do them 1,000 times. We just don't understand each other. That's
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. So before we continue to the next speaker, Julian, I got you, baby. Let me see what Sid has to say about this.
JB,
Oh, come on, dude.
cool, gotta speak.
Can I be added to the queue?
Yeah, I'm gonna add you to the queue right now. Hold on, give me a second. You could be in the queue in the audience. Because I don't know what you could possibly throw into the conversation of what it means to be a black person in America.
He said he wants to respond to me, JB.
Yeah, but he's not. How could he possibly understand you when he's not black in America? And you're speaking on your community. Just make that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say respectfully, JB, though, you don't have to be a mathematician to say 1 + 1 = 2.
All right, I'll bring him back up, and he's gonna curse me out, which is fine.
But JB, that's the thing.
Come on, Zach.
And respectfully, Jerome, I'm not trying to cut you off, but that's how we can grow is by maybe there's people on the outside who may be able to see something that we don't see because we're stuck on it. So I don't personally like to play the game because you're not this, you can't speak on it. I've got a lot of insight from people who actually were looking outside the box and were able to give some insight.
I wanted to respond to the part about the Jews, not the black people.
My apologies, Zach. Julian, I'm going to pass the mic to him because he has no mic control, and I don't want to.
No, I can wait. I can wait my turn.
I want him to have a nice day. Like I said, daily. So, I always deal with the mentally ill first. Go ahead, Zach.
To clarify, I did not mean to be to the front of the line. I'm happy to wait, but if you want me to go now, I can, but I'm also happy to wait.
I am waiting on bated breath of what you're gonna say.
Well, all I wanted to say was the one little bit that was about Jewish people that I wanted to respond to, and I said that's a mischaracterization of the pushback, was when Nye said, what about the women and children? We're upset about the women and children, and then people say, oh, the women and children are part of Hamas. I think that that's a mischaracterization. I don't think that we're necessarily saying the women and children are part of Hamas, although it's perfectly acceptable. I mean, it's possible that women, adult women, could be part of Hamas. That's totally within the realm of possibility. 5-year-old children probably are not part of Hamas, but I don't think we're saying the children are part of Hamas. I think we're saying that the innocent people of Gaza are being used as cannon fodder by Hamas. Hamas is purposely firing from civilian areas so that the civilian areas, they're building their tunnels underneath civilian areas, they're embedding themselves in civilian areas, so it makes it really hard to distinguish Hamas fighters from civilians. Nobody's saying the 5-year-old babies are Hamas. Basically, the 5-year-old babies are in the way of Hamas, and it's very, very, very fucked up that there's no way to get to Hamas other than bombing these babies, and that's in no way justification of bombing the babies, but I think it's not fair to say that Jews are saying the babies are Hamas. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not going to curse you out. Thank you.
You're more than welcome to. I really don't care. But what I would like you to do is hit that link and come to my room tonight. So I'm gonna bring up something real quick, right? And Sig just said, I think people from outside the community could help the community and give some advice or some whatever anecdotal stuff and have the conversation. But I know Hakima disagrees with that. Good morning, Hakima.
What up, man? You want to disagree with?
That white people should be talking on black community.
I didn't say that.
Oh, that was the vibe I got from what you wrote. My apologies.
No,
White. Do you?
I don't want to dig into that. I want to make it. The only thing I was saying is that how you just said that when Jewish people get into it, y'all don't air y'all business. Y'all keep that shit in the background like you should. But then when I went on to agree that that's what should be done, and she go and start talking down on black people, like for what? I'm not saying what she said is true or false, but why we can't talk about our business amongst us? Like if we want to follow the Jewish people and be like them, how about start there and let's not shit on each other on the stage full of all types of people. And when they telling you that they don't do they don't do that. But then yeah, we continuously do it. I don't want to argue about it. I just want to say that. But it ain't gonna help to argue about it. But can we follow that first, please?
Wait, Hakima, you think I was shitting on blacks when I offered for myself?
Yeah.
And that's why.
Can I be added to the queue or go?
I got.
Oh, go ahead.
Sig. No, go ahead, Sig.
I was gonna say, and that's why. Like nothing she said was quote unquote shitting on the black community. What she gave was a very objective observation, and this is why blacks can't have it behind the scenes. Because when we try to have it behind the scenes, it's like talking to a brick wall. The blacks that have sense and stoicism and are logical and analytical, we're trying to have a conversation with a bunch of hyper emotional, fragile, victim mindset blacks who, just want to keep perpetuating the same shit. Like I said, they want to hop in their way back time machine to validate their fuckery, man. So it's like, hey, we're gonna broadcast it, and the blacks that actually want to get on board and don't want to be victims and don't want to blame a white man and white snow and white cheddar cheese, popcorn for every little fucking thing that goes wrong in their fucking lives. We're gonna make ourselves known and say, hey, this is the logical group that actually wants to grow and build something and not just continue to be a victim and have this fucking black fragility.
Thank you, Sig. Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. I got a cue. Everybody's gonna get to speak. Rick, I need you to just stand down. I've heard enough of you, to be honest. But we're gonna go to Trillion, Arun, and then East.
Trillion, can you come back to me, please?
You can jump in anytime you like.
I just want to say really quickly, and I'll make this so quick. That's the thing, and Hakima, I love you like a brother from another mother. But I agree with Sig here. We all know as black folks, especially on this app, how we get down across social media. We tear each other apart, okay? And it's on both sides. And then when folks like me come off on a public space and call attention on public platforms in front of mixed company because the same labels get attacked and thrown at people like me or Sig who want to have these discussions. Like other communities don't see what's going on. So when would you Negroes like to have these discussions? When can we talk about this? When can we encourage each other to build black better, build up, right? When can we say, hey guys, enough is enough? Look at what these other people are doing. Maybe we can take cues from them and stop with the fuckery and the bamboozle without being accused of attacking black folks. I love black people. I've always said, I believe in reincarnation. If I were to die and come back tomorrow, I wouldn't want to be anything but black. But I do believe that you can be black and criticize your people because you love your people and you want to do better for your people, and it's not hatred. I'm done, JB.
Thank you, Nine. We're gonna go to Trillian. Did you jump in yet or no?
I don't even know where to jump in the conversation. I'll just stay in the.
Okay. Arun, good morning.
Oh, good morning. How's it going?
Going well.
In terms of, the African Americans, I think, the Jews, I think it's kind of like, apples to oranges, because with Jews, you have a very ultra small, minority group, and you can also see the assimilation, to, power in terms of, maybe say skin tone or color, or, different people surrounding it, right? Europe, perhaps at some times, and then, black people, we're very, decentralized, right? There's a lot of us, may be a minority, but not a very small one. And we've had, the integration as well as the civil rights movement and the quest to be equal. So we have that type of, decentralization that we're getting over, and then we have all the way in terms of, Africa, right? Slave trade, United enslaved for 400 years, but Africa was only colonized for not even 110, barely even that. Do the math, but I just think it's completely two different groups in terms of size, mass.
Thank you, Arun. I want to welcome Eastside to the stage. Eastside, how you doing?
Good morning, my man, JB. How you doing, man?
Doing fantastic. You want to chime in, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Nye or NY that I agree with her with some of the points that she's made. I kind of agree with Hima, though, that our business is always on Front Street. We should definitely have these important conversations because there's a lot of hypocritical things that I've observed throughout the years, especially as a young man. But I definitely agree that our business is always on First Street to be picked apart and observed, whether it's on online blogs or, social media or online forums. There was one time, I think, to her point about how on code the Jewish community is, I went into a Jewish space one time in New York, and I asked questions about their community, and a lot of the questions that I had, even though valid, I asked, and a lot of people just kind of like act confused, even though the points were valid or the questions were valid. It was kind of like, what are you talking about? And it was kind of crazy because it went from confused to making jokes about it. So it's just the way that they kind of knew, like, hey, we shouldn't answer that or we shouldn't entertain that question was something that I, like, even I admire, like, wow, I wish we could do that instead of, like, in front of other communities, we would.
Well, East, let me just say this to you. We have an actual rabbi on stage. If you have quick questions you want to ask about the Jewish community, I'm sure the rabbi would be more than happy to answer it for you.
Okay. Do I have that opportunity now, or should I wait?
You can do it right now. Rabbi, you there, Rabbi?
You unmute.
Gallup, are you there? Well, I guess we're going to have to circle back. He must have stepped away.
Well, you could ask me. I might know something, not as much as Rabbi Caleb, but I know some stuff.
East, are you Jamaican?
Yeah. So when I was in New York City during the pandemic,
I'm here, JB.
Mike, what's the question East?
So my question is like, how come they were afforded certain privileges or advantages that certain communities weren't during a pivotal moment like that in New York City, where they can do certain things that other communities weren't able to do?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the official answer. I think the answer is it's not a good look for it's not a good look for the NYPD to be beating up Jews. Those particular Jewish communities were going to do whatever they want anyway, right? They have very large families. They live in not the biggest homes. The lockdowns were particularly impacted them in different ways, in ways that were because they lived in such crowded space. So they went and did what they felt they needed to do, and open the parks and things like that. I don't know the actual reason why there was no pushback. I don't see that there was none. There was some, but you're right. It wasn't the same. Wasn't the same as other communities experienced.
Well, this is a New York question, not a rabbi question. And the answer is, it's important to Orthodox Jews to pray in person together. And they actually feel that that's a way of protecting themselves, even from the virus. That last bit is a little bit loony, and they paid the price. There was a lot of COVID in our community. We suffered in greater proportions because the Orthodox among us didn't abide by those rules. And yes, the governor singled us out, and the mayor singled us out on the front page of the New York Times. And yes, people got arrested. There wasn't disparate enforcement of the law. That's the short and simple answer.
Could I also add something that we can completely gloss over? I think it was also hypocritical. I think when we saw protests outside, everybody said that's fine, but a funeral that's outside too, that's bad. I do believe COVID became a political tool to go against people that you don't like, and if they agreed with you, then you're able to do whatever you felt like doing. And people are just not gonna obey the law if it only applies to me and not to them, and then that's why it became a shit show that it ended up being.
Well, I hope that answers your question, East. Let me welcome Dr. Amanda Fetch to the stage. Recent Harvard graduate. Hey, Dr. Amanda.
Hey, Jay, my mic was stuck. I just want to say one thing. I don't know who Reddy wants to exterminate in the chat. Normally, I don't call that out, but it's really starting to piss me off.
I think he's talking to me.
Yeah, if that's the case, Jay, I think we need to toss that person, because that to me kind of, now you like really went over the line. You've been talking shit for a while, but now like exterminating people, you're on like a whole other level, and it's too damn early for that shit.
It's one of these
Sorry,
triggered
Jay,
blacks.
that's why it came up.
Thank you, Dr. Amanda. He's one of these triggered blacks because he didn't like what I said, and now he's crashing out in the chat room. He's been directing most of his comments to me. I'm assuming the extermination comments to me. All because it's weirdo. This is what I'm talking about. The crash out among these weirdo black liberals. You see it full on display.
Well, here's the thing. I usually don't pay attention to the chat unless there's a lull in the conversation. But to make threats like that, Reddy, man, I'm disappointed in you because I've shared space with you before. You need to know better than that. So, and we definitely keep our hands off the lady's house. So for that, I'm going to remove you from the room, and I'm probably going to block you from the house. Let's continue the conversation, guys. Thank you, Amanda.
Correct. Great choice. And think comments like that and just overall attacks or being angry, just fake outrage in general is why I don't let poor people stress me out. Poor, will always holler, but to me, poor is so much deeper than lack of funds. It's just lack of morals, lack of integrity, lack of just being able to have a conversation, lack of seeing someone else's side, definitely passing over opportunities repeatedly, which is the acronym that I know it for. But in general, it's just an overall mindset and the way you communicate, the way you love yourself, which a lot of people don't fucking love themselves. But in general, like I said something earlier, like
about me today, I don't know, I haven't been paying attention to it. But the fragile men on this app, listen, I'm not going to speak on the women. The men are super hypersensitive. You can't disagree with them without them getting some crazy lunatic. I'm going to eliminate you. Like, yo, bro, is it that? I had somebody come in this morning and start crying about El Normo throwing him out of a room 3 days ago. And I'm like, bro, are you serious? Fucking 3 days ago? Because he called, and I said, what did you do for Norm to throw you out? He said, well, I called him an evil Jew. I said, did Norm have the green bean? He goes, yes, he did. I said, well, there you go. Know your audience.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
And he went on this whole tirade for like 2 minutes about getting thrown out of a room 3 days ago. Who gives a fuck? I promise you people, I'm getting thrown out of at least 5 rooms today. And I'm not even going to say a fucking word. I'm going to go in, they're going to kick me out. I don't care. You know what I do? I open my own room. There you go. But Sig, the hypersensitivity men on this app and in real life is at an all-time high.
It's true, man. It's true. The fragility is fucking real. And don't call El Normo evil Jew. No, don't worry, no fucking evil Jew.
He's not evil. He has a Batman shirt.
JB, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. El Normo is one of the people, like one of probably my top 10 people on this app. I got the most respect. I've never seen this man back down from a fight. I've never seen this man back down from a fucking debate, bro. You can't do nothing but respect it.
JB, can I ask a good question? I also had a question to ask.
Be my guest. Listen, Sig's a big boy.
Hey, so I just wanted to ask you, so why did you kind of weaponize and say that black individuals who understand their history, know their history, are victims or have a victim mindset when, you do understand that certain things that happen to black Americans in terms of U.S. history does have implications that exist even now, and being aware of it isn't something that is mostly victimizing. It's something that gives you knowledge and understanding of the world that we exist in, because, to be quite frank, black experience is a unique experience. We all don't have the same experiences here in America, correct?
I mean, that's a good question, East. Because a lot of blacks don't understand their history. They bought into this Kool-Aid that, the white man is responsible for everything. Even though only about 8 to 10% of white people own slaves in this country, and there were thousands of black families that owned thousands of black slaves and plantations. They never talk about that. They want to make it, in one breath they say, oh, you can't generalize everybody. We're not all, but then you have no problem saying all police or all white people, or it's just the hypocrisy, bro. And what I'm not gonna take is the fact that if you go and you look at the generation of people East that actually went through the racism, went through the Jim Crow, went through the Reconstruction, went through the slavery, they didn't act anything like how modern blacks are acting today. They didn't make excuses. And I'll give you an example, East. Look up historic black colleges and universities and let me know when the majority of them were founded, before the Civil Rights Act or after the Civil Rights Act. And that should answer your question.
You're right. I go to an HBCU myself. Actually, I'm about to graduate next semester. So
Congrats, man. What's your degree in?
It's a worthless degree. I'm actually trying to go to law school. So if I told you my degree, you're gonna be like, why did you choose that? But it's because I got good grades in it.
Dude, I got one for you. When I was in school before A&M, that's when come back when I had better grades. It was like a historical counterterror degree. It was Middle Eastern history, Islamic theology.
Marshall, you deflected from what the man was saying.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, East. Finish what you're saying.
No, I was just gonna tell them I do go to an HBCU, but a lot of the people that do go to my school do speak on this history, because I do agree to the point that he's made some good points about generalization. Then again, the generation that did exist during that time period, they were very action based. They did know how to stay on code and work together to get things done.
them, and that's why we have this whole issue with the incarceration system. So again, like race is a huge topic, and you do have to point it at white people because white people, sadly, they do run the world. Like let's be honest, they do. You know, first world countries. If we want to talk about world class theory, you know, the core countries in this globe are European countries. The peripheral, the third world countries are. I'm not gonna go into all of that. My bad. You're right.
No, you're good, bro. I just wanted to give Sig a chance to push back. Can't see.
And you sound like a very reasonable person, and I appreciate you being civil with your questions and your dialogue. But East, the thing is that if someone parks a Dodge Charger Hellcat in front of my house, I have a choice to let it be or steal it. And that's what I would like black people to understand. And I get going up, bro. Go ahead, Motet. You got the mic.
No, sorry. Just the car choice is crazy, yeah. Sorry.
So again, I get the drop on our doorstep. But if you look at all these, nothing in recent times we were grabbed by the throat and forced up against the wall East. It's always been choice, and that's what I would like black people to understand and take accountability for. Is that there's always going to be traps in life. People are always going to set up traps. Hell, there's a trap everywhere. Every time you drive down the street with predatory lending, with those payday check loan places, right? But you have a choice to understand how it works and not get involved in it, bro. Like the cops aren't grabbing the majority of black Americans by the throat and slapping them in handcuffs and throwing them in prison. We are actively breaking the law, and we understand what the laws are, and we still choose to throw a middle finger up. And then when the consequences come down the pipeline for the choices that we make, then we want to cry and blame everybody else. That's what I don't like. And I think that black people are smarter than that because we have generations before us. Like I said, I always say this all the time. Look at your photo albums from your grandmother and great grandmother's generation, brother. We weren't sagging pants. We weren't wearing lace fronts, lashes, tattoos. Like these were some well-groomed, articulate, educated black folks, man. These were some amazing black folks during the peak of fucking racism, man. We valued education. Now we don't. So if the people who actually went through the atrocities were able to overcome and still hold some level of professionalism and self-love and self-respect, we haven't even gone through a fraction of what they've gone through. We don't have an excuse. Like black families are the biggest thing for me, bro. We got more baby mamas and broken black families than we've ever had in history, bro. And it shouldn't fucking be that way. And we just accept it. That's the norm now. That like our grandparents would fucking turn over in their fucking graves, bro. They saw what the fuck we were doing nowadays.
Let me jump in for 1 second, Sig. I gotta get going. Sig, Nye, Normal, the other mods, you guys want to keep it open? If not, I'm gonna close it. Because I gotta go.
Okay, it's up to you guys. Yeah, I'd like to keep on dialogue. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you pretty much get my point, D. So yeah, if you respond or you're not lying. I agree with you. I actually became very educated and went through my enlightening when I did have those questions working at. You know, it's funny. I was working at Best Buy. Literally, I was I think either 18 or 19. I was working at Best So I guess, to even your point, like, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I just want you to know everything you said made sense. I agree with, there's certain things that are just degenerate and should be done with. But I think that the world that we live in is much more complex than that. And, I would just ask you, do you have grace for those people that live in those either victim mindsets or make those poor decisions? Because the people that get taken advantage by, let's just say even with the payday loans and stuff like that, right? Like, yes, you should be more educated about it, but those are desperate people, right? Those loans are targeted and weaponized towards a certain group of people that have no other option but to take advantage of that. And even with your comment about policing, right? Never been arrested in my life. Grew up in the projects. You can see how well educated I am, right? I grew up in the projects and I stood away from a lot of the things that caught my friends up and my peers growing up, right? But somehow I still had my rights violated by law enforcement. Just as you said, it sounded like you were hyperbole and
Let's wrap up your point because I do want to quickly respond, and I know Imhotep wants to chime in.
I'll leave it there. But what I'm saying is that these things do happen in America at a large number. So I just wanted to say, do you have compassion for those people, at least?
I always have compassion for people, but again, I understand that once the knowledge is given to you and you choose to ignore it and still go about your shitty ways, that's on you, man. Everybody has a choice. Everybody has a choice. So I do feel compassion, but once the information's in your face and you choose to reject it, then that compassion goes away, and I just allow you to accept I just say, hey, accept the consequences of your choices. But Imhotep, go ahead, man. I know you want to chime in.
What's going on, y'all?
Hey, what's going on, Mo? Welcome to the stage. We'll let Imhotep go on, and Mo, you can chime in.
I thought you was addressing me. Go on.
Imhotep. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Welcome to the stage, Imhotep. You got it.
Sorry. I was just laughing about the Hellcat comment. But I think too that a lot of some conservatives romanticize that period of time because I feel like it may miss the point that there were a lot of gangsters back then. There were a lot of stuff going on that I think that is not talked about today. And then they forget about the times when the communities that we did have were attacked and everything. And then you say you go up to the 80s and the crack epidemic. But I mean, I do agree with conservatives sometimes where they say, there is necessary no excuse, and you can come up out of your situation, and it is a choice sometimes. So I can see both sides of the argument, but I do think sometimes it's a bit of a where people kind of romanticize it. It's like we have this and look at this. Fashion changes or music changes and all kind of stuff. And sometimes a product of the times. It just is what it is, I think. But I can agree somewhat with the choices part.
So there's an interesting kind of thing I want to build before we pass it to Mo. In schools, K through 12, we teach the Civil War, we teach the end of it, and we teach that there was Reconstruction. And then in college, you get some more of that. The most extensive discussion I've ever heard of Reconstruction, in detail, the terror campaigns and the terrorist groups that rose up, was from Ron Chernow's biography of Ulysses S. Grant, which led me to do an Eric Foner. Point being, you are right. We don't mix the ugliness in with the mythos, even though that's a more truthful telling of the story. I love history, so I'm all about telling the whole story, good, bad, indifferent. I think people need to know it, and they can make up their minds. But I just wanted to build on a little that way. Please, Mo, go ahead.
And can I say, oh, sorry.
Go on, what's up? You good, bro?
I just do want to interject one more thing, especially it being a combo, I guess we started as a Jewish combo, that I think we do miss the fact that, and this is documented, and this is, they talk about this in the documentary about the Freedom Riders. So the Jewish community was one of the first ones to step up and join the solidarity with the civil rights movement, the black community with Martin Luther King. So I think we forget that part of history also, and I think that's important. It became a rift somewhere, what I'm saying? That's documented too. But yeah, so I think that, history is in a time intertwined with blacks and Jews. And if you look at the history of the Irish too, what I'm saying? So I think America just an interesting dichotomy of time.
Did you want to chime in? Welcome to the stage.
I just kind of wanted to add, I feel like we've been talking about some of the more unsavory, a little bit more polarizing aspects of black culture and things of that nature. But in my mind, I think black people ain't the only ones with the underworld. You know, Italians got the mob, the Irish got the mob, Latinos got their thing going on. The Chinese have the triads. I live in Cali, so I've seen a couple of them, right? But I feel like for us, our underworld, our unsavory parts of our community, man, is publicized. You know, it's we, we turn it into entertainment. And that's the part I just don't really see eye to eye with. You know what I'm saying? I feel like every community got their own thing, but when it comes to us, it's always public. It's always at the forefront. People don't mind conversating and talking about it. And I feel like, not to say that you can't, but I just think that ours is more so on the forefront because a lot of people are making a lot of money just putting out propaganda, essentially. I can't tell you how many people I've seen, right, and all over my travels around the U.S., right, who are making a buck off of division. You feel me? This is turned into a grift in a sense. But I'll leave it there and I'll let Brother Keegan chime in.
I have a statement to that. With propaganda, I mean, this is how stupid people are, and they're not getting smarter. Next year they'll be dumber. 2027 they'll be dumber. I mean, some of you in here, I don't know if you think I'm dumb, but there are people dumber than me. My fucking god. Because why are you buying propaganda? Like you're not you, but there's people buying into it. Because you can't just come to me with some shit, and I'm not gonna look it up, and I'm not gonna fact check, and not have my own opinion. And for me personally, a lot of my viewpoint comes from how I grew up, what I've heard, and what I've seen, what I've been through. So it's personal experience, and very just close to whatever that specific topic was, whether it's fucking jail, crime, makeup, hair texture, whatever the topic I'm proficient in is at that time. So are they selling propaganda? Shit. Give me a link so I can sell it too, because people are buying it. And I'm gonna land here and say I know people are buying it. I seen my stupid ass aunt who was blocked because she's so fucking dumb and ignorant and ghetto. Okay, telling me she didn't even click. This was years ago. She didn't even click a link. She just had an opinion based on what the title said. I can make a website right now in less than 5 minutes and trash everyone in here and lie. Of course it would be a lie because I don't know anyone in here personally. And there will be some stupid bitch, male or female, they or them, whatever people are identifying with, that are gonna be like, oh my god, look what I heard about so and so. So yeah, I push out more propaganda. Fuck it. Let the dumb people eliminate themselves.
I got a quick question. Why did you name yourself Imhotep? Imhotep, you there?
Imhotep was one of the greatest black men to ever exist. Just in a long line of black intellectuals, Imhotep is black people's Renaissance man. He did a lot.
So we're talking about the same dude that worked for Djoser and helped him build the step pyramid, right?
Repeat that again. I didn't get the last part.
We're talking about the Imhotep in ancient Egypt that worked for the Pharaoh Djoser to build his step pyramid.
I believe so. I'm not sure who he's talking about, but the Imhotep I'm aware of is, yeah, he was a talented man.
I was hoping it was the historical thing, and not like, hey, I watched The Mummy as a kid, and so I decided to name it Imhotep.
That would be me, because The Mummy was that movie, and they were like, Imhotep, and that's all I.
I loved that movie growing up. It was, not historically accurate, but very.
Guilty.
Oh, 1974, Richard Nixon resigned. Today, in 1879, the Mexican revolutionary Emiliano Zapata, who's famous for saying, "I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees." Let's see. In 2011, Tibetan scholar of law Sungjae was inaugurated as Prime Minister of the Tibetan government in exile, becoming the first non-monk and the first person born outside Tibet to hold the position, which is, that's actually very interesting. In 2000, the wreckage of the Hunley, a Confederate submarine that was lost during the American Civil War, was raised from the ocean floor near the Sullivan's Island, South Carolina. It was the first submarine to sink, 1864, an enemy ship. The Union sloop Houstonic. Sports-related ones. The U.S. men's basketball team in 1992, which has been dubbed the Dream Team because of all the star roster of the NBA players, including Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird, easily defeated Croatia to win the gold medal at the Barcelona games. Interesting.
That's a good question.
Yeah, dude, of course.
Oh, she just got on the phone. Never mind. Well, let's let Keegan go. I know Keegan wanted to chime in. trap houses while I'm sitting there chilling with my family at the cookout, where there's lines of black people riding up on bicycles and scooters and walking up, and there's another black person that answers that door and sells a bag of fucking dope. So there's a lot of shit that we're doing to our own that you don't see you don't see Jewish communities selling drugs to each other and destroying their own neighborhoods. You don't see a bunch of trash in film. You don't see this in Asian and Arab communities. So there's a lot of work we need to do first, East. And I do agree with you. Is there racism? Is there some other bullshit with the cops and all? Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. But where there's way bigger fish to fry in our community before we start pushing those outside.
If I could respond, those are definitely the small fry, my brother. Right? Capitalism, like the black community has definitely been infiltrated a long, a long time ago. You know what sells isn't up to black people. It's not black people going to these concerts and selling out. Travis Scott's, sales tickets. Like we're not the ones that like if most black people can't even afford that. If we're just gonna be honest. So the people that are mass consuming this are people that live outside the black community. That's the truth. That's what's hot. That's what's cool. In my opinion, even when it comes to, as you said, like crime, when it comes to other communities, like I'm Afro Latino. I've seen people within my own community commit crimes like against each other. Again, it just was not marketable. Dehumanizing black people is very marketable. Ask me why? I don't know. You could ask the white man that. But dehumanizing black people is not something that, again, that is new. Like, if we go down the history line, like, they've been doing black faces. They've been doing so many things that are just disgusting towards black people for a long time. So I was surprised that people seek black people for entertainment and look for them to again to continue to dehumanize and point at and say that hey, you don't want to be like these people. Again, choices matter, of course. Like there's a lot of people that have to make better personal choices. Like I said, gang banging and certain things. Like I don't abide to that, but I could understand it when you grow up marginalized and you don't have certain resources and access to resources and in order to survive, other people.
Let me just ask you real quick based on that point. When you're marginalized and you don't have certain resources, do you understand the reason why we don't have certain resources? Because our own parents are making shitty decisions. Just like you, I grew up
50%. I agree with you. That's
for the first part of my life, I grew up poor, didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. I've shared this story before. Like I was so poor at the point my mom was after she divorced my dad that I needed new shoes because my shoes had holes in the front. I had to wear her fucking female Reeboks to school, and I got my ass whooped up and down in fucking hallways for that shit. Like so, bro, I get it, but that's not the white man. That's not marginalization from an outside source. My mother chose to make shitty decisions. Therefore, I was limited on opportunities growing up because of her decisions. Wasn't no white man, wasn't no capitalism, wasn't nothing. She made certain decisions, and there were consequences, bro.
No, wait, time out, bro. Like, so wait, you're gonna blame your mom for having kids? Like, having kids?
That's not what I said. I didn't blame her for having kids. You hear what I said? When she divorced my dad, when she decided to break up the family, now that put her in a poverty-stricken situation.
But you can't blame her for that either, bro.
Yes, I can blame her for that.
Bro.
Yes, I can blame her for that. I can't because she made that decision. If she hadn't made that decision, her and my dad would have been in a dual income household, and therefore they would have been above the poverty threshold. They would have never sunk below it. Therefore, AKA equaling better opportunities. Like this is shit. And this is what I say, East. When it comes to black people, like we're so scared to hold our black women and our mothers accountable for the shitty decisions they make. It's just like Tupac. Even though he was a crack fiend, you always was a black queen. What queen do you know has ever been a crackhead? How does a crackhead get exalted to fucking royalty? No, it's bad decisions, bro.
Well, if I can say, bro, and I don't want to get into your own personal business, so I'm not gonna speak on your mom.
ads for.
Right, but
Because of capitalism.
but here's the thing you gotta ask yourself: what fuels and feeds this monster? Let's look at Amazon, for instance. You would consider Amazon a net positive for society or a net negative in the grand scheme of things, right? But what fuels it?
We do.
Thank you. So then you can't say it's capitalism. It's us. We have every right to say, and everybody knows how evil Amazon is. Everybody knows. It's us consciously every day making a decision that we're going to value convenience over sustainability.
So education to make the better decisions as
well. Well, it's not education because we're educated. We know it's just self-discipline, man.
Well, not everybody. Not everybody is educated. Would you say that?
If I grabbed 1,000 random people and asked them, hey, when you talk about sustainability of society, is Amazon a net negative or net positive? Most people are going to understand it's a net negative. They're going to be able to tell you why. And the main thing they're going to say is because it kills mom and pop businesses. People know this. People know this. It's about willpower and discipline. And that's what we're lacking. We're educated. We got information at our fingertips. Every one of us has $1,000 supercomputer in the fucking palm of our hands. Yet we still willfully ignore the shit and do what we want to do. It's all about hedonism and lack of self-control.
Well, I can't argue. That's factual on that one. I can't argue with you on that one.
It's a good conversation. I appreciate you guys being civil, man. You know, this is what it's about, man. This is what it's about, you know. But and that's what, you know, I'm telling you, man. I don't know if you guys have ran into me. I say a lot of hyperbolic shit. You know, I say a lot of fucking crazy shit on this app, especially about my own community. Right? So I got a reputation on this app for being a coon and an Uncle Tom and a sellout and all of the above. You know, but at the end of the day, we gotta start taking accountability, man. Our race has to, bro. We gotta, regardless. And I'm not saying these because you rebutted with, oh, you're saying poor people shouldn't have kids. That wasn't the crux of my argument. I'm not saying poor people shouldn't have kids because guess what? Our great grandmothers and great grandfathers were all extremely poor and they were pumping out 15, 14, 13, 12 kids at a fucking time. But they still made it work. They still made it work. So that's not my argument, is we have a lot of work to do when it comes to discipline and fucking self-control. Like, I'll give you an example. In Detroit, Arabs own everything in our fucking city, bro. Every fucking thing. They own all the fucking gas stations. They own all the supermarkets. You understand there's only one big chain supermarket in the city of Detroit. That's Whole Foods, and it's downtown in the super uber rich wealthy white district. Outside of that, it's all little small shitty ass fucking grocery stores that all the Arabs own. And then if you go to Dearborn where all the Arabs live, they got 8,000, 9,000 square foot mansions where they got 4 or 5 different generations of family living in that same house. All off the money that we pay for every single fucking day when we shop at these places. We as black people should come together and say, hey, you know what? Let's stop spending our dollar at these establishments because all they're doing is taking dollars out of our community and building their nice place. And go to Dearborn. Anybody who's ever been to Dearborn, next time you're in Michigan, stop by Dearborn. It's a beautiful city. It's a beautiful fucking city. But they take that black dollar that we actively spend, we consciously spend, and they take it outside of our community and they build our community up while we allow our community to get ruined in the shambles. That's a prime example. The Korean shops with the hair and the nail salon, they all open these up in black areas and go to the Asian community in Michigan. You're going to see it's a very, very nice, affluent area. But that's all black dollars. So, again, we can say, hey, guys, let's stop spending our dollars where it's not being invested in our community. It's going outside and making other communities better and more raising their property value and making their communities more lucrative. Let's, in turn, invest ourselves, and that's what the other communities do that we don't do. The Jewish community, for example, I got a lot of respect for the Jewish community because when a Jewish person says, hey, I want to start a barbershop, they don't just focus on the barbershop and the chairs that are in it. They say, hey, what is everything that surrounds this barbershop that encompasses making this barbershop work? That's where those are the businesses we're going to start. So we're going to start the trucking company, the logistics company. Our barbers need brooms to sweep. We're going to start the broom company that creates the brooms. As far as whatever chemicals and tools that are needed, we're going to start the business that create. Like, they get the entire fucking network and they lock that motherfucker down. Our community, we're just focused on the barbershop and filling those chairs, and then we fucking stop there, and everybody else makes money off of us.
Man,
easier than they've ever been. We don't have an excuse, man. We don't have an excuse. We can do it. We can pull together. We can. Yeah, no, I agree with you. 100%. It's a lot of things that people don't. People don't have sexual discipline. People don't have financial discipline. People don't have, just discipline in general. Um, but again, I just understand that, and this is just coming from somebody who has overcame a lot of issues that we're talking about. To me, it was one, education, and two, it was grace, right? Because I feel like, even with the comment of understanding that, yeah, there's a lot of people that own these businesses. Somebody in the comments said is leverage. A lot of people don't have the financial leverage to open up a business. To get the loans. To have the credit to even walk into the bank and open that. So I could make the excuses all day because listen, at the end of the day, there are some real life scenarios where these things are possible. With the right amount of discipline. But again, you're talking about your grandmother's existence and that time period, she existed in, that is a clear example of when people were doing and making the right decisions, there was an entity that existed outside of them that wanted to tear that shit apart. They got jealous when they saw that shit. That something in them just was rubbed the wrong way whenever they see black people, doing well. And again, and I told you I got that enlightened because I'm from Harlem. I'm telling you, something in me changed when I seen Harlem during the Marcus Garvey era, during the Malcolm X era, like seeing black people own like little blocks of brownstones and businesses, and now we don't own shit. That makes me feel uncomfortable. That's what made me say, you know what, I have to go outside of my neighborhood, go to college, do the right thing because I want that reality for us, right? But I also understand that there's an opposing side working against us, and I just think that yes, like all of these things matter, but again, we also have to analyze and observe and say that hey, in our history, that we have proved that we are able to do this. There is an active force that is doing that thing, that actually burned down our neighborhoods, that actually was predatory and was redlining and was saying, hey, you know what, we don't want to give these certain people loans because of this and that. And that's all I'm just speaking to. Because there's people that are doing it. Like, yeah, bro, we're in 2025. There's so many people that share the same sentiment as you that want to see that are building to make that happen. But just in the reality that we are in and all of the harm that was done, we have to address the I guess the saying is the elephant in the room. And that force right now, Trump or just even I'm not even gonna say Trump because I'm not gonna stir people up, but there's a certain ideology that exists in America that doesn't want to see that happen. But you understand it's not just one side, it's both sides. We literally had an Indian woman. Oh, I agree. Cosplayed as black. Yo, listen, bro, here's the thing, to pander and appeal to the blacks, she got Beyonce, Megan Thee Stallion. She got the most ghettoest, ratchet, fucking, cartoonish fucking caricatures of the black community. That's what she's doing in our face, and we voted for her at a 90% rate, bro. Like, we gotta wake up. No, I agree with you. Just as much shit as you can talk about Trump, and I'm not trying to defend Trump. Trump is a fucking goofball. I voted for him. I agree with a lot of his policies, but I think he's a fucking goofball too. But I'm not gonna vote for the person that literally says, you know what? I've never claimed black my whole entire life, but these niggas are so fucking stupid that they're gonna buy the fact that I'm fucking black, and then when I stick in their face, it's gonna be the most degenerate fucking bullshit that represents the fucking black community. Bro, we gotta wake up to that, man. We gotta stop. Oh yeah, no, for sure. That's what I said in the comments. I was like, tribalism is an issue in this country. Even in my school, I'll tell you a funny story, man. In my school, right, during the presidential race, or when Kamala Harris was endorsed and said, she'll be the nominee, in 4 days, no, sorry, I'm lying. It's the opposite. In one day, I got on a Zoom call because they were posting
$4 million for her. And I was, yo, bro, I was baffled because there's so many kids at my school that don't even have scholarship money, that don't have, like, are struggling, but we were able to raise $4 million for something that we knew in America where most people wouldn't even be okay with having a female president. Like, just let's just throw that money up in the air. To me, it baffled me. So again, like, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I don't. Two wings is that saying. Two wings of the same bird, and that bird is flying towards a direction that is not even hospitable for black people at all. Like, that environment that this bird is flying to is not even thinking about if I'm gonna survive. So I agree with you 100%. But my statement with Trump and everything that's going on is because as somebody who is trying to get financial security, I want to have that stability for myself to open up a business one day, or be able to say, hey, you know what, I could take a loan and open a business and do this and do that, right? It's hard for me to get through college now because of access to funds, because he's restricting and stripping everything away. It's harder.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you understand black people can have generational wealth? Like every black person can be out of poverty in this country in 2 generations. Actually, probably about a generation and a half. You know how that is? And it's really easy.
What's that again?
I said there's one solution to get the black community, the black American community, out of this impoverished state and get the funds that we fucking need. And it's a very simple, very easy solution, and we can get the capital in a generation and a half. You know what it's called?
I'm listening.
It's called life insurance, bro. It's called life insurance. If we stop buying Jordans and lashes and weave and expensive cars and like we just literally $300 a month, bro. $300 a month. We could literally fucking set our kids up with a $500,000 fucking policy, bro. Easily. Easily. And if we done, we'd be on top. We'd be on top financially. So there's a very simple solution, and it doesn't involve the white man, it doesn't involve racism, it doesn't involve this, it doesn't involve loans and debt and all that. It's just, yeah, if we just got life insurance, kind of took some of that bullshit money we're spending on stupid shit and just scooted some of it over to the life insurance category, bro, we'd be set. We'd be set.
I mean, listen, I guess it's a nice avenue to think of, but at the end of the day, man, I don't know, man. This is a real problem. I'd be a multi-millionaire if I was to solve it in one conversation. Oh, and I appreciate you holding a conversation with me. I don't know what people call you on this app. I don't project onto people unless they project onto me. But one thing that and I'm a naturalized citizen, so
Where are you from?
I'm from the Caribbean.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you did say that earlier. Okay, cool, man. All right.
Yeah, so I'm a naturalized citizen, and I'm somebody that like when I came to this country, my mom brought me to this country, man. I was astounded. Like I'm not lying to you. I wanted to be a cop. I wanted to be a SWAT when I first came into this country, man. Like I thought everything was as amazing as bread and butter, and then reality hit, and I had to learn and grow very fast. So I actually do want to see this country succeed because I believe that there's a lot that can be done. There's no other country like this in the world, but the divisiveness that exists and the tribalism, as I said before, and we're picking like it's to the point that like you can be a Eagles fan and you could literally get harmed and get sent to the hospital because of your favorite sports team. Like tribalism is something so big in this country where it's like because you're a Republican, I'm not gonna listen to you. Because you're a Democrat, I'm not gonna listen to you. Like even like that's why I called out NY and I remember she was like, oh, this black liberal. I'm like, why do you have to generalize like that? Like that guy was just a terrible human being, and he's just a terrible human being. He doesn't have to be a black liberal. So I just think that when we really decide to listen to each other and really sit down and just say that, hey, like, okay, I might not agree with you. There's some terrible shit going on. We need to address it as a country and give each other a chance. A lot of work can be done. So that's why I appreciate you having this conversation with me. But at the same time, there's a level of openness which you're having, that allows us to have this because, again, like, for most people, they're not willing to say that, hey, there is a terrible history in this country. In fact, they're going to say that, hey, you need to just stop complaining and the past is the past. No, there's a rotten tree in my backyard and it's bearing poisonous fruit and we need to address that.
Well, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Why is it that we only talk about that tree when there are other trees that drop the seed for that tree to grow, but we never go, like, we never go back and follow the logistical chain to its source. Like, I get what you're saying, and I do agree with you, but it's like we only focus on that. But it's like we got the Congolese Empire. Are you familiar with the history of them?
The Congolese Empire in terms of slavery?
Yeah, dude, their whole empire was built on Africans brutally enslaving and murdering and killing other Africans. That's like the epitome of fucking tribalism. But they built their entire fucking empire on that, and they were the ones that sold the slaves that they conquered to the other groups of people that showed up on the shores. But it's like we never go back. It's like we always just want to focus and pinpoint it on a certain group of people, which I get there were a certain group of people that were heavily involved. But it's like if our issue is everything that you stated, then we should be encompassing everybody that was involved. But it just seems very disingenuous to me that when those people share skin color, we kind of want to overlook it.
No, I'm not excluding them. I'm just speaking to modern world. I think that Congolese Empire, I don't think has the hegemony of the United States of America. I just
It was worse, East. It was worse. Here, listen, here's what I'll challenge you to do, and I'll challenge everybody in this room to do this. Go on Google and turn off the filter, so that way it's unbiased. Turn off that little image filter where it blocks out all the bad pictures. Just Google the term pictures and or photos of slaves in America. It doesn't look like they were doing that bad, bro. These are well-fed people, great-looking skin. A lot of them smart. Maybe I'll do it. I'm just challenging you to do it. Challenge you to do it. Here's the thing. They literally have on ties and hats, and they're laid out posing, smiling. Look, I was shocked when I did it, bro. Because it's like all this horrendous, atrocious shit that I've heard, I'd be able to type that into Google and see nothing but crazy ass, atrocious, egregious fucking pictures. That's not what you see, man. That's not what you see. I'm just saying, I challenge you to do it.
Listen, bro. There's a book called Race and Law, right? I read that in one of my classes about 2 semesters ago. The amount, like, all right, even with slavery in America, you understand that there were different types of slave farms, like there were breeding farms. There were different types of farms that where that image you're talking about wasn't a reality. Like what the real reality is, like you would throw up. You understand that there were white people in the U.S. that literally ate black people, right? Like that eating black people was a sin. So I'm not like I don't know what you're trying to do right now, but slavery in general is not okay, bro.
I never said that. See, that's where you're jumping to conclusions, East. I never said it was okay. What I'm saying is sometimes we might have to question the narrative because everything that I was told, it was white man brutalizing the fuck out of black slaves. But then I had to use my common sense and logic and say, well, wait a minute. I'm learning now that slaves were an expensive commodity. So therefore, that means the majority of whites could not own it because the majority of whites in this country lived in slums and were poor themselves. And then when I go to research,
before it was wealthy white people.
Right. But here's the thing: the narrative we were taught is that the majority of white folks owned the majority of black folks and treated them in brutal, horrible conditions. That was the majority of what we were taught. But then when we go and we research it, how many times in your school when Black History Month came around, answer this question for me. Let's have honest dialogue. When you were in school learning about slavery, because every Black History Month rolled around, all we learned about was MLK and fucking slaves. And George Washington Carver and peanut butter. It's the same shit. How many times throughout your entire academic career did you learn? Did the school system teach you that there were 3,000 black families that owned tens of thousands of slaves? When was that ever taught to you?
Yes,
eventually freed them before slavery became illegal, right? So I mean, it's a weird thing that you're like, he owned slaves, yes he did, but were they owned like chattel slavery the way that many slaves in the South were? No, not at all. You treat them almost just like how you treat probably, again, it doesn't make it right. I'm not trying to say it doesn't make it right, but I'm saying like you're acting like he would have spat at you. If anything, he would have taught you how to read and would have freed you or something.
Time out. So, all right. So, I'm sorry. I just caught a bit on guard. All right. So, with this whole Benjamin Franklin thing, right? So, taking somebody's humanity away, their natural rights, as a human being, is not something that is, just because you got a little bit of comfort, just because you live in poverty, Jordans on, and you got some nice T-shirts, right? Fuck the conditions you're living in. You got some Jordans and some nice T-shirts on, bro. You good? Like, even though you live in Flint, Michigan, and you drink that dirty ass water in a in a first world society, like, you're good. Like, no, bro. Like, we're talking about real, like, I don't even know the word to describe it. Like, we're talking about actual people living a fulfilling life. Like, slavery, for one thing, I don't care if the slave master lets you sleep in the crib. Like, that is not okay. But it was okay back then. You were compared, hold on, you were compared, you were the equivalent to a fucking chair, bro. Like, if you wanted to sit on a slave with a like, fucking, put a Gucci outfit on the fucking slave. If you wanted to sit on it, he could, and there's nothing that the slave could do. That's not right.
I'm confused.
Right, I'm being hyperbole like Six. Six said that he's a hyperbole individual. I'm being hyperbole as well. Like, I haven't been hyperbolic in this conversation. No, we're having a very genuine conversation. I'm taking you for face value as being genuine. But he didn't. And again, look, man. Again, nobody's excusing it. But we gotta understand too that things that were acceptable back then, they aren't today. Like, it was acceptable fucking hundreds of years ago for a fucking 40-year-old man to marry and impregnate a 9-year-old fucking girl, aka fucking Muhammad. That was okay back then. But it's not now. It's not now. And we look back now and say, yeah, that was atrocious. But those people had a different mindset, bro. And when you want to talk about being dehumanized, they got dehumanized when those Africans brutally fucking bound them and sat them on the shores waiting to sell them. That's when the brutalization started. So again, let's, if we're gonna sing the alphabet East, let's start at A, B, C, D, not elemental P. All right, that's all I'm saying. We gotta be honest. So hold on, just real quick. So that's the thing. I'm not in Africa. I'm in the United States of America, right? Where these people that I was taught to idolize had children, right? Those same ideologies were passed down to those. I mean, you had people that still wave the Confederate flag in America, right? Because they feel like they lost something. And there's lots of blacks that do too. Go down south, there's a shit ton of blacks that wave that Confederate flag. All right, hold on. So what I'm trying to say is that there's still people looking at me as a human being, like a human being today, that's saying, damn, I miss the days when America was great again. I miss the days. That's not true. That's not true. Yes, that is true. No, it's not. Guess what? Guess what? All I hang around are MAGA people, right-wing conservative people. That has never been a subject of their conversation. This is all propaganda, brainwashing. You've been drinking. This is all food you've been drinking. There's no race. There are no racist white people in America. Again, you're going to the there's no racist white people in America. Yeah, you're right.
Well, because here's the thing.
Nah, this is a gaslighting app for real.
But here's the thing. The racist people that you meet today, they want segregation. They don't want to be involved with black people in any way. Right?
This country's already segregated.
But you're sure you can say that, but it's not segregated. I mean, you can say it's segregated.
It is segregated, bro.
Yeah,
by class, and by race. You go to New York City. New York City is extremely integrated. Please, let me know how many Asians are hanging out with black people. Let me know how many Asians are hanging out with people. Because you don't see that in Asians. How many eagles do you see hanging out with flamingos?
zebras do you see hanging out with fucking riding horses? You don't. You like to birds. Well, no, because again, we're animals at the end of the day, and everything that we do, 99.9% of everything that we do, besides having this amount of intelligence, mimics everything in the animal kingdom. So again, you don't see eagles hang out with flamingos. You don't see sparrows hanging out with blue jays. You don't see fucking ostriches hanging out with fucking penguins. You just don't, because they have a natural segregation. We tend to want to be around people that look and act like us. Even though we went out of our way to desegregate the fuck out of everything, we naturally fell back into a state of segregation because that's how we are. That's just how we're wired, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's only wrong when now your group starts to infringe on the group, on the rights of other groups based on those aesthetics. And that's where we draw the line in this country.
Wow. Wow. I'm speechless, actually. I don't know, man.
But
You
he's,
guys could go
you
on.
just,
I'm
you just
just gonna
haven't,
listen.
but you just haven't, you haven't provided like, Benjamin Franklin. It's like, well, actually look how, and then like you can look at most southern states. Yeah, Alabama treated slaves horrible. They did not have any laws on the book on how to actually have like, and again, the idea that I'm not advocating.
But I'm not fantasizing about. I don't care less.
But my point is though, is that when we look back, especially at our founding fathers who owned slaves, because these were wealthy men, and we go, these men owned slaves, they held a disregard to black people. It's actually just not true factually, based off of all the writing that we have. Majority of them, I mean, like Thomas Jefferson loved black women. He didn't say they raped them. And again, he wasn't the best parent. He had a lot of bastard children that he didn't care for. Also, a lot of white bastard children he didn't care for. And that's Thomas Jefferson. But my point is that when we decide to use the eyes of our morality and go back 300 years ago, they treated them poorly. Today, we use a form of slavery as our own. Child slavery provides a quarter of the human goods. Use child slavery, and we went probably 200 years. They're gonna look back and go, can you believe? But they're gonna look back at 200 years ago. Can you believe that East and Keegan were pro child slavery? We'll be like, no, we weren't pro. We're just buying goods. Like that's really what's going on, and that's how you're looking at them 300 years ago. You can't use our morality.
All right, listen, Keegan. I'm not the one that censored. To be fair, I'm not the one that censored slavery. That was big. I was more speaking of recent times in terms of COINTELPRO. I was speaking about the conditions of certain communities. We were speaking about originally Sig's grandmother in the timeline that she lived, where black people had prosperous communities, and there was an envious group of people who did not like to see the progression of that, and literally destroyed communities, literally created COINTELPRO to destroy certain movements, and that's what led to a lot of the ramifications that we see today. My whole thing with slavery, that was 400 years ago. There's still ramifications of that, and I spoke about the incarceration system.
Then why didn't we see that? Then why didn't we see that with the blacks that directly came out of it? Then
repeat that again.
Then why didn't we see it? Why didn't we see the ramifications? The ramifications that you're seeing today. Why is there zero evidence of that existing from the very people that actually came from it, not generations later?
So I was educated on that. So in Georgia, there was a brick company. I forgot what it was called. It was I could actually Google it real quick if you don't mind. But let me just say what I just said, and then I'll bring the sources up. But during the emancipation, right, when they literally made like again, like being an imprisoned person, a slave, there was a town in Georgia that literally, like the mayor, I think the mayor or something, he was a owner of a brick company, and he literally started having cops arrest black people at a high rate. I forgot what specifically it was called, but then when he had those people arrested, he had them. I forgot the term for it. It's when you're in prison and you work for free. I
I mean, same thing comes from it, but it's basically when you get prisoners and you outsource them to a company, the company pays you, you profit it, but the prisoners don't profit from it, and it gets through free labor. So that was happening in I think it's called the Chump Tea or something. I'm gonna get the sources. I'm gonna post it back.
Oh, you're talking about like when they're like customer service agents for private companies and they get to pay them like 4 cents an hour or something.
And also not
Yeah.
against their will.
Hold on, Kiki. Hold on. But this is not. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Just because I don't know the terms, hold on. Just give me a second. What I'm trying to answer Sticks' question is that is a clear evidence of how that shit was weaponized. You had people that came out of slavery, were rounded up by police. That like on bullshit.
They actively broke, but no. They actively.
It did not break laws.
Whether the charges were bullshit or not, they understood they were breaking the law. They took the first step to get the government involved.
The law. That is.
They are.
I'm gonna bring you the story. They were not breaking laws. These people.
You just said bullshit charges. You just said
bullshit charges. Like these charges were made up. The mayor literally started weaponizing the police against these black free slaves. They were then outsourced to work on not only a brick company but a railroad company, and you had little children dying because of it. And that was when people started understanding, like, okay, the incarceration system is a form of slavery because of this. I'm gonna get it now.
Now is that one anomaly, or like if we guarded that with the whole spectrum, what percentage out of 100% would that have been of that entire system?
I just found it called, if nobody in the stage or the chat knows, it's called the Chattahoochee Brick Company. The Chattahoochee Brick Company is the largest and most notorious employers of convict labor in Georgia. Under the terms of the convict lease system, that was the term I was thinking about. The convict lease system, Chattahoochee Brick forced thousands of black Georgians to labor under conditions that have been described as industrial slavery. And that same person that owned the company was the fucking mayor. So he just understood that was another way to make money. And this was when slaves were emancipated, right? So they were like, fuck, we just lost slaves, so let's just create another fucking form of slavery that we now know, which is the incarceration system, which is again why I guess maybe you guys are missing the point about slavery back then. But I'm talking about how the fact that none of these things have fucking died out. We're not talking about the past. These things evolved.
So you think in 2025 that the prison system is still just slavery?
Right.
I mean,
most prisoners are sitting eating good and watching TV and all social media, bro.
Or
feeding birds. I mean, some of it is.
I understand, like, I can't believe that we're paying 5 cents to prisoners for them working hours, right, on work releases.
No, these
and
people
then I found out, but again, I'm saying in 2025, and then I found out, these people are volunteering to go on work release to be back in the public world for a few hours, or they could go sit themselves and do nothing if they wanted to. This is their decision.
Prison is nothing light. I don't know if you guys ever served time, but hold on, like being in a fucking cubicle of a
But you broke the law. You broke the law. Look, have you ever heard of the Innocence Project?
There's people that are in jail for not breaking anything, and they're being praised.
Have you heard of the Innocence Project?
Yes, I have heard of it.
Okay, they'll even tell you the majority of cases that come in their direction. Go on their website. Watch the videos. Go on YouTube. They'll even tell you they get flooded with inquiries to look at cases, and they say the majority of the motherfuckers are guilty. So even the Innocence Project, who's actually in favor of these fucking prisoners, they say they got to sift through a bunch of bullshit, man. Because the majority of people are in there for what they actually did. What's that?
The incarceration system in America is not an issue.
No, because it's less than 2% of the country is fucking incarcerated. If it was 15, 20, 30%, yeah, we'd have a problem. It's less than 2%, and the vast majority.
We have the highest incarceration system.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. It's still, in our country, it's less than 2%, and the police aren't overwhelmingly snatching people up on the boat and throwing them in prison.
Because it's not me, it's okay. If it's just 2%,
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
It's not me, my sister, my brother,
What I said is, if we're looking at our population, it's less than 2% of people are incarcerated.
think someone had mentioned where is some proof of anyone that's been damaged by the system and how that may have affected them for any type of generational wealth. I'm just going to speak from experience, and that is from the 60s when I was born and farmed. And this is mostly the farming side. I don't know about cities. I'm sure some of the techniques are somewhat the same. But in our family, where we had 40 acres, a lot of neighbors had 40 acres. Growing up as a kid, we could run from farm to farm, fishing, whatever we were doing. And there's a lot of black farmers around there that had farms. But when you take yourself to market, they slowly would nickel and dime your crops until, you still got a lot to, it takes money to run a farm, fertilizer, gas, everything that it required. So back in the 60s, I heard my uncles and everybody, we all work in the fields, but complaining about when they take their stuff to market, how, their stuff was always maybe 5-6% under. They would, inspect it and judge it critically when white farmers, they got at least 50 cents to a dollar more than you did. So what happened over the years, as I was growing up and we're working on the farms, black farmers started losing their farms because they couldn't afford all of what it takes to keep their crops going. And in Virginia was tobacco. We had corns and other stuff, but most of the tobacco was a big crop. So we watched, and farmers, even back then, really worked hard together. We worked as kids, we worked for other relatives and other people, trying to figure out how to, make things ends meet. They used to pay you, they didn't pay you anymore because we was trying to help each other out. Most of the women, my aunts and grandmother and all, they had to go to New York. We had relatives in New York. They go to New York, send money back. Pretty much like you hear, Hispanics or people from other countries do. We were doing that in the 60s and into the 70s. And they're sending money back so we can save our farm. Long story short, a lot of farmers lost their farms. We kept ours. If it wasn't for family in New York coming up, sending money back, we kept it. They're still in the family. But there was a lot of black farmers who lost everything. They didn't have enough kids, so they didn't have that connection, and they just lost it. Then, years later, white farmers buying your farms up. Of course, they grew. We got smaller. And then the government, they put some, rules in. If you did not raise so many acres at so much time, that was putting something in place that they knew would hurt black farmers. They started buying your acreage, because you weren't using it. And then there was some, of course, probably pennies on the dollar, give it to these large farmers who were just growing, and for a lot of places, I'm sure, across the country. That's why you have these big agricultural white farmers, generational wealth, and they're suffering too. Farming is not easy. I know that. But those were systems that were used back then. And I was part of that immigration where, we were all black in school and then they integrated us and all. And you wouldn't believe some of the stuff we went through then, especially with black males. Not only just my class. When I was in the 4th grade, that's when they went over. And we integrated with the white schools. Black males were set back. They didn't trust the educational system we were under. Black males were set back. Black girls, they were able to go forward. And those are some cases you can look up to, especially in Virginia. So there were systems back in the 60s and 70s, and I'm sure there's systems even today. But the thing about it, sometimes hearing it from people who really experience it, you can go and look it up. But there's a lot of stuff I haven't experienced in, our city. Like I said, I hear stories, and it's interesting, but I see that link that these systems are still in place. It's different. Back then, it was black and white. You could seriously know where the lines were driven. You knew where it was drawn, You knew where the line was drawn. It was white and black issues at that time. It's a lot I call clay, earth colors. And they still know how to split us up, break us up. And sometimes, you just can't see. You can't see it all. You have to really pay attention though. And sometimes it's just from the stories people tell. Thank you for your time.
No problem, Gary. Thank you.
Yeah, since you talked about the systems in place, I got a question for the stage. You talk about the city of Baltimore, who has had black leadership for the past God knows how many decades.
say the system that's in place with the political side, especially after getting into the moving forward, and I would say in the '60s, where really a lot of that was about privilege. You know, one class having privileges that the other class didn't have. Blacks didn't have privileges. Whites had far more privileges and more benefits, and just wanted to get some of that. Well, it changed everything too. Even some people argue whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Once you became part of their system, well, you know, whoever's in charge of the system, they're the ones that put things in place. So let's move forward to where you're saying where there's blacks in charge. I say that from my own observation and looking into some of the constitutions of different states and all, privilege is now experienced by. That's why I say it's clay cover. Privilege is a norm because until you realize you didn't have certain privileges and you had to really bind together and work together as neighborhoods. And blacks was working back in the '60s and '70s, and families, even our families, was really tight with neighbors. You didn't have privileges, so you had to struggle and work together. Now privilege is pretty broad. So when you look at these African Americans or anyone in positions of authority where they can make some influences in the lives of just people in general, well, hey, I got it like this. I don't know what it is not to have it. You know, greed. It's all about money. So, you know, I got mine, you get yours. How you have to get it. So you really don't look down. But there was a time when that privilege was not available. And now our kids, they come up, we raise them better than we do, than we have. And you know, you're always looking to try to, you know, hope your generation gets better and better for the most part. And I think that's generally what people want. You have some people who really want a lot, but for the most part, just a decent living. We're only on this planet for a short time. So can we all just have a decent living? Well, no, you get in position of authority in black cities or black neighborhoods or whites at all. I'm sorry, a little bit of I got mine, you got to get yours. And if mine mean that I have to, you know, kind of not care much for you as I would say, I got mine, you get yours. It's just a different attitude.
Yeah, I mean, I hear where you guys are coming from, man. I get it, man. I understand. But it's a good conversation, and I appreciate. Oh, East left. I at least appreciate the respect and civility too, as well, Gary. Man, appreciate hearing your insight. Um, Jay told me to shut it down when I'm ready to go, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that, guys. I'm gonna take off here. But Gary, pleasure meeting you, man. Pleasure chatting with you, brother. Appreciate your insight. Again, we may not agree on everything, but the respect is there and clarity over agreement. So, I definitely appreciate you guys articulating your points, and I understand, where you guys are coming from and why you think the way that you do. So I do appreciate that. I respect that. Yeah, man, I appreciate you guys' input. I'm gonna go ahead and take off. Anybody got any closing comments before we go? Okay, let's take it normal. I don't know if you're still there.
Yeah, have a good one, everybody.
Hey, you too, Jacob. Thanks, man. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Happy Friday. Be safe. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you. Peace out. Bye.
Boy, me, I don't like that. I don't appreciate that. I want you to know that.
It's not an excuse for blasphemy.
You motherfuckers. Zach, I'm over here trying to defend your nation. Yeah, I was defending Israel. I wasn't just defending the stupid government of Israel. Think you're equivocating again? I don't know. I think the other side is equivocating, Dusty. You might need. Sounds like a bunch of Jewy mandarin. Basically, it's what it was, Fish. That's exactly what the fuck it was. But David Short actually had the best absolute question. was too bad. I thought you had a definition. I thought it'd be a word. Because the British throw in a lot of words.
Listen, it's
No, he doesn't bring facts.
it's all good. It's all good, guys. It's all good. It's only English.
I think saying that you equivocate on something would be a paradox of logic. I think someone else has to accuse you of some of that.
The topic was too boring. British left.
It's too bad, because I looked up the etymology version of it. Which
He
comes from
doesn't,
the Latin
he
word,
doesn't want the facts. He never does.
comes from the Latin word of ambiguous.
I'm curious, Grace. Ambiguous and what's the other one?
No, it's just, that's what the word means. It's, in Latin, it's ambiguous, so to be un is to be not ambiguous.
Right.
So it doesn't mean what he's saying, or how he was using it.
And to equivocate is to be purposely ambiguous, and like with your wording and phrasing to obscure your point and confuse people, which is basically what British always does.
Yeah.
Ironically.
Always trolling, and then comes in here and gets mad about people trolling. British, your comment about y'all always being mean.
No, I want to hear people
That
actually
shit's hilarious.
explain words, Brittany. I apologize. Like more.
I told him that you had exited because it was such a boring conversation.
Your guy, Darkside, continuing his. What's he saying?
British, if you want to know, I was saying that I looked up, when you want to know the real meaning of a word, look up, not the dictionary, but etymology, and look where the root word comes from, and it comes from ambiguous. So it means to be not ambiguous.
Right, his new theory is that Bitcoin is going to moon because Wall Street open interest on Bitcoin has gotten to unmanageable levels, and this is going to cause a melt-up and a financial crisis throughout the whole traditional finance industry. TXMC pointed out that Bitcoin futures are paper settled. There actually doesn't need to be delivery, and so that's just mechanically not going to happen. Darkside, rather than responding to that obviously correction of his theory, said keep drinking the Kool-Aid, and then started spamming off about me and Joe again.
Nice.
So he's just saying that we're gonna go to the moon?
He is.
Oh, okay.
But like not understanding how futures work is a tough look if you're holding yourself out as a Wall Street guy.
Yeah, no, it is. I agree with you. By the way, I put the definition unequivocally for Grace and anyone else who's challenged with the dictionary.
Not the dictionary, look at the root words.
Oh, we're doing that now. I gotta look at the chakra.
Etymology, I don't know if you know what that is, British.
I gotta look at the chakras of the language. I apologize.
It's just how fucking words are made, British.
Let me just do a spiritual analysis. Come back.
definition is something that we were talking about. I literally said the definition of unequivocal is X.
Wait, but Shelly just said it says the same thing.
What do you do?
It does. That's what the etymology.
What, is that a dictionary or a fucking Bible? What are we talking about, guys? The Merriam-Webster's 1828 is in the chat. Leave me alone.
It literally says Merriam-Webster, clear, unambiguous.
That's what I said it said. What are you talking about, Shelly?
That's what I said that. And that's what Grace, and that's what Grace
Grace unequivocally agreed with Andrew, who said he was unequivocally supporting Israel, and then he said there's conditions on it. So it's not unequivocal. That was my only point. The fuck are we arguing about? Women are crazy, you know that? Like, fucking hell, especially the gay ones. And Andrew said we can't get close to wiping them off. Look at this, look. We're getting it right now.
Not true, British. You think you're right, but you're not.
Okay, I'm wrong. Even though it says it in the dictionary.
So when I was...
It's not even worth the breath, right?
It is. I gotta get to work.
Yeah, you should get to work.
Don't be rude.
Okay, honey. Listen. Go ahead, say it.
I said thank you, Cupcake.
Are you good, sweet cheeks? Dave, how was your call with Andrews? Calm him down.
They're over here prosecuting the gays.
We're not prosecuting them, we're executing them, Grace. It's a different word.
I mean, all I did was come into the room and heard British call Brittany Sweet Cheeks, so that sounded pretty loving.
Only the women, though, come on. So they're trying to get you riled up, but because you're a man, right? Because you're a man, even though you're slightly wrong man, but you're a man, you were able to pause for a second, make light of it, and understand the situation. So it's only the women.
I wasn't on the phone with Andrew British. I was on the phone with the specialist trying to figure out the image.
How's your face?
Yeah, there is a specialist.
Andrew's how's the face though? Hold on.
I don't know. It feels better.
Alright, good.
Are the bones healing?
They were trying to frame me as if I wanted to kill all the gays to Mohan, and I was like, no, the women.
Hey, no, I listen.
If you had no choice, you would
She
have
didn't say kill. She said prosecute.
British.
It's just not the gay women.
You have to kill yourself, British. I heard what you called Brittany.
Sweet cheeks. There's my sweet cheeks up there. Really blushing right now. Look at this.
And when I said work, I meant being productive because I have the day off today.
Yeah.
Look, I feel like if British were coming for you, a brisk walk could outpace him. I think you're all fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mohan. I just saved your life, and this is how you repay me now. Just saved your fucking life.
A brisk walk, maybe.
Well, listen, that's actually the gay test. The gays can briskly walk away from him fast enough.
Yeah. But a brisk gay walk is more like a run.
It's like 3 miles an hour, 3.5. Like,
Do you guys screech when you do that as well, or is that just in the movies?
Only in the movies, and it depends. If we're trying to pass people, then we'll screech.
Like, did you get aggressive? Are you an aggressive gay? Like,
No, I'm not aggressive. I'm just gonna make sure that you get out of my way.
alright, understood.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's a cop car. Does everybody put Bitcoin in their 401k?
I don't know, 401k sounds kind of cuck to me. always end up working for companies where like I'm employee number 3 and like they don't even have an HR yet. Just things are so new. like you know what I mean? Like that's not even something that they talk about. I don't know.
Yeah, I just saw this Miami hotel that's replaced its checking stuff with some fucking Indian from India on a screen. Everyone's losing their fucking minds.
Dude, we have that all over Miami. So we have these little people think they're autonomous robots, but they're not. They're just actual Indians. So they're these little they look like self. Yeah, they're like food delivery mini carts, and you put the food into the cart, and then you see these little like go karts just fucking driving on the sidewalk all around Miami. And I used to think they were autonomous, and now I'm pretty sure that they're just like some African guy getting paid $2 an hour to move them.
Some of them, Mohan, and I've tested this out in Atlanta actually. Some of them are like autonomous until something gets in the way, and then you'll hear like a noise, and like a remote employee will come in. Because I actually had a conversation one night, really drunk, with one of them. And
That makes sense.
he was like talking back to me.
It was like, dude, I've seen some of
It's amazing. The robot, I love it.
Well, it was a person, but yeah.
Well, what made me convinced that they weren't autonomous is like I saw them acting like dicks to people and like being really aggressive, and I'm like, oh, no one would program an AI to do that. That's totally some guy being a dick right now.
Yeah. Yeah, but actually it's funny, the guy was being a dick when he tried to get around us after we had gotten out of the club. And that's when I ended up talking to him.
Well, it's because like AI is egoless and it has infinite patience. So there's never a reason for it to like actually be aggressive. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Unless they've told it, like, listen, we try to get our deliveries done in under 15 minutes. Whatever you
no, I don't think anyone cares. Like once it gets put in those little boxes, no one's really because it just texts you when it arrives, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, like, you don't want, unless it's got like something to keep your food warm and shit, you don't want like.
Yeah, they're insulated. No, they're insulated. They have to be insulated. Dude, it's fucking Miami and it's 90 degrees. They have to be insulated. Otherwise, everyone's food will just turn to shit.
Good point, yeah.
I have a very busy day today. I just bought an 8 terabyte hard drive, so I have to upgrade my computer. So I have that to look forward to today.
Fun. Having enough space is nice.
Yeah, it's actually really annoying because the motherboard I bought for my desktop has 2 NVMe drive slots, but the way that my 3090 went into my motherboard, it's physically not possible to be unseated. So I just lost the ability to use that M2 slot because I just physically can't get access to it. So I went from thinking I had a 2 M2 slot motherboard to now having only a 1 M2 slot motherboard. And I used to configure it 4 terabytes with 226, and now it's only 2 terabytes and it's not enough. So I have just enough space to play video games or just enough space to do AI, but not enough space to do both. And I was like, fine, fuck it. So now I bought an 8 terabyte extension for the slot, so you can't work around it. No, because I'd have to get the slot, but it doesn't. Whatever. I just fucking bought an 8 terabyte drive. You get to the point where like you could either spend 3 hours solving a problem, or you could just spend $100, and I'd rather spend $100 than like an additional $100 than spend time figuring it out. The price difference right now, it's actually shocking how cheap storage has become. The price difference between 2 4 terabyte drives and a 1 8 terabyte drive is like $100. So even if I was gonna go for 2 4s, I'd only be saving $100, and it's not worth spending 3 hours of my time to figure out had to save like $100.
Yeah, I feel like I reach a certain point in life where I'm like, yeah, I could build computers, or I could just spend money and not have to think about it. And I've definitely gone the latter way.
Dude, an 8 terabyte NVMe drive is like $500. And that sounds like a lot of money, but just think like they don't go away. Like you can use it in your next computer, but also like now, like I never have to worry, is there enough space on my laptop? Like the ability to just know at all times, oh yeah, I can't store that on my laptop, is worth having for the next 3 or 4 years that I have my laptop, you know? Hey, Dusty, how much did you spend on your bike?
1,100 before taxes.
Oh, you got like a real bike.
This is the cheapest of the real bike category.
Yeah, because I was looking at Amazon and I was like, $300 feels right. But you got like a bike.
Yeah, it retails for 14 or 1,300, but I got it for 1,100. If you're interested, I can send you to the same bike shop. They ask for the same deal.
Yeah, I'm thinking of just spending like no more than $400 on a bike, and then because I want to be in the mindset that I don't give a shit. So like, if I could have a bike, and then when I lock it up, I just genuinely don't care. Like, and then if I can go like 6 months or a year and not have my bike stolen, then I'll get a good bike, and just like take my old bike and gift it to a kid or something.
Yeah, getting the bike stolen is real ass. It sucks.
It's not even the experience. I don't even care about it getting stolen. I care about all the time I'll spend changing my behaviors because I think it might get stolen.
Yeah, that's what sucks about it.
Like, I don't want to go to a restaurant and then have like 20% of the restaurant experience ruined because I'm thinking about whether or not my bike got stolen.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting the bike just to exercise. You know, it's not really about getting places. Last time I had a nice bike, I got like 3 different kinds of locks that were huge. So that, you know, I had to like cut all of them, and I figured, you know, like, if I have that many, I'm probably going to be safe. And they ended up removing the entire, like, bolted it to the ground thing I had locked it to. It's a ginormous fucking bike rack.
Yeah, I'm assuming people who steal bikes know what good bikes look like, and if I get a $300 bike, they'll just not give a shit.
Did you put an AirTag in it, Dusty?
I actually did, yeah. I don't think it'll help. It'll just give you like, oh, I can see where it is. It got stolen. Hooray. I'm not going to go like,
ooh, I think it helps in Miami.
Break into a place. Aaron already knows where the chop shop is for those bikes. So knowing where, I'm not going to break into the mob and be like, yo, give me my bike back.
No, you call ICE on them. There you go.
When I was 14, I got my bike stolen. This is in the Netherlands, and it was sold to someone in the same city where I lived. So I actually found the bike, and police took it, and nobody claimed it, so I got it back. But that's a pretty rare occurrence. But you know, I had different bikes stolen twice.
Isn't it like in the Netherlands, they have to like dredge the river because there's so many fucking bikes that are just in the river.
Yeah, they have these big boats with magnets on them, and they fish the bikes out.
There are just so many people who just like say, "I'm done with this now," and just fucking yeet their bike into the river.
No, it's mostly drunk students that walk home and for fun they just grab a few bikes and throw them in. It's not even the people themselves. It's just if your bike's not attached to anything, then you run the risk of having it thrown in the pond.
The most dangerous form of bike theft in New York when I was in college was Barack Obama. He stole like thousands and thousands of bikes. It was insane.
I think I saw this video like a long time ago of a guy in New York pranking people by with this power tool cutting the bike lock open in the middle of Manhattan, and then seeing if people were reacting at all. Like,
so Barack Obama like jerk off to videos of himself giving talks at public parks in New York City, and he just loved doing it. So he would do it like twice a year, and his Secret Service determined that every single bicycle was a pipe bomb. And then so whenever Barack Obama came to town, any single fucking bicycle that was locked in the route that he would drive through was considered a pipe bomb, and the NYPD would break the locks, take the bikes, and then put them in holding with no means for you to get it back. And they did this to thousands and thousands of bicycles over the 8 years that Obama was in office. And see, just people just straight up had their bikes stolen by Obama.
But was there no way to get it back?
You figure out how to get it back. First of all, you would have to know that the NYPD stole it because they didn't put shit there, and then you'd have to know where to go, and then how in the hell do you even explain to them what your bike is, and then how the hell did they find it? And it's just a fucking like junkyard with 1,000 bikes, like not neatly placed, like just fucking thrown on top of each other.
Well, unless we had a very neat system for this, so you park it.
We're not talking about a culture of white people.
They're all cataloged and wait. You can get your bike back, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. But nowadays, especially with the big electric bikes, you can have a big pipe because the frame has gotten so big because of the batteries.
Yeah.
You can actually store a lot of explosive material in a bike right now.
I remember once the cop stole my backpack. They called 911 to get it, and the lady was like, "Sir, this is an emergency line." And I was like, "Your people stole my shit. Which precinct should I go to?" And then she told me the precinct, and I was able to get it back. That's right, bitch. Wait, wrong phrase.
now. So.
Really?
Yeah, Jones is Mamdani, Flats is Cuomo, and Mayor Adams is worse. They're both right now.
Damn, who's running for Republican?
Curtis Lewa, who's like a white supremacist in MAGA, and
Like literally nobody is talking about the Republican. Why?
no, because the guy ran last time. He's a, founder of the Guardian Angels. He's got that stupid red beret. He's a talk show host, right wing. Fucking moron. They love him in Staten Island though. But the Republicans ran like for real somebody that wasn't MAGA, that was just like a boring kind of business guy. They possibly yeah, they would possibly win, which is crazy. And so they're running this fucking blowhard Rush Limbaugh type who runs every 4 years because they don't got anybody else. It's stupid.
They literally have not talked about him at all. All you hear is
at all. No, you wouldn't even know he's running.
No, I didn't even know. I thought it was a straight up Democratic race because it don't seem like they have a Republican running.
No, the only way, literally, that I think anybody but Mamdani could win is if Adams and Sleewood, the Republican, that would be it. And that would be Cuomo Mamdani head to head. And Cuomo could beat him if that was the case. But that even wouldn't be guaranteed. But that would be the only way. Oh yeah, we broke it earlier, but I'll play the clip on it. If you can't make this shit up, so if people are interested, here we go. Sorry, 1 second. Let me get this. Let me get the clip. 1 second. Okay, 1 second here. All right, here we go.
Yes, he is right now the owner of Trump Burger, a Trump-themed burger joint in Houston, Texas, is now facing deportation under the Trump administration. Yes, this is a real story. According to KHOU11, Roland Bianey, who's 28 years old, owns and operates a Houston area Trump-themed burger joint called Trump Burger. By now, he's facing deportation. He entered the country back in 2019, but overstayed his visa. He was supposed to leave by February 12, 2024, but continues staying in the country. According to an ICE spokesperson, he doesn't have any immigration benefits that would prevent him from being arrested or removed from the country. He was arrested on May 16th. On June 13th, he was granted bond by an immigration judge, but is now facing deportation. He literally owns and operates Trump Burger, a Trump-themed burger joint, and he's about to be deported by the Trump administration. Real story. In 2025, spread the word. So more people know and follow along for all the news.
Yeah.
Oh no, somebody got take this.
Uh-oh. No.
Not me.
This bitch about to boom.
Joey, look, Brooklyn's back here. I'm just up here so water doesn't get it. So. I'm up here blocking water from getting it somehow. know, I need to ping the ladies and, oh shit. God damn it. Hold on here, hold on, this ain't happening. Oh shit, we got relief. We got relief, here we go.
And Widow was almost what's going on? Yeah.
We're just shuffling the deck chairs here. Don't worry about it. All right.
Yeah, I was down in the listening lounge. Never again.
Thank you.
But what can I do to help out?
How's your day going, Deborah?
Deborah, did you vote? You didn't vote. Water didn't vote because she doesn't want to update his app.
What is the vote? I saw it, but what is it about?
Wings, drums, flaps.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Yo, drums is in the lead. Okay, there you go. Oh look, Joey Mott. This is rare, everybody. On Friday, August 2025, Joey becomes Mott. The chaos that just took place when Just bowed out and Joey became Mott.
Yeah, somebody.
Y'all are so faithful. I love y'all.
No, that was a moment of crisis. No, Deborah, you're old enough to remember. Remember when Reagan got shot and like Alexander Haig was like, I'm president now, and they're like, no, the vice president's president now, and all of that. This is what was going on in here. Like there was like chaos. Like nobody knew who was in charge, but you know, we saved the republic. So we're back. We're back. Joey's back. Joey's back. Joey's one of us. That was a little bit hot.
And it's been working hard all morning. Hey, Steve.
That was like, you know what that was? You know the movie Airplane? The pilots all got food poisoning, and like, who can fly this plane? And then Joey comes up, and he flies the plane for a second. Yeah, Airplane was hilarious.
You never watched that.
That white lady starts talking and drive to the black dude.
That's exactly
That is one of the best scenes.
Should I play it out?
She said, hold on. She said, pardon me, I speak jive.
Yes, play it.
Let me find. And the funny part of it also was that she was the mother in Leave It to Beaver.
Yeah, I know.
And they were trying to give her something.
That man is so. It was just the way she said, oh, no, don't worry, I speak jive. And when she went in, she said, say black. That shit was funny. I need to watch that movie.
Yeah, I see Liam Neeson is doing
Yeah, I saw it and like it. I think they could have picked something better. I watched it 2 times.
All right, hold on, y'all. All right, Jess. I think I got it. Hold on, here we go.
The radio's all yours now. And keep an eye on that number 3 engine cage over there. It's running a little hot. Striker, anybody starting like to say something? I know that right now things must look very...
1 second. Okay, here we go.
Alright, won't you tell him to just relax and I'll be back as soon as I can?
Daddy, you in now?
He cut out, but then when it came at the end, it was like over. Like it was like, did y'all hear that?
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta play it one more time. I'm sorry, Scotty. We know.
Oh, no problem. 1 second. Yeah, hold on.
It was echoing.
He said this motherfucker better than to
Hold on. All right, see if this works. 1 second.
Can I get you something? I'm sorry, I don't understand. How do you say KK? Oh, Stardust. Nice picture. Oh, good. He said that he's in pretty pain and he wants to know if you can help him. Alright, won't you tell him to just relax and I'll be back as soon as I can with some medicine. Just hang loose, blood. She would catch up whatever she found on the bedside. Come on, some slack,
John, she's a compliment. John has green. I just watched a clip last night in Chaka Khan fan theory.
Oh, yeah.
You probably seen this one. Last night, Chaka Khan and the Kings were singing with BB King, and Chaka Khan is the highest I've seen a human in like a while. I mean,
She still get down today.
this is I don't know if she's still. She is too when she sang the fuck out of that song. That didn't look like they thought she was gonna be able to pull it off, but
What year is this from?
But Shaka Khan said, "Give me 7 shots and 10 tequilas before you shit your mouth." This moment is let me see, does it say
She survived the vibe in the industry.
1987?
Yeah. That's how I got her concerts.
Really? And she wondered why they compared her to Mary J. Blige. When I went to Mary J. Blige, that's how it was. She went off on like the whole band. I wouldn't have chat Scotty.
Oh, thank you. So
I can't even envision her saying, tell me something good without being hot. She used to be lit.
Really?
Yeah.
I remember when after Whitney died, she was on, I don't know if it was Piers Morgan or something, but they was like, how do you feel about where I introduced her to drugs? She was like, why y'all keep saying that? She was like, me and Whitney did like all New Year's '89. She was like, that was before I got bad. Everybody was like,
The police did a great job by keeping her image.
I just think that she just probably don't care. And I think she may have been one of the first people who doesn't care, who didn't care, because I don't remember anybody as brash as me, at least that was black. But she can say no. She got some songs. And she also looks really, really good. She definitely looks 71.
The Fire. That's my favorite of her songs.
It's a beautiful, beautiful live performance. It's great.
Yeah, Gladys Knight was singing her ass off.
And then James too.
But it's, you see how they was looking like they was kind of taking care of her, like, man, and you see when she first started singing, Gladys, like, she kind of looked startled, like, oh, I thought she was gonna sound, and then she does this stutter, and Gladys almost busts out laughing. Dog, you just gotta watch the thing, it's so funny, really. I don't have to worry about their kids breaking in my house. If white kids fix crime and evil in their community, I don't have to worry about them committing crime against me and my people. And the same thing for us. If we fix ourselves, you won't have to worry about black kids kicking in your door because we're trying to fix that problem. So I don't have a problem with other nations saying, hey, we got a problem with this, let's fix it. That's good.
So let me ask you, and I'm gonna go on, and I'm just gonna go back in the hey, so
Can you just answer Chuck's question now? You asked me like 18 times.
Yeah, you know what I told you? I told you because we couldn't.
I say keep the ticker on the watch list. That's all. I keep the ticker.
Yeah, I keep it on the watch list for other purposes like today. That's why I was blind. I was told everything. I was told that I'm not gonna own that shit. I would bet that's gonna go fast before I think anyone happens. Well, I don't get it. That's understandable. Although, look, man, I don't know. I mean, the management, I do know that the Virgin Galactic management is like super hardcore horrible at marketing. And seemingly, intentionally so.
Yeah, I still have the mindset that we're in zero interest rates because it was there for so long. But like in that rate environment, like there was just so many garbage companies that would make money, like zombie companies that would just pump because like people needed somewhere to put money. Yeah. And that's like the approach I have to Virgin Galactic. It's like it could be a shitty company, but like in the long run, it's still my pump because like we live in cloud world basically. It's like what John said.
There's nothing wrong with the cloud world once you actually think about it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
What would be wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that.
This isn't an angry avocado. It's the black rain frog, the cutest frog you've ever seen. But hold on, because there are more than 18 different species of rain frogs, like the desert rain frog. And when these little guys go pregnant, they puff up their bodies and get loud, high-pitched squeaks, one off potential predators. These Grumpy-faced amphibians have chunky round bodies and short, stubby legs, making them look like tiny balls with arms and legs. And this makes them terrible at swimming and jumping. However, they are extraordinarily good at burrowing, using their hind feet to dig tracks. Throughout the year, they make their homes inside and around their burrows, where they also lay their eggs. And when the rain falls, these adorable amphibians emerge from their underground hideaways to hunt for food. This behavior is why they're named rain frogs. After satisfying their hunger with insects, they return to the safety of their burrows until the next rainy day arrives.
The 18th of November 2022, it went from $16 to $72. And then the day after, the 19th of by the third day after it, it went back to $9. So one day that's like 700%.
Looking base, the mega base, the conservative base, people care about the climate, but you don't.
This is the way it's a very wild open up, yeah. So if you put 1 million, you make 7 million, and then you short, you sell it, and then you short it, and then that's it.
That's right, not leverage.
I'm pretty sure there is someone in the world who did it. That person is probably like set for life just because of the gay out. You know, maybe cash will become profitable one day. This is the gays out.
Wait, are those publicly traded?
No, I wanted to look into that. I wanted to look into it, yeah, I wanted to look into their financials. I wanted to see what's the situation here.
I mean, now they're a recurring revenue business, right? They're like a SaaS business. How many people actually pay for lunch?
I don't know.
Very few, I would imagine. And even fewer, like users as the fruit for well. You know, at a point in time, I thought they were going to bust because there's no way I can be running this long without making money. But I think there's must be making more money than we make Saturday night. So that means that I think maybe we'll raise money. Because for a long time I was convinced like we're just gonna it's gonna be like search what we get. It's very nice. Well, I've always thought they were using it for great AI, but like they have plenty of data now that is like solely the case.
What are you talking about?
Yes. I would admit that every stuff like I made a nigger was said or cake. That's not true. Like the median SEMA internal dashboards for users have said that the highest work. Look, I've said this. Nobody else has. Haven't seen anyone else like talk about this or pick up on it. But if you in voice mode, if you talk to an AI like you're, like a mother, like it responds very differently. No, I'm serious. The moderation layers are much. No, I'm just. Will I talk to you like you're an AI? No, it won't talk to you. It will be very, it'll go along with things. It'll say, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. No, well, I'm saying that it does this, which is like very bizarre.
That's what?
Like just like ask me a question. Like can you talk? Yeah. Like you're jazzy. I'll talk back. That's what you're doing. No. It doesn't come back to like a jazzy. It will not flag the content as inappropriate and refuse to respond or engage with the conversation. Because it's something that a real thing in another election. That's right. Well, see, it's like I mean, how funny would it be if they didn't actually like program that into it? It's just like naturally on its own. It's like, oh, this is a different. That's right. But I mean, they got the way they have conversations. Like they would not be able to talk to an AI with the current like moderation layers and all the bullshit that like stupid shit gets flagged. Like stuff that's not even offensive will get flagged. Can you make the argument that it's an AI is a program? Can you make the argument that is it an AI program? Of course it is. They're just basically giving it a prompt when they give it to us. Using boundaries. So that means there is a version that's accessible to them, which, you know, is filtered. We just get the filtered version.
What? That's a great question.
It's fine on filter, but yeah, there's a totally different. You have to say yes. You have to say no, not really, but no, because it will have a question. And then we'll get over yourself, dude. I'm telling you, you know. You can't just give me the credit. You just can't give me the credit. This is the credit, nigga. That's not what you said. It's another, you know what you said? Yeah, we did give me the credit. Yeah, that's good. That's the status thing. Give me credit. No, boy, that's what it is. That's what I'm thinking. Give me the credit. Give me the credit. Give me. Well, that's not so bad.
So ironically enough, I mean, for some reason, all dating apps are loading. So like Grindr has the, if you just go ahead and look at Match Group, okay? Just take a look at Match Group. That includes
What's
all
it there?
I mean, Tinder's the best dating app that's included in Matching Group. Tinder is all
Really? Tinder's the best, yeah.
But you can't buy Hinge, you can't buy Tinder, you can't buy any of those. You can only buy their payment, the Match Group. Exactly, Match Group owns all of these. That will get you that and all that nation. Now they're all not doing good except for him. Him is doing good, but financially also Him is actually doing great.
And then doesn't there must be something ridiculous with the dating apps, right? Like surely at different times of the year their apps are busier, right? So are their stocks different? Is there a pattern to follow?
I would imagine during the fall, like maybe.
That's right. They just want Christmas boyfriend.
They're not doing apps are not doing well. Grindr is doing well. That's one. So Hinge is doing well, but then it's one app, it's not a company. Grindr is a company, so it's an app.
Dating apps have to be seasonal because then like springtime rolls around and girls want to do like hot girl summer basically.
Yeah, okay, but faggots don't understand seasonality.
That's right.
It is transactional.
I'm just telling you, if you go look into the charts, Grindr is going up. Match Group is going down. It's being decimated, nigga.
See, not too many people, motherfucker. They got Randall McNichols on.
I'm just saying, not. We're just not looking for them.
Did you just say 8 man? Tell them what your ass are.
They started 2021, and basically it's
Actually, that was.
that's when the stock used to be virtual, and then it went up. And then ever since 2022, ever since October 2021 till today, it's going down. On stock.
Yeah, it's going down.
Now and then
Are you screaming, nigga?
until and from there
It's going down.
already. So all the time you go down. Grindr is doing amazing.
Rainy is Match on your watch list because it's low or what?
Man, it's not normally on my watch list, but I'm looking right now. I'm looking at those Match.
You know these neighbors and millions.
Well, Grindr.
Let's climatize all these people for used.
Why can't this thing sound unfortunate?
I know, I'm also, god damn.
Look at this. Come on. Here's a little relief.
Where is
have chosen to follow law. I will not attack King's Landing. We will not attack King's Landing.
Then how do you mean to take the Iron Throne? By asking nicely.
We will lay siege to the capital surrounding the city on all sides. Cersei will have the Iron Throne, but no food for her army or the people.
We won't use Dothraki and Unsullied. Cersei will try to rally the local Westeros and the loyalty and love for their country. If we besiege the city, we presume our army should be Westeros.
And I suppose we are providing the Westeros.
Lady Greyjoy, Westeros should have presented it. The Iron Fleet would ferry the Dornish army back up to King's Landing. The Dornish will lay siege to the capital, alongside the Tyrell. Two great kingdoms united against Cersei.
Your master plan is to meet our armies. Forgive me for asking, but why did you want them to bring your own?
The Unsullied will have another objective. For decades, House Lannister has been the true power of Westeros, and the seat of that power is Castle Rock. Wherever the Unsullied will sail for the Rock.
Do I have your support? You have mine. Dawn is with you, Grace. Thank you.
Insurance companies don't if you're too nice.
I don't care about the HIV. I own exactly. There's a company called Gilead Technologies. That's right.
Gentlemen, would you mind putting out your cigars, please? I asked, would you mind putting out your cigars, please?
As a matter of fact, I would mind.
You see, the reason I asked you, your trip sitting over there cost me $27 to change in case they give you a cigar.
Listen, Ace, number one, you're eating a steak at a place called Joe's Stone Crab. And number two, there's no rule that says we can't smoke.
I'm not talking about rules here. I'm talking about manners. You see, there is no rule that says I can't come over here and fart on your entree, but I don't do it. Why? Because it's not good manners. So I ask you again in the nicest possible way, please put out the cigars. Gentlemen, would you mind putting out your cigars, please?
That's right.
This is a custom seat gangster for your car.
Let's do an analysis from where you go.
Kitover, Illinois 16. Go to
GFA analysis. Well, no, I just look very, I'm not going to do a lot of analysis, but I'm just going to look.
Yeah, on his go. Now we're on his go.
Why do you feel like we have wicked moments? Yeah, it's a lot to hear for something.
I think that sounds like one business.
That's right. That gives you less advantages with your options. Use it to manipulate financials. Not the financials, okay, the financials are the financials. So they try to manipulate them. Well, that's not good for a market.
Price or who's it, man?
All that people like that is that right? Just like the level of balance. Then they're increasing your expenses earlier on. You're not making as much profit. However, your expenses are going to increase but at the same time, it's not fine. We will care more about the income statement anyways.
U.S. Constitution.
Future.
That's the value of money. The money's worth more because you're one of them.
The trick is in making it seem like we have less profits now higher with time. So that investors will just go with that stock. Hey, look, oh, this company has increasing profitability. In reality, they don't.
Yeah, because the cash flow statement is what matters, not net income.
Right. Right.
Because there are non-cash expenses, is what I think you're trying to say.
Well, in fact, they are. Yeah, depreciation is not.
That's right.
But it's still a cost.
Yeah, it's designed to knock down your income, so you pay less taxes and stuff.
It doesn't tell a cost because you're gonna have to replenish that capital and depreciate it.
That's right.
Okay. So the more capital that depreciates, the more you're gonna expense on capital, right? To maintain the capital.
That's right.
So initially our expenses go through the roof, but then with time, it makes it seem overall, it will seem like our profitability is going up with time. When that's not the case, our profitability has been staying the same, nothing changed. So this is just an old school trick to scam some investors legally.
That's right. Because it's GAAP.
Yeah, but they, oh, no, not just that, but I don't trust their earnings. For these reasons, I just don't give two shits about their earnings, honestly.
You're learning, you're figuring it out. You're figuring out why Bitcoin is a great investment, because it's hard
Well,
to
you know, half the ratios are earnings, but to me it's like half the ratios are useless.